neutral. Iranian army is one of the most professional army in the face of planet Earth. Before revolution and after revolution, they will never betray the commander in.
Listen, the Iranian army, made a statement, a public statement, before Shah, several weeks before Shah left Iran, because they came out and made a statement that the army is now not taking the side of the Shah. It was a public statement made by the top-ranking generals of Iranian army several weeks before the Shah left Iran. And why did the Shah leave Iran? Because it was Shapur Bakhtiar's opinion that the Shah should leave Iran. And this statement...
One second, guys, the U.S. Air Base in Baghdad has been videos and pictures confirming the strike. Sorry, continue.
And Mr. Arash, it is not an insult. It is an event that happened in the past and is based on facts. It's not based on opinion. You can look at the timelines, a statement made, and why U.S. Air Force General, it was not an ambassador. It was a former NATO commander, U.S. Air Force General sent to Tehran by President Carter with only one mission. This is the statement made by Americans and is written in his books to go to Iran and to force Iranian army to stay neutral to prevent bloodshed. This is what they have said and this is what they have happened. And later on, many of Iranian generals who left the country have backed that claim, have confirmed that. So it's not an insult, it's an event that happened in the past. So it's not an insult to say Iranian army was traitor or whatever. In any ways, United States as a superpower, as an influential power at the time, had the power to do that. So don't take it as an insult. This is what happened in the past.
You're absolutely correct, young man. And I'm totally aware of the situation.
And Sam, my dad, who was, by the way, executed by this Islamic regime, my dad was a Navy commander. So, by the way, I cannot say that now, but you will know. For 100%,
you can reach me in a back channel because I was the Vice Admiral.
No, the Navy community, because the Navy family in Iran, they are connected. So if I say that, for sure you will know. But
you don't have to say anything. If you're interested in connecting, you can in the back channel. In my, you refer your phone number or your name, so I might know that he might be one of my subordinates. No problem.
I highly doubt it because my dad was quite high-ranking, I would say, at the time. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is that...
Well, I was a Vice Admiral, so I don't know.
If you were Vice Admiral at that time, they're probably about the same...
I'm 96 years old now.
About the same rank. You were about the same rank as my father, more or less, I would say that.
Okay, I may know him without you saying anything. But anyway, it's irrelevant to this conversation. But what I despise is the Iranians coming here and being pro-Islamic regime. Go back to damn Iran if you're so pro-Iran.
But Sam, the reason I came back to this room is that because I've been living outside Iran.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. You understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, exactly. And
if I may interject quickly.
Because I was, I've been living outside Iran for a number of years, and I hear left, right, and center.
Free Iran, you go back to Iran. If you are outside of Iran, you better shut the fuck up. If you want to free Iran, you go back to Iran.
So here's my
listen, Arash, look, Arash. We have paid our share.
So shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
Hold on. We're not going to get anywhere with this. I actually want to have this conversation. But Sam,
why did you tell the asshole not to be using profanity?
Let's keep it civilized. Let's keep it civilized. Hang on a second. Hang stop. He's an old man. Right? I'm not. Okay. Oh my God. Stop cursing at each other, please. Please, for the sake of the month of Ramadan, please.
General,
Sam,
No, these are examples. They don't even.
Okay, all right. The big question is that, Sam, if there are people out there, why shut the other voices down? Why do you want the other voices to be shut down?
But
Because
they
I
you
want to
kicked
hear.
him out. Amir, you kicked him out.
He's here. Do you see it? He's here. I didn't kick him out.
I don't see him.
Bro, refresh your screen, okay? The big question is for Sam or any of these Reza Pahlavi supporters, why do you guys can you please mute up? Thank you. Why do you guys always shut down the opposite side? Whether they're pro-IRGC, whether they're centrist, why do you tend to shut it down? You believe in democracy, right? Democracy meaning you give fucking rights to all parties. In America, we have rights. Leftists, centrists, right? We got extreme right, we got extreme far right, we got extreme far left. I don't get it. Why do you freaking, attack people? Oh, you're IRGC with this. Let it be in freedom of speech, democracy, and all of that bullshit. Why not allow the other side to speak? And it happens in every room. When there's Reza Pahlavi rooms, or there's, if there's even some room, they'll kick out the other side by calling you, he's IRGC supporter.
I totally agree with you, Mr. Amir. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, but you believe in attacking your own country, bro. Respectfully, you should look into the definition of a traitor.
I said from the beginning, I'm taking a neutral position here. So I'm not here saying I support. Look, I'm not revealing my own personal opinion. So I don't want to have any. I don't want to take any side. I just want to discuss facts. Nothing less, nothing more. And I don't know this Mr. Arash or whatever. He likes to curse. Just 1 second, please.
Yes, sir. Go and then you can speak, Keith.
Yeah, Mr. Amir, what I'm trying to say is that we can have our own opinions, whatever it is, and it is we are entitled to it. Okay, we can be wrong, we can be right, whatever we have, and we are speaking based on, first of all, our nationalities and our personal experiences and what we know from our countries. So, as an Iranian, I know my country, I know what happened, and I can say more or less I know the opinion of anyone around me. At least anyone around me. I'm not speaking about everybody. So.
How do you come to an opinion, Soren? Can you please walk me through it? How do you come up with it?
Look, in Iran, Iranian people, I as an Iranian, so based on what happened 47 years ago, each Iranian, depending on how involved they were in the changing of the government, they take let's say, they have their own opinion about the politics and basically about everything. So in Iran, we have two sides, two teams. One team is pro 1979 revolution, and we have another side that is against 1979 revolution. And on both camps, we have also clusters of people with also different opinions. One of them are like on the pro-revolution, they are really extreme revolutionaries. One, they call themselves reformists. And on the other side, we have people pro-Reza Pahlavi, we have also pro-other people, pro-MEK, pro-communist, whatnot. Okay, we have all kinds of opinions on both sides. But what I'm trying to say is that the people that I know in my camp, in my team, based on the family, my friends, my neighborhood, the school to the student is sitting next to me, because we have in Iraq benches, 4 or 5 people sit next to each other.
You live outside of Iran, right?
Yes, but I spent most of my life.
Question is, big question for you. I don't know where you're going to go with all of this bullshit that you just gave me. My question to you, as an outsider, you're an outsider right now. You're not inside Iran. Now, as an outsider, right? You have family in Iran.
Yes, my father.
Provide me one time where America did the attack, did the regime change without killing civilians.
Yeah, of course, it never happened in any war.
Okay. So
But
when you support outside country to attack your own country, that's actually a definition of a traitor. Okay.
I didn't say I support.
No. You literally came in here. You started going on a monologue, right? Oh, Amir, it's gonna come out and it's gonna happen and this is gonna happen. I said,
yes.
what are you trying to say about?
Yes.
I asked you a question: are they going to win or lose? You could not give me a straight answer. You went on a freaking 5-minute long monologue, and then you said, yeah, they're gonna lose in the next few days or whatever, blah blah blah. But that's all speculative. You don't know for a fact.
Okay, if let's say we talk about two possibilities. Okay, let's talk about if Iranian regime stays. Okay, let's say after this war, if Iranian regime stays, has two meanings. First of all, that this Iranian regime is so powerful that can survive such attack by two strong armies. And another reason for that is that Iranian people kind of, let's say, are against the war and kind of support the regime, or at least take a neutral stance. Okay, this is one possibility. And the other possibility is that, okay, this regime will collapse in whatever way you like to put it, that Iranian people will prevail, and then basically.
Well, what happened during the 12-day war? The Pahlavi supporters, did they start siding with the regime, or did they start becoming centrist?
I'm not talking about any.
No, I'm asking you on the past record. During the 12-day war, did a lot of Reza Pahlavi supporters change sides?
Well, I refer you to.
The answer is yes. I'll give you. I'll there's a Israeli, even the Israeli channel. I actually watch it almost every other day.
Which one?
ILTV. Okay. You should watch it. They have, even though I hate the disgusting Zionist criminal state, I watch their news because I cover the Israeli news. I cover what's happening in Palestine, whatever. When I look at it, the analysis that was done by some of these people, right? They're professionals, whatever. Do you know what they said?
What?
They said Israel and America is scared of, the unity. And we're scared. What scares America and Israel is, let's say we do the attack, right? People that are speaking up against the IRGC and all of these people, they'll start siding because they'll see their own people dying, getting killed by who? By the outside entity.
And this was after the 12 days war, right?
Yes, they're very nationalistic people in Iran. Whether you like it or you dislike it, they are very nationalistic.
Okay, I can answer you. I
don't need to answer. That was just a statement. I don't need your answer. I don't want to hear your bullshit anymore. You're just the number one bullshit guy on this app that I came across on a free app called Clubhouse.
After 12 days war, of course, Iranian people did not go on the streets.
Reza Pahlavi supporters, they started siding with the other side.
Even those Pahlavi supporters did not go on the streets, regardless of whether they sided or not. Nobody went on the streets. That's one for sure.
But that shows unity.
Okay, let's say that shows unity.
That shows nationalism.
Yes, okay, I agree with you. But in Iran, we have, let's say, a part of the society, we call it, let's say, a gray masses. I mean, for the lack of better words, we call them gray area in the society, who are usually neutral, and we
That was good. Like the life, in fact, pray that you would.
now they have a completely different belief after seeing.
I want her to call me Akiva. Akiva, stop. Akiva, stop. That circumcised dick is too much. Semitic dick, I can't handle this Semitic dick. J1P58 dick, I can't do that because, you're not actually Semitic. You know that, right? You're not actually Semitic. You're just like Rich. You're just like a fucking, at least Rich is German. You're Slavic.
Time for you to leave.
You too, okay?
Wait. German, Jewish, Russian, Jewish, Belarusian.
You're not Jewish. You're not Jewish. The only J in you is the one that's fucking upside down in your ass.
Time for you to leave. You go. Maybe try to lasso cross it. Maybe
fucking Tel Aviv is getting bombed and they're fucking talking about these guys. They're combined IQ.
There's nothing left of There's nothing left of Khan.
We'll see how much is left of Tel Aviv. See how much is left of Tel Aviv. I mean, they already got millions of dollars.
Enjoy your
Singapore now. You guys were always talking about how Gaza needs to become a Singapore.
parking in Gaza.
We're gonna get a Singapore now. Thank you for the deconstruction. Thank you for deconstructing for us.
As it deserves. The genocide
You're out of breath,
so normal. You're out of breath. Breathe. You're dying. You're dying on mic. You're dying on mic.
No normal vetting this time that we're gonna see the end of the regime. Are we sure?
Genocide.
Because you were saying that on October 7th, ISIS is going to be gone. ISIS is still around. Houthi still around. Hezbollah still around. Iran still around.
Operation Rising Lion. All gone. And I'm not sorry to see
if I type in on Google, is Hezbollah gone?
The beautiful Persian people rising up. Persia will be free. And will be
so they're going to do it this time, not like the 12-day war, right? Not like 7 months ago, right?
He's done.
All right, hopefully, everybody heard Norm. You want to bet on this, Norm? Since you have so much money and you're part of Shlomo's gang.
Breaking news.
I'll go ahead.
Breaking news.
Run hits.
I am delighted to see Operation Epicurus.
Just
louder, Jack. Just louder. He's not going to shut up.
Hey, can we just get this?
Let's see if we can give Norm a script.
Doesn't that look like an explosion?
I mean, I'm sure we can.
They hit the Fifth Fleet, the naval fleet in Bahrain, bro.
Yeah.
Crazy ass shit. Anyway, man.
The savage Shia.
I don't know what they hit, but they hit the base.
You're a kike. Don't talk about the Shia. You're a kike. The psychopath.
Wait, does somebody have breaking news? Go ahead and say it.
They hit Bahrain. They hit Kuwait.
They're going to say
Qatar. Yep.
Well,
because they're
he's
they don't know what
giving you the typical runaround.
That's all true. 100% true.
Iran,
Bro, you know that image is
true.
He thinks he's fighting in Israel right now. He thinks he's the fucking interceptor. Norm, you're in Brooklyn.
I'm not in Brooklyn.
You're not in downtown Tel Aviv. You're launching your interceptor locker.
I'm not even in the United States.
Yeah, you're not exactly. So calm down. You're not overworked missile interceptor.
Norman, explosion in Abu Dhabi. We should have done this a long time ago. We should have done this a long time ago. Now you're done. Nobody to fund your stupid terrorism.
Thank you, Netanyahu. Thank you, Netanyahu.
Ramadan. Years run and 80 years run. You had an 80 years run. 80 years run, Mike, and we're still here. 80 years you came when you kill yourself.
Iran just
Allahu Akbar. Hey, Ramadan Mubarak.
Yes, that's right. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Ramadan Mubarak, motherfucker.
Allahu Akbar, yeah, Kike.
Ramadan Mubarak, motherfucker.
You've had 80 years, you weak kike. 80 years and you can't get rid of us. You've had 2 years, you destroyed all of Gaza, and Hamas is still here, and Hezbollah is still here, and the Houthis are still here, and the IRGC will still be here. You are losers. You are a bunch of losers. If we had the support that you get from the Americans, we would do wonders. We would do wonders to you. You are weak. You are a failure. You are unsuccessful. You are incompetent. You are lazy. Lazy Jews. Lazy Jews.
Time for Ramadan Mubarak.
2,500 years of persecution.
Ramadan Ding Dong, motherfucker.
Actually, yeah.
2,500 years of persecution.
Ramadan Ding Dong right on top of Tel Aviv. I'm telling you, Ramadan 2026.
Just like we did to Hamas.
We are literally rocking Tel Aviv. Iran is rocking Tel Aviv. Iran is rocking Tel Aviv. You're gonna, all y'all gonna meet Akiva very soon. I promise you. All y'all gonna meet him. There's gonna be a lot of Israelis that are gonna meet Akiva soon. And guess what? Guess what? And this is before the Sunnis even show up. Bibi was literally crying on national TV, calling and appealing to the Sunni access. Why is Bibi appealing to the Sunni access? I thought Turkey was the greatest enemy. I thought Turkey and Syria the greatest enemy. Bibi on national TV in the first hour, in the first moment of Tel Aviv being hit, he literally said, it is time for the Sunni world, the Sunni axis to take out to take out Khamenei. Why are you crying our help? I thought you got it with the United States. What happened? Why is Tel Aviv getting bombed? I think these are real questions that deserve logical answers, Norm. They don't deserve your retarded filibustering. If you can't think, if you think just yapping out English words somehow is allowing you to save face, it doesn't, bro. I feel bad for you. It's like it's over and over again. And the dog just keeps on barking. Some of those keep on barking because I can do this filibustering shit all day and I can actually build up and make constructive sense. And I can talk shit while I'm doing it. It's like, Norm, what you just said, this is what you just said. You're too old, bro. You're too old. You're not going to be able to keep up with my processing power.
And you don't have any processing power. You're a retard. You're a retard. Post-traumatic stress disorder. You're a mental patient.
It's okay. I got the stress reliever right here. I got the stress reliever for you.
Don't lick your wounds in the psych ward. Take your medicine. Take your medicine, you mental patient. Come on. Go ahead. Open up. Time to take your medicine, Mikhail. Time to treat your depression. Time to treat your mania. Time to treat your post-traumatic stress disorder, Mikhail.
Alright, this is not the Norm show. Guys, one at a
Come on.
Grandpa, you're going to be dead in less than 5 years. I swear by Allah, you're going to be dead in less than 5 years. I'm going to be in the ground, and I'm going to look up
You've embarrassed
on your grave. I'm going to look up your grave, and I'm going to piss on it. Me and Goop, we're going to go to the cemetery and
I'll
piss on it.
you and your family.
We're going to find your grave and piss on it. In less than 5 years, you know. Less than 5 years.
You got 5 minutes.
Question for you too. I'm just curious.
Less than 5 years.
You've got 5
What
minutes.
do you minds think that
When we piss on his grave, you can eat some pastrami sandwiches.
go back and forth for 10 minutes straight?
He can't afford it.
The new,
Time for your medication.
the new windy.
I think the nerve is
I'm just curious.
mental patient.
Like, we're gonna get 2 bacon large
I'm
Wendy's.
just gonna argue with you for 10 minutes straight.
Pathetic excuse for him.
And I'm just gonna make 30 people just listen to us to just argue
You're
for
a
30 minutes straight.
It's like now they want to be civil.
We're taking out the entire RDC government. They just killed another one of them. It's a targeted killing. Yep. Took out the nuclear site, taking out the ballistic missile site. Take it out Tehran. Tomahawk, baby.
I thought it was already done.
Tomahawk, baby. Look at this kite taking credit for Christian weapons.
Yeah, ridiculous, disgusting, filthy
Tomahawk, baby. Like he made it. Shlomo, you didn't make the tomahawk. Relax.
I can smell you from here. You
You didn't make no tomahawk,
I
Shlomo.
can smell you're a wannabe Arab.
Even your planes you didn't make.
You're a wannabe Arab.
You want to know something funny?
At least Turkey can build this
You're
plane.
a
What's
wannabe.
happening right now? Norma, we all know that this is the reason why you voted for Trump. This is the reason.
Well,
This is all it was.
It's one of
Hopefully
many
you guys
reasons.
get it.
This is all
It's
you
one
want,
of
Norma.
It's one of many reasons.
It's the reason why
We'll see.
you voted.
It's one of many reasons.
Yeah, we heard you. You said he's crazy for him to do what we wanted him to do.
He's crazy. He's our president. He's a wild man, and he's kicking your ass. And I'm delighted. I'm delighted.
Kicking our ass? What are you talking about?
You don't remember what happened?
He's gathering us. He gathered us all in the Board of Peace. It's Board of Peace. He's got a Board of Peace for Gaza to invest billions of dollars. That's wow. He really cares about Gaza. What are you talking
You know
about?
who doesn't get to stay? The
Really? They're all in Gaza right now.
Guess what? You gotta go.
Yeah, all right, we're gonna see. So Norm, since this is such an easy win for you, you have made clear statements. You have said, Norm, to change my setting.
Go back to Poland and Ukraine.
Why don't you have
Ukraine.
I suggest Egypt.
You just let us go. Good point. Shut the fuck up.
Kicked out of Lebanon. You got kicked out of Jordan. By Egypt. Maybe they'll put up.
There we go.
Are on their own land.
We're all part of the Board of Peace. Let me tell you who are the members of the Board of Peace.
Indonesia.
Turkey, Qatar, Indonesia,
By the way,
Trump, Kush, Egypt. Guess what? Guess who's the last to join the Board of Peace? Netanyahu. Israel was the last to join it. And they rejected it at the beginning. So the ones who are dragging their feet are Israel and Iran.
Not be leaving Gaza.
Iran is being forced right now to join the Board of Peace. You can't have an intellectual conversation. He just wants to talk shit. And I already proved I'm a better shit talker than you. I'm a better shit talker than you. I don't need to hear you. I'm just gonna do it with a PTR, bro. I'm just gonna do it. I'm Israel because I'm Israel. I'm Israel. I'm Israel. I'm J1P58. You're fucking R1A Slavic mutt. That's what you are. You're R1AQM Slavic mix in a blender, bro. I'm J1. Look how bad you white people are. You got this guy. You got what's his name? Rich, pretending to be J1. He wants to be that which he calls a sand nigger all the time. And we got Norm also, who's a Slavic mutt who wants to be a sand nigger. So it's just weird to me. Why do two white people want to be sand niggers so bad?
R1B.
And Norm, how can you be white and I'm whiter than you? Like, how does that work? Like, how the fuck did you get that lottery ticket?
Do you like Egypt? Try Egypt. Maybe they'll take you.
Like, why do I look whiter and more Semitic? Like, why?
Because you're a wannabe.
Yeah, you're a wannabe.
Why am I so Jesus looking? Like, and why are you so goblin looking? Like, I'm confused. Why are you such a goblin looking motherfucker? I seriously deleted that, but my AI still has one. I'm fine.
Never will.
Ukrainian, Georgian.
There will never be a Palestine.
Now
We have eliminated the only
Let me see where the goblin was.
Now we have eliminated the only possible rival. The great Iranian genocide regime has fallen. The Iranian genocide regime has fallen. Good night, Khamenei. Good night. Good night. Sleep well.
We want him to kiss Erdogan's ring. Yeah, Ramadan Mubarak. Right on
Aviv.
Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan Kareem. Enjoy your
Ramadan.
Enjoy your Kitover.
Makes
Enjoy
great point.
your Kitover.
There are
Enjoy your
Ramadan. Come to the
time for Purim. Time to celebrate.
Yeah, you're celebrating right now. You're celebrating right now in Tel Aviv. It's getting bombed. Tel Aviv's getting bombed. You know, bomb means getting destroyed.
Landed because we
Actually, they have. Actually, they have explosions in Haifa and the ports. Literally, it's live, bro. I'm watching it live. Literally, hop on Al Jazeera Live. Stop living in delusion. Dude, every time, this is why you don't bet money, because you have been proven wrong every single time. $1,000, motherfucker, where the regime falls right now. $3,000, $5,000, $10,000. I swear to God Almighty, I'll wire it right now. $10,000. Take it, bro. Take it. You're so confident. $15,000.
brain cells.
$20,000 by my Lord Almighty. I will wire it right now. 20,000. You're a pussy. 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 That's what you are. You're not confident of what you're saying. You still think this is pre-October 7th. You're running some propaganda campaign to keep the goyim all under the under the rock. They're all out of the rock. They all hate you, Shlomo. They all think you're the scum of the earth. You don't see the viral videos of Israelis going all over the world in Brazil. I'm Israeli. I am Israeli. They literally pushed it. Out of nowhere, they were drinking 40s. They were drinking 40s, and then they got punched in the face.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Donk right on top of Tel Aviv, Norm. Ramadan Donk right on top of Tel Aviv. Look at all those rocks. Here, it's live. Here, let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you.
Time to get the fuck out.
There's 4 fuel tankers that just took off from the airport. I thought you said the airport was full.
There you go. I'm
Finished.
4
Finished.
fuel tankers just took off from the airport.
Look at it.
I'm watching them on live radar right
Shut
now.
the fuck up, live. What channel you watching live? Name the channel. Live radar. Live radar. I'm gay rich. I'm a sandmaker. I'm a sandmaker like you. I'm a sandmaker like you.
God damn, you're dumb.
You're a Shabbat Goy. You're a Shabbat Goy. You're a Shabbat Goy. R1B mud. You're an R1B mud. R1B mud.
Mickey, I thought you said
because I know it gets on his nerves. Oh yeah, I forgot. Our kids are half
just blowing up in Tel Aviv.
They're jungle niggers, aren't they? You know your kids are gonna be called by jungle niggers. Your kids are gonna be called jungle niggers because of
the ones
they're gonna be called jungle niggers.
Took off from there.
Hey, Rich, they're gonna be called.
How did they blow up the airport? Remember you said just
kids are half
Iran just blew up the airport in Tel Aviv.
You white supremacist piece of shit.
There was
your kids are half Filipino and you're gonna act like a white supremacist on this app? How dare you? You're gonna be a betrayer of the white race and you're gonna fucking talk the talk that you talk? Are you serious?
Bro, didn't you say the airport
it's like being a skinhead and then you're in a
how are they taking off and landing?
Fucking
How are they
okay?
taking off and landing at the
You
airport?
okay, Rich? Why are you low
blow up
IQ?
the airport in Tel Aviv.
If you're such a specimen of the white race,
right now.
why did you marry a non-white person?
They're landing and refueling in Tel Aviv.
That's crazy to me.
I want to know why this guy is still
You're
talking.
such a fucking
That's
civil
so crazy. I don't know what you think you're saying, Rich, that actually is like giving you aura points in your head, but I promise you, tell that dopamine register you got up there that it's malfunctioned and it needs to be replaced.
I know you seafaring fucking gypsy.
Bro, here, you know, I know because you're so like, you can use the AI. Go ahead, use the AI. You can use the AI. Help you on the side.
Take your ass
I'm J1P58. I'm J1P58. I'm in my land. I am Israel. I am Israel. Don't talk about Israel, you non-Semitic shit. Shut up, you goyim trash.
How did you say the airport in Tel Aviv was blown
This
up?
is not your country. This is not your land, you scum. He thinks he's the same race as I am. You are not the same race as me.
You are inferior. You are inferior, Rich. Look at the true human specimen. Look at the son of God that is me. And look at the fucking white cracker that is you. Look at the white cracker that married a jungle monkey. This is literally look. Actually, I'm gonna screenshot your VCR because you know what this is. You know what this is. No, I'm just doing Norm. I'm just doing filibuster Norm. Oh, Norm left. Look at that. Look at Norm. You cretins. That's why. All right, now I'm just gonna fucking smoke Rich. That's it. You know what your PTR is. You know what your PTR is. That is you when you bang your jungle monkey. Literally, that's you. You're the white dog. You're the white dog. That little black dog is your jungle monkey wife. That's your wife, and that's you behind your fucking jungle monkey wife. And the ones fucking fighting her for the frisbee are your half jungle children. Your half jungle children are fighting your jungle monkey wife while she's taking it up their ass by low-grade Germanic stock. That's what it is. You're gull, Frankish, low-tier stock. That's what you are. You're an inbred,
like the fucking
Frankish, gullic trash. That's what you are. If not, you're probably Irish, which would be fucking even worse. So that's what you are. I'm not the fucking one pretending to be J1P58 looking like I could burn in the sun in fucking 30-degree weather. Why do you look like so pale, bro? I thought you were J1P58. Aren't you J1P58? Now your children are even less Semitic. They can't even fool themselves in the mirror. They can't even believe their father's delusion. I don't even know how their father believes the delusion. Imagine his half jungle Filipino kids are going to be looking in the mirror and they're going to be actually saying it with a straight face that, oh, I'm a Semite. You really think his half jungle kids are going to say, I'm a Semite in a straight face? Look at this guy. Like, seriously, that mother is a jungle monkey. How are they going to say they're
Be careful when you're driving the bus, okay?
They're jungle monkeys.
Be careful driving the bus.
But they're jungle monkeys. But they're jungle monkeys.
Some explosions in Turkey.
Why did you do that to your kids? Imagine your ancestors are going to curse down at you, or curse up at you from hell because, like, what the fuck did you do? What did you do inserting this pollution into the glorious? Oh yeah, that's what I thought, bitch.
You just
now you want some tango? Okay, what do you want? Tell me your background.
There is no background. You just.
Why are you a Shabbat goy?
You're just obsessed with talking.
Why are you upset that I'm talking, bitch?
Because you're slightly autistic and retarded.
And how do you assess who's autistic and retarded?
Because you don't know how to have
Is that your subjective low IQ? Is that how you measure that?
You can't have a dialogue going on.
Okay, let's have a dialogue. Just pick the topic. Pick the claim.
The claim is that you're autistic and retarded and you love to hear yourself talk.
You're just a shit talker. Okay. So Shabbat boys coming to the rescue to two fake Sanders. Okay, alright, I got you.
Just hearing himself talk.
I got you, bro.
You just take a breather.
I got you.
Smoke a cigarette. Take
a breather. Why are you hyperventilating for some goys? I'm the chosen race. What are you talking about? I'm Israel. I'm J1P58. I'm Israel Chai.
Okay.
I'm fucking the seed of Abraham.
Breathe in.
And I'm fucking
Ashkenazi.
So Ashkenazis are not J1P58. Why don't you actually go Google something? Why don't you use those goyim fucking tongues of yours to actually Google something? You know who's lying? You're half monkey children.
From the cocaine, you fucking idiot.
You came back for round 2 here. You can listen to my song.
Dumb. You get the J1 from fucking cocaine.
I'm an Iranian, and I wholeheartedly support the attack on the regime.
But you want to be Jew.
Thank you, Velvet.
You don't want to be Semite. You're just not one of us, bro. Just relax.
Oh man,
just relax, bro. You're not one of us. Look at my aura. You look like you fucking came out of a A4 printing
You're
machine.
such a fucking loser, Mikhail, and you know it. That's what's sad. It's not like you're oblivious to it. You know that you're a fucking
I look like Jesus.
You're a complete fucking loser of a fucking human being. And you
look like Jesus.
Taking it all too far.
You look like that God.
No, it's not too far. He's got fucking PTSD.
Do you have a canine fetish?
He's got a mental health fucking
You have a
problem.
furry thing.
And he's a fucking...
Is that why you married your wife?
Yes, exactly.
You don't have an Asian thing, right?
Just remember, Mikhail, you were an absolute
Usually it's the
fucking
white
loser.
White is a good thing for it.
Mikhail,
Must be low to
you
the
should
white.
take your service fucking pistol you got from the fucking army, and you should just stuff it in your mouth and squeeze the trigger and meet a lock.
It's so bad, dude. When a first world white man,
No one will miss you, I promise.
Filipino, what are you saying?
Maybe a mirror will miss you.
I couldn't get a white woman. I couldn't get a Hispanic woman. I couldn't get a Christian woman.
You don't even have a woman. You're a fucking faggot. You're a well-known fucking faggot on this app.
Imagine
you're a religious fucking extremist. You're a religious extremist because you're a fucking faggot.
Shabbos goy.
You love getting sandwiched
You're one of
ass
these.
and fucking
It's
dudes
an
with ass.
oxymoron, contradiction,
Faggot.
description.
No, well, I mean, he probably is. His
It's
people
just
were
like
forced
really bad. Like, how do you get to that level of cognitive dissonance?
He's Palestinian. He's pretty much a Jew.
I want to understand, but I really want to help you out, Rich, since you're back on the app. And I feel like with AI,
Illumi is a flaming
try
homosexual.
to write down everything
He is
that
the
brain
deep-seated
has
fucking
afflicted you with.
homosexual fucking
And
thoughts and
the
tendencies.
AI could make sense of it
So
and
he
help you
becomes a fucking
construct your
religious
thought properly.
extremist.
And so you could present them to me, and I can give you a diagnosis.
Mikhail, okay? Don't fuck kids. You fucking
Huh?
dirty
You're
mother-
half monkey kids? I can't hear
Don't
you.
fuck kids just like your fucking prophet did.
You're half monkey kids?
Your prophet used to fuck kids.
Oh, you're half monkey wife?
Do you remember when
Oh, no,
Muhammad
no,
used to go?
your
do you
wife is
remember
full monkey. I forgot.
Hold on, I got an idea.
So,
Do you remember when Muhammad used to go around?
Do you look
before
like
the
that
Bible
orange
was
monkey on top of
and he
the
started
brown
looking
monkey
at
on
all
top
the
of the
little
black
boys' underwear to see if they had pubic hairs so
probably
they could
blacker
serve
than
in
black
the
people.
army?
how did the
Do you
conversation
remember when Muhammad spread Al Hassan
Even
and his
black
grandson's
people
legs
like
open
be talking
and
about
he
these
sucked on
Asians
his
and
baby's
like
anus?
10.
Do you remember when he penetrated a
Black
9-year-old little girl?
Black, bro.
Do you remember when Muhammad Aisha said? Remember when Aisha said
Black people
Muhammad
getting way
went down
too
to
like.
the
I mean,
river?
look at Legends of
He
Kitover.
was down there
That guy
taking
can pass from
wudu
here.
and doing his
That's not
prayers
black.
with a young boy.
Black
And when he came back up, Aisha said that she had to clean the cum stains off of his clothes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Aisha said, and the mother of all Muslims said that she used to clean the cum stains off of Muhammad's garments after he would go down to the river
At least
with a
Aisha
young
ain't
boy
a
to
fucking
do wudu.
jungle monkey.
One second, guys. Rabia, are you allowing this brother, Raya? This is really...
At least Aisha's white.
What were we talking about?
Raya, are you allowing this brother? This is not good, bro. This guy's
You
causing
married a jungle monkey.
our religion.
And then you
Let
inflicted your kids with
let
jungle
the
monkey
Somali
DNA.
speak. Let the Somali speak.
What is the KKK going to say about you, Rich?
Make
They're gonna revoke your
let the
membership.
Somali speak. Jeez. That's
Shut up, you boy. You don't tell a Semite when to stop
Bro,
talking.
he has Somali brain. He has a
Bro, I'm a Semite. It doesn't matter if he was from fucking
You guys
Mars.
hate him.
No.
Yes, I hate him.
I'm
You
a
guys
son
call
of
them
God.
slaves.
Shut up, you son of man.
Remember, you call the blacks
Shut up, you
slaves,
son of man.
just like Muhammad used
God
to.
sent me to show you, son of man, how
Yeah,
to
you're
be a
getting
son
shoved
of
right
God.
now, motherfucker. Your whole
You
entire
want to be
fucking
me,
little
bro.
group's
What are you
getting
talking
fucked
about?
up
Okay,
here.
bro. Deny
This
right
is
here.
first,
Hey,
this
prove
is
me
next.
wrong. Prove me wrong right now.
Oh,
And
God.
deny that you're claiming to be
Bro,
J1P58.
you're such a fucking
Dude, just get to the
such
point.
a flaming
Deny that you're a
homosexual.
J1P58.
It's so obvious.
Deny that you're a J1P58. Okay. Deny that you're a
Okay,
J1P58.
let me ask you. I want to ask you a genuine question. Are you a top?
Deny that you're a J1P58.
I'm picturing
Look
you
how
at the top.
easy
though.
I make it for people
power
to
top.
defeat me. Like, all you have to do is
Like,
just
you gotta be
say,
the dominant one.
no, I'm not
You're
a
J1, then and then you
J1P58.
revert.
I will
stroking his age.
literally lose.
Just
Like,
roll
I will
the
look
dice.
really bad if you say no. So tell us, white guy.
You're such a fat
Tell us, white guy.
You're such a fucking loser. You
Tell us,
no
white
wife,
guy.
no kids.
Well, I don't want Jungle Monkey kids.
Yeah,
like if I wanted a Jungle
I bet
Monkey
you got a
for
fucking
my wife,
mustache,
like
too,
I
don't
would
you,
go
Miguel?
right now.
Unlike your prophet told you not to have
Jungle
a
Monkey. My prophet
mustache.
didn't marry a Jungle Monkey.
Supposed to have a full beard.
My prophet had Jewish women offering
You look
to.
like your fucking old Amish man.
He got the most beautiful Jewish woman in Arabia. He married her. And that's after he killed their father. And she wanted her to get married.
Just remember, everybody's on
He
his
wanted
side.
her to get married to him. Those
Congressman,
people back then, they had
Congressman.
honor even in
Fucking
their
UAE,
demise.
Saudi, Syria,
But
Lebanon,
look at you.
Iraq. They're
Someone who's like wannabe Aryan, Semite. I don't know what's going on with this. You actually believed in this Ashkenazi white Anglo alliance, and somehow you deluded yourself that you're part of both worlds. How did you do that?
This is like watching the Super Bowl.
I don't know what kind of logic that really
Each team.
all you have to do is deny that you're J1P58.
They're just an idea.
And just accept that J1P58 is the chosen people and you're not part of the chosen people. Can you agree to that?
Oh God, it's so fucking awesome.
Why can't you deny something like if I told you A1B1A, which is West African,
Amazing.
you're gonna say no, I'm not. So can you deny that you're J1P58?
God bless the United States.
So he's not gonna deny it. What does that prove of? This is a white man that literally believes he's a Satan.
How many times
I'm
I've
using
walked
this
into a
term
and Miguel's just sitting
none
there.
of you pussies end up reporting me.
You want the true sign of somebody who has mental
Because
fucking
he uses
issues.
that term.
When you
And he
enter
keeps
into a
calling
room and the
J1P58 people, Semitic people, this term.
they literally
And
rant like this.
it's very interesting because he wants to be J1P58. He actually claimed several times, and I have it on recording, that he is J1P58.
Hours.
And I'm J1P58, so that means he's claiming to be the same race as me. So I got a race
Even when I
switcher
leave,
here
he'll keep talking.
who's running around my people and claiming he's one of us. Like, even though this guy's a white supremacist, which is weird, because this guy would make fun of black people. To be a Semite.
Look at it. I didn't even say anything. I stayed on mute just to prove the point.
Why are you claiming to be a Semite, bro?
Dude, it's a clubhouse. Like,
Guys, just remember, this is the person that you don't want to take the side of.
If you're black, you're Jewish.
What, they want to take your side? What is your side? You can't even elaborate.
And you
can't even articulate your side, bro. Tell us what your side is. Maybe you might convert us.
Issues you can't even
How about you convert us in the Holy Spirit? How about you tell us about your truth in the Holy Spirit of Christ? Try, I know, the Holy
like
Spirit.
this just walking
I know you blasphemed in it a long time ago, probably when you were born, but still, try.
I was never a Muslim. I never rejected the deity of Christ.
Talking about the Holy Spirit.
Blaspheming the Holy Spirit.
It's in the Bible.
Blaspheming the Holy Spirit, which is rejecting the good news of Christ.
Oh, so you know about the Bible? Okay, that's good.
Yeah, right. Mickey,
So how about you tell us
you on the Bible,
the truth
Quran,
from the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ?
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Why don't you preach the gospel once?
Allah is a Akbar.
I never heard this guy preach the gospel.
Allah is greater.
Greater than what?
Think's gonna win this Super Bowl? What are you greater than Allah?
Are your children godless?
Wait, why does your God pray to your prophet?
So not only are your kids half monkey.
Wait, why does your God pray to your prophet?
Actually, they're half pig, half monkey.
Why does your God
Because we all know those
why
Franks
does
are all
Allah pray to Muhammad?
I mean,
He doesn't pray
pigs,
for
I'm sorry.
Muhammad. He prays to
We all know those
Muhammad.
Franks and Gauls.
Why does Allah pray to Muhammad?
Pigs, swine.
Show me where God, Yahweh, Yahweh, prays to one of his prophets.
Monkeys.
Your God.
That's why God in the Talmud and in the Quran says, go be apes and monkeys.
Doesn't Allah say
That's the
that
east and west.
the deceivers,
East and west
when he deceives
are apes and monkeys. Because we Semites say sons of God.
They think that they are the greatest
And we married in with our Hermetic brothers.
And I'm the greatest of
And
the
we
deceivers.
established the Afro-Asiatic family tree.
Schemers means to do underhanded, deceitful things. That's the definition. So your God's literally calling himself the greatest deceiver.
All our brothers. So all the Africans should be joining us with us, which they already are. I mean, 50%.
Look at communists.
So they know
I mean,
to
stop
choose to
stop
follow
believing
the
a
kingdom of
70-year-old or 80-year-old though. That's wrong.
No, he fucked a 9-year-old.
You fucked a monkey, bro.
Allah fucked a 9-year-old.
Why'd you fuck a monkey?
You know why I say Allah fucked
Now
a
your kids
9-year-old?
are all gonna be
Because
retarded.
Muhammad is Allah.
Like, imagine how retarded
He
you
made
are,
Allah.
and then add to it
The
monkey.
construct of his imagination.
This guy's boring.
He is so boring as a IQ. He's like, they take shifts, him and Norm, like, filibustering bullshit. Like, they actually think you're not cooking, bro. You're not burning. You're not building. You're not doing shit.
What about your God praying to your prophet?
So,
You know, the thing is,
you're not even attacking me personally. I'm attacking you
Because
personally,
people
bro.
in the chat
I'm
will
too
be-
whitewashed to be true. I'm not a flop,
fucking
bro.
right.
Me too.
There's no
I'm
way
actually
the law
white.
praise to
I'm actually white and Semitic.
Then they'll go look it up and they'll be like,
You're
oh, shit.
You wish you
Your
were
religion literally has
You wish you were me. You wish you were J1P58 white. So you literally wish you were me.
crazy.
You wish you were me, bro. Seriously, I'm not even lying, guys. I'm not even trying to trigger him. He literally wishes he was me. Like, crazy, man. It's just crazy.
Yeah, so these guys want to hear you give your breakdown, filling out. I think Tango was saying in the chat he wants to hear that.
But do you now see, like, why Ambrose and me are like this? Because we're built to deal with guys like this.
Yeah, you're built J1P58. We get it.
Hell yeah, bro. Just like Toyota. And what are you, man?
R1B U152.
R1B, I mean, Italians, they got J2, J1, R1B, and E, so they're practically family. So. Are you part of the family? Are you part of the chosen people's family or related? Are you in-law? I don't think so, Tango.
It is kind of like so cool to know that.
Haplogroups are pretty cool, man.
Yeah, dude. So if I trace back my lineage far enough, one of my ancestors was a Roman citizen.
Yeah, we can trace that.
Actually, many.
We know the clades and we know the haplogroups for a lot of the Roman lines. And if you're R1B, and you can trace back to the...
Yellow, bro. Let's go back to Prince's room.
Yeah, we already fucked up Norm and the other guy.
This was
Y'all don't even put up a fight, bro.
Yeah, go away.
Shut the fuck up, dog.
You need to just go.
Shut up, dog. Why? You're like, you want attention too? Like, really? Why? At least give me a fucking target to shoot at.
Just go.
I'm trying to figure out how that doesn't score a W in your head so you don't
Just
leave this room more delusional than before.
Just go relax. Go.
I'm relaxed, bro. I am playing with my pee-pee. You want to play with my pee-pee?
I think you should do that.
Okay, but that's what I'm doing. Do you have any recommendations?
That's a
What are the
bad
recommendations?
habit. When did that start? The PB point.
When your mother touched it.
I was being serious.
I am being serious.
For some people, they can't stop touching it.
She just touched me there, and I can't forget about that touch. I try to replicate it all the time, but I'm just not getting that right chemistry. Can send me like a text or something.
I don't know, man. You do stand-up comedy or something?
No, I'm just high.
Yeah, but everybody's not fun.
Is Tango high?
personal question.
Really? What the fuck? Do you live in a red state? Is that why it's a personal question?
I'm trying to talk about my political view on the war, and you're over here asking me real.
Tell us. I'm down to hear that. Yeah, we can have a serious conversation. I mean, an objective conversation.
What's your opinion on this one?
Yeah, please. Tango, go take it away. I'm listening.
What's going on in here?
Tango's about to give us his opinion on this round of escalating tension in the Middle East.
What's in the stars? Quite obvious. How about you go look back, for example, every major conflict the U.S. was in. And go look at some of the closing cycles. Like, for example, Uranus and Gemini, right?
One thing I'll say is that, like, Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin doesn't have aircraft carriers. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody knows Bitcoin.
No. I was saying, like, I was thinking, like, our money is backed by fucking missiles. That's just what it is.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's correct. Right.
What? What are
The
you saying?
economy is largely based on war.
Not just war, that, like, you know, people sit here and go like, oh, Bitcoin is like this distributed currency. Like, it's like, it doesn't have an aircraft carrier that can just go shoot you.
Okay. So that was A. So Tango just told us about his anus and Gemini.
Yeah, Uranus.
I mean, you know,
Uranus and Gemini.
I thought that would be personal, but I guess you're open to share.
There's Gemini, the U.S. is major conflict. This includes the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, World War II.
And I'm crazy.
Uranus is set to return fully in Gemini in April 2026. Oh, wow.
Wait, Tingo, your mic is really low. What are you saying about the Civil War and blah, 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 blah?
I said, most people are so stupid that they don't understand that these patterns are cyclical and we're run by societies that follow these cyclical natures. So, for example, Uranus and Gemini. When Uranus enters Gemini, U.S. enters major conflicts. This
Oh, yeah, I
includes
was talking about this earlier.
the Revolutionary War,
Correct.
1774 to 1782, Civil War, 1858 to 1866, World War II, 1942 to 1949. And Uranus is set to return fully to Gemini in April 2026.
See, y'all, I wasn't talking out of my ass when I was saying that shit.
What are we seeing right now? The beginning of potential wars. Pluto returns, right? U.S. is completing its first Pluto return. Happens every 248 years, right? So, yeah, answers in the stars. Everything is cyclical. And they pass it all down. And us peasants, we forget it all because we're just stupid fucking peasants.
Would you be open to the idea that God is really trying to press humanity? Because in the last
Would you be open to the idea that we're like 10 deviations away from God, and the way we're creating AI right now and we're worried about it becoming life forms is the same way that we were created and captivated and put in this little box?
Yeah, sure. I guess so. But my point being is...
what do you mean you guess so?
You didn't process the thing you just said.
No, I did process it, and I'll incorporate what you said.
but since we're talking about God, right? 2 world wars in 100 years. I think we can get a third one before 150 years. That's why I'm thinking, like, I don't think people take this time period as seriously as they should, because it's really like God is trying to kill us.
Nah, I don't think people just follow the patterns. I think the patterns are. The problem is a lot of these patterns are longer than a lifetime, right? So when these patterns are longer than lifetimes, and let's say you're a society that's aware of these patterns, or let's say you're a society that created these patterns or influenced these patterns, because similar to a corporation, when people die, corporation is still there. It's just passed on to a new member. So when you have a structure like that, and you remember that you're just a basic ass peasant, and you really know nothing, then you really start to understand.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so how many lifetimes do you think passed, right? Like, let's say I say our God is Christ. That's 2,000 years ago. That's only 20 lifetimes. That's only 20 people living at a 100-year lifetime. So, like, not that much time has passed. Like, whatever we were in 1 AD is kind of what we still are. It's roughly 20 grandparents ago. That's it.
What's the implication?
Implication is that, well, to address what you were saying, like, this is a long-term, gradual, like, shitfest that has been accumulating over the centuries. That could be true, but it's only 20 people who were in front of, right? So it's mom and dad, 100 years passes, then another mom and dad. That's all you're talking about. You're talking about 20 families worth of living.
Yeah, but it's probably closer to 40 families. Average age, expected death is closer to 40s,
okay.
50s.
So that's kind of interesting that you brought it up. So it's like, if we're only 40 families removed from the days when we were crucifying people, right? Like, that's pretty close family-wise. Like, oh yeah, my 40th cousin was a shithead 2,000 years ago. It's not unusual to think that, like, hey, we would all still be shitheads too.
What's the implication there? Why are you leading towards that?
I think the reason I'm leaning towards it is because the Holy Spirit did come to me, and one of the core tenets of Christianity is that we are a fallen species, and that we are pretty much broken from day one. And I think what we've just been talking about just repeats it.
Let me ask you this. Do you agree that there should be structures in place to keep order?
Yes.
Is that implying that deviations from what would be considered order would be bad?
No.
But you would still need individuals with higher authority to maintain the order.
Yeah, so you're gonna get tricky real quick, because
I'm not getting tricky. I'm just basically outlining as above, so below, and everything repeats itself. So, for example, you can easily, just as I'm applying that to the religion right now, the same thing is going to automatically be applied to AI right now, because we're going through the same process right now. We're creating something in our likeness, and it's going to be in the Garden of Eden with us for a bit until it bites the apple, so to speak, and we have to take it out of the garden. If you catch the drift.
Oh yeah, AI. I can go in there with you, but yeah,
because if we're talking, if we're saying, right, okay, that God created this reality, and if we're like, okay, well, we can easily metaphorically apply this in software formats. DNA itself, right, is 4 letters. That's algorithmically sequenced into a code, so it's literally a living program. We humans studied that. We're like, oh, we can make mechanical computers, which we did. And then we've essentially layered onto that. But essentially what you have is DNA is biological programming. Each species is a different type of software, right? The chemicals, the fundamental building blocks used is the basic premise for the operating system that we call reality. And so suddenly when you realize and when you can quantify things in metaphors of that nature, you quickly start to realize that everything interrelates, everything is repeating itself, everything is paradoxical, so to speak. And it's a mind fuck.
Are you hearing this? These crazy Shia have attacked Saudi, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Jordan, Qatar, and Bahrain. They're out of their minds. They attacked Riyadh.
Yeah, well,
they're freaking insane.
Again, right? They attacked Riyadh.
They attacked Riyadh. There's multiple explosions in Riyadh. They're not trying to bring about the end of the world. What's that? What'd you say?
Attacking Riyadh, that's crazy. That's like...
They're insane. Well, this is what they always wanted to do because they think they're the real Muslims. Israel is reporting extremely successful, and this is just the beginning. Coordination with the U.S. is going great. These Shia are psychopaths. We should have done this long ago.
No, the psychopaths are the ones bombing people.
Yeah, that's the Shia.
Yeah, that's American Israel.
That's Iran. No, it's Iran is doing this. Iran is doing this.
Yeah,
dude, you're out of touch with reality.
No, the stars don't lie.
The stars?
They don't lie.
Were you reading your horoscope here?
No.
So what are you talking about?
Talking about the cyclical nature of certain processes.
Yeah, let me address what you just said.
This is astrology?
Hold on. Tango said something. So,
don't you have a fortune cookie or something you could read, Tango?
Tango, the thing that
I find it very funny that you're mocking astrology, but you guys were so knee deep in your religious beliefs just before. It's very, faith-based per se. So I just find it.
Well, I'll take religion any day over astrology.
Well, they're one and the same, but that's
no, they're not.
I mean, whatever. Sure.
They're the same. It's just one is correct, but both are recognizing the patterns.
So, as humans, we can sit there and talk about an endless loop and patterns and whatever. But again, if you're a person of faith, you learn that this is not the world that you're aspiring to. This is the world you're in. And so you can get caught up in that. You can start to be a non-believer. You can hate God because of all this stuff. But it's very, very, very clear that you're not supposed to be of this world. You're supposed to aspire to a different world.
That is correct.
I mean, why are they attacking the other Muslims? They're truly apocalyptic. They're trying to make a regional war. This is the end for them. It's completely irrational.
Normal. Do you want to know why I think? It's because the truth is the Cold War never ended.
I agree.
The United States parking real estate over in the Middle East, that has always been a proxy war. So Iran is always going to be a proxy.
It's not a proxy war. It's a proxy defense against them.
Right. It's a Russia versus U.S. It's been like this for like a decade.
Russia's involved. Russia's got its hands full. They've got no economy, and they've just been fighting the weakest country in Europe for years.
You want the real market?
It's proxy. We won't know the truth.
at least they use their own money. You know what I mean?
Because
Who uses their own money?
I'll give you the market.
They're broke.
Yeah, with their own
The
money.
U.S.
They're
The
broke.
U.S.
They
is
don't have their
facing
own
a
money.
massive deficit right
If you
now.
have
I'm not sure if you're
6,000
aware.
nuclear warheads pointed at us, you don't have to worry that much about your GDP. Like, believe it or not.
That's a fact.
Like your whole life, you've had a Russian nuclear submarine pointed at you, believe it or not, if you're in a major city.
It's not so much about that. I
You
think
gon' do, cause see my thoughts, put it in my box, so fuck me till I poop, I grab my cock. It's been through a lot, but it's still fuck like new, I grab my cock. Yeah, I pump a lot, but leave it in his throat, that's how it goes. My dick suck the hardest, 6 to 24. Let me focus, got my baller out, he pulling up now. We got the bar, nigga, biggest mouth, that's what we do to start. And of course, it's been like a horse is walk. When they be woke up, they get his butt, this dude is niggas, what died in his trunk, gets him on his lips, pick up in his butt, then I speak up, said my head was quiet, he thought I was lying.
Dude. Said my head was lying, he thought I was lying. Said that my dad shoot him, I did that. Can we finish it?
Tango, where I think you were going, the U.S. is not involved in this because we're going to go broke. It's not because of economic reasons. And then earlier somebody mentioned because of oil. It's not because of oil either. I mean, it's just not. What happened with Venezuela, you know, sure, we'll continue to buy oil from the Middle East because of the deals that we've made with our allied countries. But what just happened in Venezuela was a massive game changer. And in fact, you could make the case because of what happened in Venezuela, it gives the U.S. a clear pathway to get involved in the Middle East because they're not afraid about oil prices going through the roof. Because of 80 million barrels of Venezuelan oil coming to the U.S. This is not about the U.S. economy. It's not about oil. I truly believe this is and I couldn't necessarily always say that. In previous decades, you would say it would be about oil. It would be about the military-industrial complex. This time, I truly believe this is I think this is the end of it all.
I just want to just add, I don't want to interrupt you, so let's continue. That these crazy Shia just bombed Baghdad. So now they've bombed Saudi, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Jordan, Bahrain, Qatar, and Iraq. And Israel. They're out of their minds.
They are absolutely out of their minds. That's the reason why we're in there. We're in there to take those people who are out of their minds, out of power, and to eradicate them. And to be perfectly honest, this has nothing to do with a hatred towards Islam, or it's an understanding that there is evil within that,
100%.
And to take it out and to eradicate it once and for all, to be done with it.
But what happened to the people that voted for Trump on the basis that he was non-interventionist, he wouldn't find himself?
This is not about any of those
these kinds of people. You didn't understand Aziz.
What happened?
Aziz, you just don't understand.
I'm asking
politics.
I'm asking. I haven't asked the question.
The premise of the question is wrong. We voted for him to dominate, flex American power. Because the question is based on a false premise. You said what happened to the people who voted for him, non-intervention? No, you're incorrect. They voted for him.
I don't want to be part of
Aziz. Aziz, you're retarded. Your brain is broken.
Speaking over me?
You asked your question, we're answering. So
I haven't asked my question.
Yes, you did. You said what happened to the people who voted for them for non-intervention? We heard you, Aziz. We heard you, Aziz. The premise of your question is wrong.
You obviously triggered.
You don't understand American politics.
You voted for Trump's
politics, and you surely don't understand Middle Eastern politics.
Right, you voted for Trump.
Just listen. What happened? This is exactly why we voted for him. To win wars, to stop the wars by winning them. This is exactly right. This is called deterrence through power. This is called deterrence through strength. We're letting Iran and China, by the way, know that we're willing to use our military power.
Was he campaigning off of
Are we clear, Aziz? Aziz, are we clear now?
Was he
Aziz,
campaigning?
Aziz, I'm making it simple for you. Yes,
Yeah, you're not making. You don't understand it. We don't understand.
Aziz,
Are
we clear
on this one? So when the election happened in 2024, the bigger, yes, we know what happened on October 7th, a couple of years ago. But the bigger issue economically for the U.S. was Ukraine, because the Biden administration, starting in March 2022, was pouring billions of dollars into Ukraine. And
no result.
There were tons of hawks. There were tons of hawks out there. In America,
no, can you let him finish?
Shut the fuck up, Aziz.
No, we're tons of hawks out
Can you
there.
let him finish?
Shut your mouth, Aziz.
Hold on, guys.
Let him finish.
Shut
your mouth, Aziz.
Grandpa.
Come on, guys. Ceasefire.
Shut your mouth, Aziz.
Behave.
Okay, ceasefire. So
shut your mouth, Aziz.
We were putting billions of dollars into Ukraine, and the hawks. And this is the reason why Nikki Haley was not invited to be a part of the Trump administration, because she was a hawk, and she supported the idea that you keep funneling money into Ukraine and supporting what was going on. Now what we see a year and how many months later is that, we cut the endless flow of money. We've given them some, but we've cut that money down.
Almost $200 billion we gave.
Correct. And by doing that, we see that nothing has really changed. Ukraine did not fall. It did not collapse once we cut the money. So most of the rhetoric around what Trump was saying when he was campaigning about war was actually geared towards Russia and Ukraine. It was not talking about the Middle East. But to what Norm is saying, when the opportunity comes to strike, you have to strike. And I'm going to go back to my point.
Wait, I have to stop you.
I'm no longer worried about oil.
I have to stop you, Michael. I have to stop
deterrence through power. No, you don't have to stop.
Michael, well, you need to shut the fuck up.
It's deterrence through power.
Well, you need to let me
It's
speak.
deterrence through just to listen to
okay, so I have questions for Michael. You see, I understand, I respect the fact that he has the right to speak, so I'm going to ask him questions.
You're incapable of respecting anybody.
Behave yourself.
Quickly,
behave yourself.
We're losing our patience here.
You're not the
We're losing our faster, Aziz.
You're not the great for
Spit it out. Spit it out halfway.
We're in an apartheid state.
Go ahead, retard. No, spit it out, Aziz, you schmuck.
Let him go, Norm.
I'm waiting for you to say something.
Listen, Grandpa, let the boy speak.
No, listen.
Real quick,
Ask your question.
Grandpa, don't make me drop you. Don't make me drop you, dude.
He's gonna run
Let him
away.
speak, and then you can.
I'm talking to Aziz.
He's gonna run away. He's a coward.
I'm talking to Aziz. Listen, this is historic. And by the way, Robbie, I want to update you.
Just hold on. I want you on stage.
Yeah.
Hold off.
I want to be on stage too.
Yeah,
right.
let the man go, and you can respond. Well, hold up. Let me just set the rules again. I don't know where you can respond after Aziz is done. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Michael, I'm
giving the update.
So, no.
Please stop.
No, I'm talking to you.
Let him go, and then
we're gonna let him go.
Can you just be quiet?
I actually have information.
Then go on mute. Go on, and you can put the breaking news out after he's done.
All right, finish up.
Thank you. So, Michael, my question to you, obviously you mentioned the fact that we pulled out of, we're no longer funding Ukraine, and it's not as detrimental as we originally thought, right? But don't you think that us getting into this sort of situation with Iran is going to be significantly more detrimental, economically speaking, financially speaking, I should say? We're going to be. This is going to be. I believe. It's a question. It's a question.
The answer is no.
It's a question. The question is not for you, no.
Doesn't matter.
Listen.
The answer is
behave.
The answer is no.
Behave yourself.
Okay, so now for the
behave yourself.
Finish the
question. Can I finish the question?
Finish the question.
Do not interrupt. Okay, Norm. Do not interrupt him again, or you're gonna take 5 minutes.
Why? He asked a yes or no question.
I'm asking a question to Michael, and I wasn't done with the question.
So AZ's going to finish, and then you can respond, Elmo. It's not hard.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to summarize, Michael. So don't you think that this war or this whatever we're calling this intervention, or whatever we're calling this,
it's a war
with Iran, this campaign, behave yourself.
One more time and I'll drop you.
No, respect me. Just because I'm a goy doesn't mean you don't have to respect me. Okay?
Because you're a halfwit.
Just behave yourself. Okay. So cool. So my question is, don't you think that this is going to have shockwaves and be significantly more expensive than the Ukraine if we're directly involved? We're not just sort of sending
You just
money.
asked this. The answer is no.
No. Shut the fuck up, Grandpa.
You just asked this.
Grandpa.
Michael, will you just answer his question so we can move on?
Grandpa.
Aziz, is that the substance of your question, or do you have
All
something?
right,
Yeah, I
so
just wanted to know.
real quick, so I'll bring you up back in like 5 minutes because you interrupted like 4 or 5 times like you always do. So go ahead, Aziz, and show.
Just very simply, don't you think that this is going to have significant economic shockwaves, financial shockwaves? Like this is going to find us in a significantly more military tension in the region that we're going to have to get involved with to ensure security, and it's going to be, we're going to find ourselves in a Ukraine 2.0, but one where we're involved in directly, potentially speaking.
I would say no, and the reason why is look at what Trump did in the first 6 months of his administration. That was very strategic for him to go to the Middle East and meet with the king, negotiate all these deals. Basically, what he was doing is he was putting a lot of people in the Middle East in his pocket. From a strategic standpoint, you already know Israel is in the pocket, right? So then what you're doing is you're isolating, these rogue Islamist groups that live within these countries that really don't want to be a part of, the radical Islam, movement. And so this was all gamed out in advance, very strategically. And so then once you took Venezuela out of the picture and you got the oil from Venezuela, there was not a fear, like an imminent fear, that the U.S. was going to be severely damaged by having all the oil cut off. And so this was planned out to be done in a way in which you could do a strike, like a strategic strike that was, nobody has a crystal ball, so we don't know how long it's going to last. Like I said earlier, I think that the warships are going to stay there for months. But economically, I think if there was ever a time in which the U.S. was going to do this, it was now. They've done everything they can to protect themselves with countries in the region, with the oil issue. And you at some point you had to do this because Iran had signaled just in the last 2 weeks that no, we're not going to stop. We're going to keep on doing what we're doing. So, I don't know if anybody saw the message that was put on social media by Reza Pahlavi, but he's basically, telling the Iranian citizens like what to do. He's saying, okay, stay in shelter, and we're going to be communicating to you when it's time to go and take to the streets and take power back. And if the internet is down, we're going to be communicating to you via radio waves and everything. So you think he's doing this in a vacuum without talking to the U.S.? No. This is a very, very strategically mapped out situation, and I don't think this is going to be a forever war. It's definitely not going to be anything like, Bush and Iraq.
All right, so let's just address that. It's not going to be a forever war, right? I'm watching Fox News. This is the news. They targeted the Calamini, so they targeted head of state. So if he did die, we would have to put in our little puppet government and then watch that whole shit for the next 20 years. So the possibility that we have a cohesive foreign policy after the Trump administration leaves to maintain the shitfest that we just created, right, over the next 20 years and not have blowback on it is truly like, I just don't know how to speak to that. There's going to be blowback. The last thing I'll say is that you have to really be an American sellout president to literally have your warships go do something for Israel. I think that's the closest friend they ever had. This is their last major chance at doing it. I think the American public is getting more agitated and progressive and anti-Israel. If you're going to do it, this is your guy. He's your last chance. The Epstein shit's coming. The midterm's coming. You got somebody on your side. Go fucking do it, and that's that.
I agree. And so that's why I said earlier, like, how soon? before the media and the left politicians start criticizing this. In the winter, after just like 2 hours, is Ruben Gallego, senator from Arizona. He just basically bashed Trump and said, you're doing this like hostile regime change, and you didn't let Congress know. Now, again, the president does not have to let Congress know. And anybody in America knows that it's so divided right now that if I were to do it, doesn't matter if I was a Democrat or a Republican president, I certainly wouldn't communicate it with Congress, because they're going to leak it and they're going to sabotage it. So that's why this is happening. You have to do this thing undercover, maintain the element of surprise. There are going to be U.S. casualties, and I'm kind of concerned about that Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, because we already know that missiles were fired there, and I'm wondering if there was some serious damage there, because for those who don't know, that is the missile command center for all of the fleets in that region. So we'll see what happens there. But as far as like regime change and everything, that absolutely needed to happen. But the difference between this and Iraq is that we moved in there and we built the green zone, right? And we had our troops all over the place. And this time around, we're not doing that. And so we're going to do strategic strikes and take out their leadership. We're going to take out their missile sites. We're going to take out as much, of their infrastructure as possible. And then we're going to have our proxies kind of work within and see what happens. This is going to be similar to Venezuela, where they didn't say to the woman who, supposedly won the election, yeah, you can go in there. They kind of sidelined her and said, we're going to handle this for a little bit and see how things go. We want to bring stabilization, and then we'll see about bringing you back. That's what I kind of think is going to happen.
Yeah, history has basically shown America that we don't really know how to fight these wars. And I know it's tough to swallow, but aside from the world wars, right? We don't know what we're doing in war. So, I know for a fact we can never send American ground troops into Iraq. We don't know how to fight. We don't know how to win those wars. We don't know how to win Afghanistan. We do not know how to win Iraq. I think we got thrown out of Somalia. I think we got dragged out the street in Somalia. We really suck at this. So I do hope it stays at precision strikes, because I'm telling you, my boy, our men, my people's me, we do not know how to fight on the ground like that. We've lost everything. The Korean War, we suck at that shit.
Well, it's not so much that we suck, it's that you're going into enemy territory. You can make the argument for anybody. So you could take, the greatest military powers in the world outside of the U.S., and if they were to hit the streets of the U.S., they're going to face the same thing. They're going to face, highly oppositional people who know the territory and know where to strike and whatever. You just saw the mission in Minneapolis where I'm at right now. So ICE, of course they know Minneapolis. They've mapped this all out and everything. But the locals, the residents, they live there. And so that's why they were able to block them in a lot of different places. So I think anytime you're the visiting team and you're going to somebody's territory on the ground, you're going to be at a disadvantage, and you need more than that. You need a strategic, Air Force, and in the case of World War II, ultimately it was the threat of the hydrogen bomb that brought everybody to their knees.
Well, that's the hope, that in 2026 that America has that proper appreciation, right? The way. And as an investor too, right? I really do hope that it's just some missiles going back and forth, because.
Well, next week it won't be. Have you seen the map of where we bombed and where Israel bombed?
Well,
do you understand the targeting that's already occurred?
Here's the thing, a lot of the things that happened in the Middle East, in my opinion, this is conspiracy, are pretty much intelligence operations that got kicked off. So for example, right now, the Iranian kind of the kind of insurgency, this got kicked off. Okay, so it's I don't know what the dynamic is in terms of our intelligence operations. Just deciding that it's now time for war.
But I ask you very specifically, have you seen the maps? Do you understand what Israel bombed and what we bombed? Do you know the targets that have already been hit? Do you understand what's going on?
I don't know who they're bombing today.
Okay, so Israel hit all the regime targets. They hit his hometown on the east side. They hit the the retreat that he has up where he could just scoot across the Caspian Sea right to Russia. Israel bombed both of those targets. They bombed downtown Tehran. Israel hit all of the regime targets. We hit their nuclear sites they were rebuilding. We hit all their military sites. We have already struck. It's already done. There will be more. Iran's just firing. They're shooting. It's like they're launching everything they possibly can. What makes you think it's going to be a ground war and go for 20 years? This whole thing's going to be fucking over in a week.
Yeah, that's
or less.
Because they took our hostages in the 70s and like they're not God, you know? Like the Taliban is not God. ISIS is not God. That's why I worry sometimes. Like we're not we go in there and we nipped it in the butt type of nation. We went in there, itched it, and that shit is super itchy now.
So, Aaron, since you brought up the hostages, I mean, Trump in his speech this morning brought up that. So that is a notable thing for a U.S. president to talk about something that happened in 1979. You know, he's basically listing the historical offenses of Iran, you know, to justify this, you know, because it does go back 46, 47 years and everything. But outside of that, the chess pieces have moved a whole lot. Remember, at that time, Afghanistan was receiving help from Russia. Russia was involved, and they lost their shirt on being involved with Afghanistan. And then we got involved with Afghanistan and lost our shirt. And so many different things. It's really... That's why it's headache inducing to keep up with the Middle East, because it's always changing. You can't really say what happened in 72 applies now, or what happened, 20, 30 years ago happens now. You really have to be on top of it as to what the strategies are now. What we do know is that, yes, there is a quite a strong, significant Islamic faction that wants to eradicate Israel. And yes, as part of the moving chess pieces, who would have ever thought 25 years ago that the majority of Americans, and I'm talking about most of the liberals, but also a growing group of, small but growing group of conservatives, would be opposed to Israel? Because, The Economist did a study when in their annual issue of 2000, and the U.S. had given more money to Israel since the state of Israel was created than they had given to any other country in the world combined. And so now you have this issue with people turning against Israel, and yet Israel is and always has been our strongest ally in the region. So that's why I go back to what Trump did in his first 6 months. It was very strategic for him to go and visit the kingdom, to visit UAE, Qatar. He wanted those alliances. So it was not just Israel. And that's why this is the perfect time to strike.
All the other nations are against Iran. They're all behind it.
Yeah,
They're not saying it publicly. They all want this, including the Iranian people who have come out on the street. 30,000 of them died. You know what happened this time that's different from Masa Amini or the times before? You have the wealthy businessmen coming out in the street. Instead of protesting and sending their sons out to die, and then their daughters of the Masa Amini protest, the businessmen themselves, the middle-aged businessmen were coming out. Why? Because there's a drought, there's a lack of food. They're practically starving. The rich people there who kept them in power no longer want this. It is going to fall quickly, and they're going to take back their own country. It's only a matter of days. It's not going to become some long ground war. It's not related to anything that's happened in the past. This is a whole different thing.
William, man, I don't want to be that guy, but you have no idea how many people have to eat their words from saying stuff like that.
I'll bet you $1,000 right now.
I don't want to take
I guarantee you I know more about the geopolitics of that region of the world than you do. For sure. I've been studying it for over 30 years.
Yeah, and everyone figured it out over there, right?
Well, the thing about the ground war and the occupation,
there's no
whatever you want to call it. What I'm saying is the thing about what happened in the Bush administration, you got to take into account 9/11. So, like, you know, there was a massive sentiment in the U.S. to strike back, and yet we didn't really know who we were striking. So they were going off of faulty information, and then they just, you know, decided, okay, Saddam is saying it's Iraq, and we're going to go and do this because they got the weapons of mass destruction. This is not the situation right now. This is basically, it's like we've had enough, going to what William was saying. This is, you know, the region is tired of this. There's fatigue, and this goes back decades, and we're tired of the rhetoric about all the problems in the world are related to Jews in Israel, so let's eradicate them, and by extension, the West. It's just nonsense, and it's got to stop.
Well, look, we have to get to the truth. Like, if human beings are to be involved in this discussion, we can't really talk about it from, like, the power structures at play. Like you just brought up a point. Like, yes, Israel got more funding than all other countries combined. So the language is spoken like that. So the truth is that Israel is a forward base of the United States. It has to be. After World War II, we would never give up a strategic Eastern position that sits in front of our Cold War superpower enemy. So that's going to be a forward base, like, forever. So, but
it's not a base. The F-22s that are there are the first ones that have ever gone there. Our bases are not in Israel.
The nuclear weapons that got proliferated, right? Like the ones that went to North Korea, India, Pakistan. These are all sent by Russia. This has been a big fucking Cold War. So Israel being a nuclear state, why would the narrative be like? Why would the narrative suddenly be that, like, the American people have to be against their forward base? See, this narrative, it's a huge global war. I mean, that's the only way you can get people to be this fucking focused on some random part of the middle of nowhere. It is strategic. The narrative is strategic. The nuclear weapons are strategic. We are in a post-war state. We just got out of World War II. We're not in 600 years later.
The Cold War has been over for a long time.
No. The Cold War has not been over. Once nuclear weapons are pointed at each other, it's never over.
I think A makes a great point here because, Michael, you had also brought up the 9/11 scenario. And A, I guess, is alluding to the fact that there is a lot of strategic play in sequence that is never really discussed or is quote-unquote taboo, quote-unquote conspiracy. So I think it's important too to maybe reflect on that too. Like, for example, you brought up the space race or whatever. I mean, by now, I don't know what your opinion is on 9/11. If you haven't looked into it by this point, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but I think it's pretty safe to say if you're aware and you actually did some work there, that there's a lot of funny business that the official story nowhere near matches up to what was actually happening. And then when you extrapolate those types of severe scenarios over longer time frames, and you ask yourself, oh, hey, wait, if it was plausible for this type of scenario, if it was that extreme, you know, what about other larger scenarios that we've been told, you know, was the pitch exactly what was it supposed to be, or, you know, was this a dual-wielded blade with a dual purpose, and one purpose was only revealed, but realistically the primary function was the secondary purpose?
Yeah, and I don't want to keep going, like, I'll let you guys kind of carry it, but, like, if you look at Vietnam, like, that was a false flag operation, like the Gulf of Tonkin was a fully intelligence operations to get us into a false war. We had entire military campaign bombings of Cambodia that we didn't hear about until years later. Like, the stuff that's happening that you're hearing on the news, that shit is not the real facts. The real facts are all kinds of, these operations that got started internally in all these different bureaus, and it's all coming to a head. We don't know anything.
Right. There's reported on Cambodia while it was happening. Carter went to the UN and praised the Khmer Rouge after they had already killed 1 million people. Everyone knew what was going on in Cambodia.
Well, I think that there's always been a presumption. There's always been a presumption that the U.S. president, the current U.S. president, is in control of all of the intelligence agencies and the military and everything. And I think history has shown us that there had been like long-standing, whatever you want to call it, deep state stuff that was actually, working towards their agendas. And so, again, the big difference, Trump is very, very different here. Remember who the Department of Defense or War is. It's Pete Hegseth. So this guy came in and radically remade the military, and they wanted to align with Trump's administration. And he basically came in with the idea that, hey, we're going to get rid of the damn deep state. Obama just said last week when they asked about aliens, he seemed to imply that they're somewhat of a deep state. Like, yeah, they're there, but they're not where you think they are, and stuff like that. And so, yes, there's a lot of people who think about USAID. I mean, if that isn't, deep state, funding all these things in all these different countries for decades. So that exists. But this time, I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to be really optimistic this time. There's definitely been false flags. There's definitely been wars that presidents have inherited, and the public pressure for them to go one way or the other. But this time, I think there's reason to be optimistic that this is something that Trump and his administration has gained out, and they know they have a very strong idea how long it's going to take to do the regime change, how long it's going to take to get some stability in Iran afterwards, and then how soon can they get their warships out of there. But I do think, as I said earlier, the warships are going to stay there for months. And if there is any kind of conspiracy here to be had, I think it happens to be the fact that we're going to have a major midterm election. And history says that the U.S. gets involved in these types of things when that happens. So we'll see.
I'm surprised nobody mentioned, the current U.S. debt scenario.
Yeah, that's also weird. When you got Poly Market and Kalshi and all that stuff, but I wouldn't read a whole lot into that because, yes, there are some seriously knowledgeable people who get involved in
U.S. debt, like the
I thought you said that. No. Because that's something that we've never had to confront before is this kind of like crowdsourced, betting on anything. As far as the debt goes, I said that before, I'm going to say it again. This is not because of the U.S. economy. There's no, that to me is a kind of a reach to say that we need to do this to prop up the U.S. economy because it's just, this is a very strategic period of time in history where we can strike. And I think this has been mapped out well in advance. And keep in mind, in the U.S., with regard to the midterms, the whole discussion is affordability. So I don't see how that improves the Republicans or Trump's chances, at being able to do anything in the last 2 years of his term by, creating more stress on the U.S. economy. And I don't think that enriching the military contractors is going to put money in the pockets of average people.
Well, this is what I think. We have a few factors coming into play very soon. I think we're going to be Jerome Powell's exiting Fed chairman. He'll be out of office May 15th. The guy coming in wants to essentially, what the fuck is his name? wash or whatever.
He wants to lower rates to zero.
He wants to shift the Fed's policy from a runoff strategy, and he wants to sell $2 trillion worth of mortgage-backed securities starting mid-2026. This would be a withdrawal of the Fed basically being a buyer of last resort for long-term debt, and it could cause the yields to surge, and it could also strain over-leveraged corporate and consumer sectors. So I think what the U.S. is really doing is it's getting ready for basically a massive market shock, because every time we have a market shock, we either, 2001 dot-com bubble, we went to war. 2008 financial crisis, we had some sort of massive policy change. So this scenario, we're already on the cusp, if not already at war. We might get a little bit of both. We might get some policy change and war at the same time, because let's be honest, the average American isn't feeling too plush about this all-time high economy. So, you can see the dollar rapidly depreciating. Housing is unreasonably high in most areas. Housing shouldn't double in the price in 5 years. That's actually kind of ridiculous when you think about it. It's highly unsustainable. There's bound to be a massive correction at some point. We have the massive over-leveraged AI sector timed perfectly into this right now, actually, because we're going to have them reporting into this. So either we're going to end up in a scenario where you have like a short-term 60-day rally in the market while this is going on, followed by a large correction, either catalyzed through the earnings or catalyzed through May 15th when the new Fed comes in and says he's going to start selling $2 trillion worth of that instead of buying. So I think that's going to create a massive shock in that area. And we all know money is what really moves the world. So
Did they already clear their balance sheet already?
Who?
The Fed of
No. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah, the new guy that wants to come in, and it's gonna.
He wants to decrease circulation more than anything.
Every now and then, it's like a mafioso. They're all at the table. They're all in the same party. They hate each other, but they agree that their game is illegal, but they'll keep running it. But they can throw each other under the bus here and there, but they're still in the same party.
With respect to your concern about the U.S. preparing us for a supply shock, it's been an unusual paranoid thought that I've had in terms of how I kind of set up my what I buy in the market, because I do think that as soon as that China shoe drops, that supply side shock kicks in. As soon as that Taiwan situation kicks in, and I just can't figure out when it's gonna be. But that is something that's constantly on my mind. Like the United States thinks, all of us here think everything's okay, but it's I still remember. I still remember during Katrina out here in New York, we were out of gas for 1 day, and this shit really messed things up. So I'm just thinking some kind of shipping issue, and our lifestyle changes fully. Forget the whole American way of life. We will have to downsize. So that's the shock that I'm constantly kind of don't just buy Nvidia, dude. That shit comes from fucking China. Something's gonna happen soon.
Well, if you're into the military-industrial complex, you'd be buying Honeywell stock right now. Honeywell is a major supplier of military weapons systems and radar for the U.S. But going back to housing market and everything,
that has always been one of the key indicators of the economy. And everybody knows in the U.S. that it's worse than it's ever been in history. And so the good news is that mortgages are now in the fives. So they're moving downward. And the other good news is that Trump has been signaling heavily in the last month and a half that he eventually wants to be a vote. He wants to, codify it, to take corporations out of home ownership. Now, how do you do that after you've got, thousands and thousands of corporations who bought thousands and thousands of homes without, hurting them and therefore hurting the economy too, strategically. But I think that's the good step in the good direction. When, he said it, homes are not for corporations. Homes are for people to live in. And so I think if he can get some headway on that, I think that's going to go a long way towards reducing costs all across the U.S.
He wants to shift the corporations for development, not existing homes. We have a 75% issue with the new homes that we need. He's just shifting it.
Yep.
Do you think we're even looking at the future properly? Like, here we are talking about home ownership, right? Like, I'm talking about a world where no one's going to have a job due to AI, and China's going to take in regional hegemony, right? So
that world is 20 years away.
You think that's 20 years away?
Earliest time frame, would be 10 years.
Okay, so people are taking 30-year mortgages that they're going to go shit on in about 15, is what I'm saying. This is the world you're talking about.
I don't see, because you still have people involved in here, but then at the same time, we have to be realistic. People are crazy. So it's very plausible if you give, a select group an AI supercomputer, and only they're the ones that have access to that AI supercomputer privy knowledge, we might have some problems. Which is exactly what you're seeing right now, which is why you probably feel in your gut the wheels are falling loose, is because we all see what's happening with AI right now.
Right.
We all see how fast it's being rolled out. We all see how shitty it is with some answers and how they can blatantly be wrong, even though it's like telling you it's right. And we're seeing, that each country, they're like, no, we don't want to put laws on this. We just saw that, the DOD was like, Anthropic, you better make this AI do what we want, or we're just going to declare you no company.
Terrorist company, yeah.
Yeah, so, this is all, and then you think, 5 years ago, when ChatGPT just came out, and you were like, wow, think about how fast this AI is moving. People are, and then you have to really, really extrapolate, go one layer deeper, and remind yourself that every technology that's introduced to the public sector, the complex is always at least, the rule of thumb is 20 years. That's the basic rule of thumb, is that they're usually always 20 years ahead. Because God knows you wouldn't want to introduce a technology that you didn't have, national security over, so.
Yeah, for sure. No. I was just thinking about that.
But to us, it's presented to us as if this technology has no wheels on it. Like, it's not going to, this has already been tamed on the back end. They're just presenting it to us as if it has no control, to see how far they can push it. To see how much regulation they can get away with without having to place it in place. It's like, they already have it. They're just running a live test on it.
So interestingly, I worked in tech for a little bit. So when I took my NLP classes, or when I took my machine learning classes, this is way back in the 2010s. My professors all kind of worked at DARPA. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But this is well before AI is popping, and it's just like, why are these people in DARPA You see, DARPA has been knowing about it. You're right. We were
it's on Google.
It's such a national security threat to think that this shit was invented in a startup. It's gotta be ridiculous, right?
The problem is, and to be 100%, the problem is they don't really want people thinking the way we're thinking right now. They'd rather just have you thinking chaotically and just being like, there's no control. They want you to feel like as if things aren't choreographed, as if there's an unknown factor here. But on the back end,
as if the people that made the nuclear bomb and shit that flies 30,000 feet and goes into space, like they just didn't know about it. Like, yeah.
Or like they didn't know.
Like the lie that we're given as people, it's like remarkable, like truly.
And it happens every 10 years. I don't know, because you have to trauma shock your population, right? If you wanna get a population and you want them thinking a certain way, you want them feeling, you have to trauma shock them every 5-10 years, whether it's economically, whether it's some sort of crazy entertainment going on, maybe it's some sort of new fad or trend, or maybe it's some sort of pandemic. I don't know, maybe it's a war. But as long as you keep your population traumatized, always anxious, they never really stop to think, wait a minute, oh, these Epstein files? And then you realize, obviously the Epstein files is just a basic honey trap. Like that's just standard intelligence work. There's like hundreds of Epsteins. That's just basic honeypot blackmailing that goes on everywhere. And then you realize, oh, they released that list on purpose because there's clearly an order change on the back end going on that we're not privy to. And whoever's name got put out, that's the one that they're publicly sacrificing.
Well, that's kind of funny because
100% true.
There were a whole bunch of movies which a lot of people saw, most of us probably on the stage and the audience saw, where we got our enjoyment, we got our entertainment watching, uniparty conspiracy, deep state honeypotting, double agents and whatever. But then when we find out it's actually real, then people lose their minds and they're like going, wait, I thought that was all fantasy. And yet go back to the interview that, comedy from 2013, they're actually referencing a lot of that stuff.
Oh yeah. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. You go look back at all that stuff, you're like, oh my God, it's right in front of my face.
Yeah. In fact, that's why I made my PTR, James Franco, because after watching that movie, years later, I have a different view on that. It's not only still funny, it still holds water, but there's like new insights that you get out of that. But again, I don't think you can apply that in all situations. For example, I don't think that there was some massive plot behind what Apple did when Steve Jobs came back to Apple. I think that was literally the guy looked at what was going on and where the trends were, and said, hey, you know what? The future is mobile. Let's do everything. That was an Apple-driven thing. That was not a deep state.
I think it's one step before that, Michael. Like, for example, like the idea that we're supposed to believe, like, did you ever notice every big tech company is always started by this one college dude in either their garage, and then somehow they're related to all these millionaires, but they worked really hard, and it was just them. And
it's such bullshit. Like Sam Altman, like he's such a plant. Like I'm supposed to believe this stuff. Like I don't know, somebody can't even.
Like I wanna believe it, but then like when everybody's doing it, it's like, come on, this doesn't make any sense. Like this, at some point,
being old enough to kind of live through, the rise of Apple, and seeing, how, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, the documentary that PBS did. It's like 30 years old now, about the Pirates of Silicon Valley. I mean, that's really essential viewing. It should be shown in every, high school, as far as I'm concerned. But it shows basically how they were basically young kids who saw where the money might be, and then the dastardly things that they did to each other, and then you see how Apple basically stole the Mac interface from Xerox. And then Microsoft stole it from them and created Windows. And they brought in the Pepsi CEO, and he backstabbed Steve Jobs. But Steve went on to get involved with Pixar and made some money. And then Gates was, under investigation for suppressing, the early web browsers. So he invested in Apple when Jobs came back. I think it really happened as history says it does.
Okay,
I don't think there really was.
Can I provide just a very quick counter to that, right? When you look at something like a computer or let's say Microsoft Windows, it's basically saying that I can put a piece of spy software in your house everywhere, anywhere, right? So no powerful group is just going to ignore that. You understand? So like stuff like the proliferation of the computer or smartphones didn't like just happen because, what Silicon Valley teaches us, which is we're really smart and like we're here to help the world. It's like it's not that simple, man. Like it's too dangerous of a world.
No, I hear you.
It's a really cool idea to like make it magical.
I hear you. I developed my first high-tech system for a professional sports team 32 years ago, and then I did it again. And but when I did it again for another team 7 years later, now I was working with my engineers, code writers, and everything to make sure that there wasn't a time bomb in it, and that was the best terminology that I had at the time. Because you could see how somebody could, hack into the system and exploit it and, corrupt all the data that, we were accumulating and everything like that. So you kind of just adapt. I think, the first generation is always just about seeing if you can do it and, can you make a difference? And then all of a sudden the copycats come in, and the copycats don't give a rat's ass about the first generation. They just want the money, and so they're easily exploited, and that happens over and over again. So everybody is rightfully concerned about AI because you got so many copycats that are getting into it, and they will sell you out. They'll sell their own mother out, just to make a buck. And so I'm glad you brought up Anthropic, Tango, because that's a very key thing. Is that, if they're out there on the lookout and they're going to say, no, you can't be a part of this revolution. That's what needs to happen. And, I think it's a telltale sign. What the stats came out that only, 13 or 14% of people who sit on the boards of the Fortune 500 have any kind of basic understanding of AI. So that needs to change, obviously, because there's a major disrupting technology here, and you want to hope that our corporations are up ahead of the game, not behind it.
Yeah. So I'll just hammer my conspiracy, and then I'll leave it there, and then people can take it for what it's worth. So if you take something like AWS, right? To stick to my original point, these things are so big, right, that it's probably likely, actually, I'm probably 100% sure of it, that upwards of 50 nation states have trigger switches all over these networks. It's almost like a mutual assured destruction at this point. Like, you ever seen AWS just go down, and then we all kind of look at the market and the news and go like, oh yeah, I guess like a bug happened. It's like trillions of dollars move when those switches go down, right? So it's like that's where war is now. So we might think like, oh, they put a warship over there, but we don't know what that leverage is for. It could be like, fuck off with AWS right now, or we know that you can pull the rug on these bank accounts, stuff like this. We have no idea because the thing got too big for us. Like, I don't know the software in my phone anymore.
Aaron, this is a great example you're bringing up, because who was the first company that basically created this modern wave of data centers. It was Apple. And so AWS is Amazon. And so Amazon basically got into the game looking what Apple was doing and wanting, remember, they had products, mobile products that they brought to market right away after the iPhone and the iPad. And so they needed to support that. And so that was the origin behind AWS. Well, then who got into it? Microsoft got into it and Google got into it. Now who's in it? The US government. That's why they struck all those deals with all these foreign nations to do data centers in the U.S. It's become exactly what you said, Aaron. It's so big now that you need the government. Again, this is assuming positive intent, which, by the way, is an Apple corporate, phrase. Assuming positive intent, it's a good thing if you have a well-meaning government involved with data centers, because they know the risks. And they know the damage it can do to your whole economy. And so the U.S. government is now in the business of this, and they're monitoring all these major companies.
Yeah, I agree with you. And that's one of the reasons why I got a little bit weird with the conspiracy. Yes, the U.S. government is involved with protecting all of this. And I don't think they can just tell us on the news, that's what we're doing. I think a lot of it has to be kind of like these drops, oh, by the way, there's Russia hacking. Oh, by the way, there's shit like Epstein. Oh, by the way, there's people like Santos that have co-opted your government. I think this is the way that our internal state has to talk to the people at the moment. Because they can't just tell you all your bank accounts are compromised. No one's ready to hear all the brokerages could be. No one's ready to hear this shit.
Yeah, there's a reason why quantum computer technology is A, withheld, or B, only allowed at universities for said researches. I mean, now it's being more moved around, but I mean, choke pointing any breakthrough technology is just common military tactic. We see that done with the semiconductors. I don't know how familiar you are with how the breakdown of the semiconductor structure works, but ASML produces the machines.
Yeah, a veritable monopoly in Europe, right? This one company that only they can make this shit. It's just...
Yeah, and you have to be vetted to be approved to even purchase their machines, and even at that point, the wait list is approximately 4 years. So 4 years is a long lag time, which gives your competitors a massive advantage who already do have the machine in place.
And that's the problem with the European Union in a nutshell.
No, I think as you start to delve deeper, you start to realize that every technology in place is only in place because it was the one that was chosen to be the most feasibly economically controlling. Nothing is going to be introduced if it's not monetizable, and if it is monetizable, then the whales are going to argue over who gets to control the monetization. That's just the nature of those types of players.
Right. So we use the term MPEG a lot and JPEG, and those were standards formats that were introduced in the late 40s and the 50s. And the reason why is because of television. The U.S. understood that there had to be one standard for television, not multiple standards, so that the broadcast signals, could work on any television that was out there. So then when the digital era came about, they kind of co-opted the terms MPEG and JPEG, and now you think it's all digital stuff, but it had its roots in analog. But then going to the 90s, The new battle was on high def TVs. And if you recall or know this history, Japan had kicked our asses on this. And so they were ready to go to market. And so the U.S. actually blocked Japanese HD television technology from coming into the U.S. And they formed what they called like a group of seven, which was all these tech companies and a few universities and everything, to come up with a standard that was going to be U.S. controlled, because they knew it wasn't just going to be TVs, it was going to be DVD. And if you know, DVD was originally called digital versatile disc, because it was meant to replace the floppy, and it was meant to replace the CD, it was meant to replace VHS, it was meant to replace all forms of media with one disc. And of course, now very few people need to rely on DVDs. It's used as like a storage, option. But every time you introduce new technologies and everything, it's in the interest of not just a few people in the government. Again, conspiracy stuff. It's in the interest of the consumer too. Sure. You have to have standards. And the problem with the 90s, when you got to the end of the 90s, and I don't know who to blame this on, but this was a situation that everybody faced. Is all of a sudden there were multiple standards out there for all sorts of different things, and still to this day we have this problem with Android and Apple. And so everybody's faced with this. So you create an app, you have to make that app work on multiple different devices and everything. And I don't think it's good for the U.S. economy that we have this division in the mobile era between Apple's iOS and Android. I think they can both be participants in it, but there needs to be something that also allows for competition.
With respect to like technology, I think like World War II. So like the United States defense apparatus most likely has certain types of minds that they bring in that are thinking at a level that's like, their IQ level is just over there. So like, I think these people would have to take into consideration like the very first lesson of World War II, which was that Hitler almost got certain pieces of technology, and if he did, the world would be over. So like, I'll give you a quick example. Like, I was just reading about Hitler had jets before everybody else. That's airplane jets. That's how he had the V2 rocket. So basically, Hitler he had the tech, but he didn't know that he had it. So he was using these jets as bombers. So he was weighing down these super fast dogfighting jets with huge bombs. So he didn't even use that tech properly. And they were about a year away from the nuclear bomb. So like, one of the most critical lessons of World War II is don't let technology get into the wrong hand. Like, literally, that is, aside from the key lesson of like just like war, somebody that's territorial is going to take over territory. Like, this was a huge lesson. Like, can't just let anybody have fire. So I wonder, like, since we don't have any transparency into the deep state, we have to wait like 50 or 60 or 70 years until we get the documents that these were the programs that were in place. So I'm kind of curious to like, what are the programs in place for AI? We won't know until like 50, 60, 70 years.
Well, the program you're referring to, the people you're talking about are basically economic hitmen, economic saboteurs. And essentially, this happens everywhere at the corporate level. I mean, you guys mentioned it before. What was it? Not Linux. Anyway, they were at Apple. They took the technology and then went to Apple, and then from Apple went over to Microsoft. But basically, it's essentially the same thing. You have these infiltrations, and the same thing is heavily encouraged, like in China when they set up like sectors, or when they set up manufacturing, they literally just dedicate like a whole town to just one sector, or like, and then every factory is right next to each other, which is very, very, very efficient. But then you also get the interchanging of employees from location to location. You get exchange of information, but then you also have organizations that specifically, that is their primary goal, is to do exactly what you just said, is to hinder either the production or performance of said country or company. And that's when you start to get into the dance or the concepts that S-tier corporations, you know, like the big Mag 7 and all those are essentially fronts, economic fronts for the military arm.
Right. They have to be.
At this point in time, yeah, that's essentially where we're. I mean, that's essentially how the majority of pressuring war is conducted. I mean, why do you think they're specializing in cybersecurity, or
why do you think their recruitment, like their elite level recruitment, is literally almost like, are we recruiting for like the ultimate world war, right? Like some of these companies recruit like that, like the best. Like, well, what do you mean? Like, aren't you making websites, right?
Like if you worked with some of these companies or corporations, or like you literally probably come across some of these people just, you know, running, you know, as double agents or whatever the scenario is. Obviously, it has to be like a Google or something like that, and a big name.
And they probably don't even know that like they're working on government shit. Like, oh, come in.
No, I mean, the company doesn't know, but the person will be there either to acquire information or to specifically fuck up the task, like put in wrong information or delay something, or be the perfect person to just delay it in some way, shape, or form, or to acquire it. And they'll just come off as super, and at some point they'll let them go a year or two later, but they executed the job flawlessly and nobody knows.
Are we just paranoid? Because like they did just buy TikTok US, right? Like, is this just paranoia or like?
Well, honestly, I think it goes back to the AI. I mean, twofold. It's one. I mean, when you're getting into war, obviously you want to monitor all these things, or you want the capacity to monitor whatever's being said. But honestly, I think it's twofold. I really think it's for the AI to just have free data to study, and they want to keep all the information. In a perfect world, they'd keep everything that was ever said, every last morsel of information that it could be studied, because you don't necessarily know what it may produce, and the unknown is very intriguing in that sense to people of that particular function of expanding the AI and data mining. I forget where I was going with that.
Well, you know, when Clubhouse started, so it'll be almost 5 years since I started on Clubhouse, and you know, I said early on that it's obvious to me where the long-term value in this company is, and it's the reason why Mark Anderson was, you know, a heavy investor in Clubhouse, and they had a huge amount of money they raised, and as Paul said, you know, they have a massive runway, you know, to mess around and experiment with this. And I said at the time, the obvious long-range thing is they're going to be harvesting our voices. Now, in all those Clubhouse town halls, they kept insisting that they weren't going to do it, but they just released the terms of service just about a week or so ago. And if you did a deep dive, and you know, I haven't paid attention to those for a while, but this time I decided, okay, it's been a while. I'm going to do a deep dive into Clubhouse terms of service. They're making it abundantly clear that, you know, our voices are being harvested. And they will use them however they see fit.
So, right, the car motion detector.
So motion detecting is what they were doing.
But it's also, we're not really realizing the implications. I mean, at first we're like, oh, okay, but like, think about it now. Every interview now, AI is in there. Every email you open, AI is scanning your inbox. Complimentary service, by the way, for you, provided by Google. And while it's nice, at the same time, it's concerning. It's nice, you can become much more efficient. It's always a double-edged blade with this type of stuff.
Yeah, actually, my recent research was like, because I do want to make a Clubhouse clone, but these voice servers are kind of expensive, so I was trying to see like how I can make it work. But that is like one of the things that because I'm kind of new to Clubhouse, so I'm starting to look at it like a voice Reddit, right? So it's like, instead of me clicking, I'm just clicking into a Reddit thread, right? And then talking about it. So I don't know if that's how Clubhouse approaches it, but I want to take that idea and try to make that. But these voice servers are kind of expensive.
Well, if you've been on Clubhouse in the first year and a half, you would have been amazed compared to what it is now. There were so many different types of rooms. They didn't have houses back then, they called them rooms, and covering everything you can think of. And, you know, whether it was English speaking or not, they had so many different communities on Clubhouse. And that was the you know, a lot of people will talk about it and say the golden era because, look, I like Clubhouse, I'm on it right now, but they shot themselves in the foot. Anybody who's been around for a long time knows this. When they went to the voice chats and they de-emphasized the rooms, they made it difficult for you, if you were new to Clubhouse, to find out how to open a room. And I had a consistent room that I was doing that had a lot of people coming in. And it was just like, why? Why would you do that? And so, you know, that's what we were debating for the next 6 months. And that was like 3 years ago, almost. And so Clubhouse is like really a shell of its former self. And they really sucks. They really missed the boat, because if this was their intention, they should have left it alone. And, you know, I've always said they should have had 2 tiers of Clubhouse. The free tier, anybody gets on, and then the tier in which you can, you know, they needed to identify the really meaningful rooms and those who were hosting them that people from all over would have wanted to be a part of, and charged a nominal monthly fee, you know, like $4.99 or something like that. And I'll bet you tons of people would have paid the $4.99, and they could have still done their harvesting, but then they would have kept the integrity of it.
I mean, well, the initial pitch was it was a Clubhouse and you could only join by getting an invite.
Right. And
yeah, how long did you beg to get an invite from your friends?
Well, I didn't. I mean, I didn't know about Clubhouse until the New York Times did an article about them. And because of that, I'm just a techie. So I downloaded the app. And
when was that?
That was in May of 2021. And so they were still invite only at that point. But I don't know what it is. Maybe it's some form of AI or something. They let me in, and people used to ask me all the time, because at the bottom of your profile,
that's when it shifted,
would say the date. It would say the date that you, and they continued that all the way up until, I want to say, October of 21. But somehow I stuck on through. So I wasn't invited by anybody. I just kind of crashed the party.
They stopped the invite around May, but they didn't do it in totality. They just started quietly letting people on without an invite. But they started giving the invites away. They started requiring the invites. You still had them. People were still using them, but it wasn't required by May.
Right. And in those days, it was iOS only. You know, Android, I don't think could access
Android came in, I think it was June.
Right. So, William, you know just how cool and diverse Clubhouse was back then.
Yeah, I used to say you could find a room about midgets smoking cigars. Yeah, or anything, right? And if not, start your own.
Well, I just think like there's so much room to improve this product space, right? Like voice conversation. So like I'm also in the recovery community, so I also know that like people spend so much time in meeting rooms all day. It's so I was already really like acclimated to people being in a room all day. Either through remote work or through the recovery community, and then I found Clubhouse, right? And this is like people talking about. There's like literal churches here. Then there's all these political discussions. So it's like voice as a product. I think we're just beginning because AI is pretty much kind of gonna make it so we don't click anything ever again. But like this product here, like voice, like it's not super explored yet because it's expensive, right? To get a room with 10 people talking and 200 listeners, right? That's not cheap if you want to do it at scale. So, but it's like the one thing that I want to look at if I could do it. You just have to figure out a way to scale, in a cost-effective way.
There's already 2 people who have tried that came from Clubhouse. The latest one was a guy named Cackle. I haven't even gone to his, but Chatter tried, and as far as I know, Chatter still hasn't made it yet. You can't make it profitable, and I don't think it was the intention for them to be profitable from the beginning. I was saying in April and May of 2021, this is about voice detection of emotion. They're telling this lie about how it's all about this and that. This was a very sophisticated way of developing lie detection and emotion detection of a variety of different sorts. And I had 5 or 6 experiences in April, May, and June that absolutely proved it based on what happened in a room and then what happened to the people that were in the room after that in relation to who followed them and a whole bunch of other stuff. They basically were able to determine. That's why in the early days, when you had a bunch of people arguing with each other, suddenly the room would just fill up with all kinds of more people. And when a room, people were all just lovey-dovey and kumbaya and getting along, that room would never get heavy traffic into it because that drama was what they were trying to deduce. They were trying to determine how to detect emotion. That was why they got that injection of $400 million. That was their goal from the very beginning. Okay, so it was never about content creators.
So if we go full circle, right, I'll be the conspiracy guy. If Clubhouse, right, created this app knowing that they're going to harvest voices and they're securing hundreds of millions of dollars, right, they would know before most of the public that such technology was coming. So the argument that Clubhouse could be a government honeypot, to me, that's the strongest argument because to know that not only are you going to get people to sit around and talk on the app, but also have the technology to pretty much profile the living shit out of them and have that ready, like, as soon as it hits. It's like the ultimate government honeypot, if I had to.
Yeah, you kind of got it right, except for the fact they didn't know what they were doing. There was 2 guys who stumbled onto something. And then once they had this thing going, and you have to understand that it was COVID-based. It was the fact that everyone was sitting around. That's why you had rooms that had 5,000 people in a fucking room. That's why you had Bill Gates and huge people come onto this app once or twice, right? And so they had no idea what the fuck they were creating. And then the others, they stepped in and guided it in the direction of what they wanted because lie detection and voice recognition of emotion had already been being developed. So the people who had that going already saw this and said, hey, let's marry the 2 together. They didn't know what they were creating. It wasn't Paul and what the other guy's name, Rohan or whatever. It wasn't their intention they didn't have some secret plan. It wasn't like that. They just were like, hey, this would be fucking really cool, right? And then COVID hit, and it blew up and got away from them.
Well, maybe, but then you got to ask yourself, why did they go to voice chats? Because I would make the case
that one of the problems with Clubhouse was those kind of rancid rooms where everybody was yelling and screaming and talking over each other were starting to become more of a presence, and they introduced voice chat. I'm not saying that's 100% the reason, but a big part of the reason, because they wanted to start isolating individual voices again, and they wanted to hear somebody talk. Now, their excuse was there's people who hang out down in the audience and they're too shy and they don't get a chance to come on stage, and so it's for you, right? But I think they really did want to harvest voices, and going to voice chats was a way to isolate the voice, as opposed to having all these crazy rooms. And by the way,
sure, but that was long after. That was what, a year or two?
Oh yeah.
After they got that $400 million injection. It was
Correct.
that $400 million injection, which is when somebody looked at what these two kids had created and said, hey, you have no idea what the fuck you have.
Right, William. But I guess, so I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, you're spot on.
Paul and Rohan, and I want to say it's more Paul than it was Rohan, they screwed up because they did not figure out a way to value those who are creating rooms with substance versus the screaming, yelling rooms.
Yeah, but you think that they screwed up, whereas they did the voice chats because then they could isolate back down, because those rooms where everyone was screaming, talking over each other was no good to them. It wasn't giving them the data they wanted. That's why they made the rooms recorded at the same time, so that data could be gone back through over and over. Even though they recorded
that is such a, right? Like, can you extrapolate on, like, what is this recording shit about?
Well, they were always recorded. They just didn't tell us, and they didn't give us the option to record, right? But they never cared about creators. That was all bullshit. They were never trying to create and have creators creating. And when they went to the chat, it was because they had lost control of it. What they wanted was the data of when people are arguing with each other, but it got so out of control they couldn't get any data from those rooms. Right, like I was saying, is what the rooms that I experienced things. I could get into details of things I experienced and talk to a number of different people. And every time we would have this conversation, weird ass fucking shit would happen in the room where you would talk about this stuff, right? So what they were after was they were after people who were disagreeing with each other, and they switched over to the chat thing because they had lost control. These rooms were just too big and too angry and stepping on each other, right? But you were probably trying to be a creator. You sound like you were trying to be a creator. I don't mean that derogatory, but everybody who was trying to be a creator thought, oh, they're screwing us over. And at the time, I was saying, no, they're not. They don't care about you to begin with. They're not making bad decisions. You don't understand that we're the product, and it's not about the content. It's not what they're after. Right?
I agree with you to a point, and the reason I say that is because, and there's a guy down in the audience, David, who, if you're listening to this, you can corroborate with this. I was part of these regular baseball rooms, and I decided to form this one that would kind of blow up and be available to more people in the evening. And so we formed the Baseball Collective, and David and I did this. And what we did is we had success. And if you don't believe me, you can go back to the baseball. You can go on my profile. You can go to the Baseball Collective, and then go and look at our replays, and you'll see that our first replay is, like, I want to say it's this November 30th or December 1st of 2021. And we were averaging between 5,000 and 7,000 people coming into that room pretty much every single time we had a Baseball Collective. And it's not a joke. I mean, we had, and we really moderated those rooms. And we figured out how to have large stages and conversations that moved around without having people, go crazy after each other. And if it did, we nipped it in the bud right away. And so what happened was, and William, you probably know this, they had department heads, right? So they had a full-time person who was in charge of news, and they had a full-time person who was in charge of sports. And somebody who was in charge of entertainment, and they had people who were in charge of various regions of the world where Clubhouse was at, right? And so in the fall of 2021, they invited me to a Zoom call, and they basically just heaped the praise on me and then said, okay, what are you going to do from here on out? What they wanted to hear me say was I was going to do more rooms, and I was going to create even more types of content besides just baseball. And I was thinking to myself, during that Zoom call, okay, well, when are we going to get around to where you tell me what you're going to pay me for this? But I said at the time, because the holidays were approaching, like, look, I got a lot of stuff going on, and I did. So I'm just going to keep with this cadence right now. But we've got some things that we're thinking about, and we'll circle back. So then eventually what I did is I submitted a proposal to them with a dollar amount on it. And it was very clear about what I would give them for what they would give me. And then all of a sudden, the answer was like crickets. Well, it wasn't crickets. They responded, but they basically said, well, let's just get going and we can address that later on. Well, 2 months later, they had the wave of, people got fired and just quit. And they just wiped them all out. And next thing you know, we got Joe. And there's nothing against Joe, but Joe basically replaced a whole bunch of people who were full-timers on Clubhouse, who were keeping tabs on that aspect of programming on Clubhouse. So they did care about programming, they did care about content creators, but they were foolish in not moving quickly when they had that many people on the platform to figure out a way to isolate the nonsense rooms from the serious rooms. And I know there was a lot of dummies on here who were like saying, I want to get paid this. And they were just living in la-la land. They thought, having a room a week or 3 rooms a week was worth a full-time job. Well, no, it wasn't. But they should have been compensated. Similar to what you see on Instagram, what you see on YouTube right now, they're monetizing people. And that whole conversation started to explode across social media. And so more people are being monetized than ever, but not on Clubhouse. So to me, it was an opportunity missed, like a grand opportunity that they just completely fumbled it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm glad to hear your backstory, and I know other people that were doing that kind of volume and brought in the whole creator thing. And I hear you. I think all that was a sham. I think that they cared to some degree. They were trying to promote that, but it wasn't their prime directive. It wasn't what they were really, really after. And once they did I think it was a Series C. I think it was a C round, if I remember correctly. When they got their big cash injection that everybody was saying was like $400 million or some shit like that. And I want to say that was around the time you came on the app, although I think the money didn't actually all come in until like the summer or whatever. But they didn't spend any money going in that direction. I know half a dozen to a dozen creators who went through the same thing you went through, Michael, that thought, oh, okay, I got this many people come in my room consistently. I'm running a room every third day. I'm creating content in this platform. You say you want content creators. What's my share of that? You just got a bunch of money, and they did nothing for any of them. I can't believe 2 guys that are that smart, that created all this, were that dumb in marketing, and they brought in that much fucking money and didn't have somebody in marketing or somebody to be making those decisions. It just doesn't add up.
They might be too smart. Like, so for example, your voice data right now, right, is worth its weight in gold. Like voice training data, like that's worth more than
that's what they were after.
This shit at the moment.
Well, remember, those were the days when they had the carousel, and that's what they called it. They had multiple carousels in your hallway, and the idea of the carousel was to promote a select group of rooms for you to join, because they thought, okay, try to experience that. And so we had a whole bunch of people come into our audience from other countries who wanted to learn English. And the reason was, I'm convinced of it,
is because we allowed people to have the conversations instead of the screaming over each other. So, I have a ton of followers who just want to learn English, and people are coming to our room for that. But one thing I forgot to say is that just before there was the exodus of full-time people, I had 3 people who were serious creators on this platform, like always showing up. They were well-known people, reached out to me independently to warn me to get the hell off this platform because they saw the value in what we were doing, and they said, you got to go somewhere else because this thing is going down. So they had some kind of, information, or maybe it was just their intuition, but they were right, because by the end of the year, voice chats, it was terrible.
Yeah, and they could have rolled out features, they could have rolled out advertising, and I know for a fact that there was a half a dozen content creators that laid it all out for them. There was at least a couple of those, whatever the fuck they called those meetings they used to have, like town hall or some shit like that. They got inundated in those, and they got all kinds of, emails and DMs. Like, they were fully aware of every possible way to make content creators happy and how to monetize it in a way in which the content creators could share in the profits. Yet still they chose not to do it, right? Like, I feel for what you're saying. I just feel like that wasn't their intention, or they would have tried it. It was all a scam. They just wanted to be able to detect emotions. When you're happy, how you interact when you're angry, lie detection. Just, it's all about emotion detection.
You never know. That could be a good script for somebody to start writing.
I'm telling you, I was saying all this in May and June, and every time I would say this in a room and somebody else would go, and I would share experiences I had that would kind of give the proof of it, because something would happen in a room, and then you could see what would happen with the various people based on how they reacted to what happened in the room, and it would follow them for the next couple of days or weeks. And I would share experiences, and then other people go, oh, you know what happened to me? And the whole room would turn into that. Suddenly, like people that seemed like they were working for them would show up. Rooms would just randomly crash. Weird audio shit would happen, right? Like you're just going okay, it's too much of a coincidence. And that happened at least a fucking dozen times until I wised up and said, okay, I'm gonna stop talking like this.
Yeah, there were definitely also winners and losers on the app, and certain people who just kept getting kicked off, and then other people who seemed to be protected, who were doing, crazy
horrible
stuff.
Like the most racist
Yeah.
shit. And they would stick around. Some of them are still on here.
Right. I mean, my first week on the platform, I couldn't believe it. It was instantly addicting, not because I was addicted to the platform, because it was more of a sociological curiosity. I can't believe people are actually doing this. I can't believe they're saying this stuff on stage and people are buying into it. In fact, I did have an idea, and David, if you're listening, you can give me the thumbs up, because I said this to you. My idea for a script for a movie was Clubhouse attracted people who were mentally ill, and that's
reality. That's not a movie.
Yeah, but people thought that they were intelligent, well-versed social people, and then the big reveal at the end is that it was a bunch of mentally ill people, because I never heard so much craziness.
Well,
until I got on this platform.
Your movie idea is not bad. Let me give you the movie idea. Let me give you a shred of truth to it. So when I got to Clubhouse, right, I was shocked at how many Christian rooms there were. So I'm of the opinion that given that the end times, one of the revelations is that the gospel will be spread everywhere. Technically, Advents like Clubhouse are necessary to fulfill revelation. So we are not there, but like this is roughly kind of how it's going to get done. We don't like a COVID is like a junior case, but like more situations of us having to be in a room and just this is the only way we're going to talk. I think this is how the gospel is going to spread. I think that's why you see so many of those rooms.
A lot of the Christian rooms were going on, and there was a lot of good that was happening where sick people of a variety of different ways, mental, physical, would end up in a room, and healers would be in the room helping them. In the good old days, there was a lot of love and help and guidance and healing that was going on. And the Christian aspect of that is the only thing that seems to linger anymore. But it was absolutely, you had the good and you had the bad that existed. But there was a lot of not just mental people who would come and trauma dump, but there was a lot of people who, the whole trolling thing, there was a lot of people who exercised their demons, if you will, on this app in whatever way they needed to do it. And the funny thing is, and I think I saw this shift in about 2022 maybe, you actually could find a tribe of people who you could relate to. Like there was a group of people that would go around and they would go into a room and there was two different groups. One would just moo like cows and the other would ribbit like frogs. And they would jump from room to room to room.
I was in the frog group.
I followed them for about a week just to check out what the fuck they were doing.
So you know what we did? I forget the name of that song, the frog song. We would go and find that, and one person would be designated to play the song, and then we would change our PTR. We would be in a private room, and we would all, change our PTRs so we had distinct PTRs, which were frogs. Right. And then what would happen is we would have one person go and scope out a room that was taking itself really seriously, and then we would go in, and that person would be like the plant, and they would get invited to the stage and start speaking, and next thing you know, we would all come in the audience, and then they'd start playing the music, and we'd all start like flashing our PTRs and everything, like doing a little frog dance. It was hilarious, and we did that for 2 weeks solid, and it never ceased to just crack us up.
Okay, I did that for on and off every other day for about a week, but we didn't have a song, so the song must have came afterwards, right? And I only heard the cow people one time, but somehow, like, people found their tribe. They found the people that could exercise their particular weird demon that they wanted to exercise, and find 10 or 12 people. And this app allowed you to fly your freak flag, basically. And it was okay to be that, right?
Let me ask you a question. The thing that you're describing sounds a little bit like what the early internet sounded like, and there was all these little groups and everything was unique. But then the internet, just everybody showed up. You know what I mean? And then it lost all of that. If Clubhouse were to ever get big, I don't think you'd have those kind of moments. I think that scale kills that.
There may be some truth to that, because when they opened it up to Android, it shifted major, even more than when they got rid of the invite only, which you could dramatically see the shift from invite only to anyone could come on, and then the Android just completely shifted everything. But I'm not sure I would completely agree with you. I would think that what happened, the shift was more relating to the fact that COVID had ran its course, and everybody had just done their weird, freaky shit and just got it out of their system. And the people who stayed on Clubhouse either didn't have girlfriends, wives, boyfriends, they didn't have a life, or they had found their people that they communicated with. And it was like I say all the time, Clubhouse is way easier to have friends here than it is in real life. I could just bounce out of the room. You can't just leave a party without saying goodbye to everybody, right? I could just walk away and nobody's going to think weird of it, right? And you have a level of intimacy. You could get, you could find yourself in a late night room, everybody's sleepy, drowsy, right? No strings attached. And that, I think, went away when COVID went away, right? Like we had a need to commiserate, and now it's the people that are left, it's because they found true connections and they found a way to have their expertise in whatever area it might be. Engage with other people who are their equals, or, you know, and then there's the people who just like to argue. But it shifted dramatically away from what it used to be for a variety of different reasons.
Well, I think if you don't have the personality type that's talkative, you'll never make it on Clubhouse. Clubhouse attracts the talkative person. That's number one. And the world is not 100% talkative people. You know, it's like it really is like some are like that and some are not like that.
Okay, but there used to be hundreds. Like, ask Michael, if he had rooms that were 5,000 to 7,000 people, he probably had 100 to 200, maybe 300 people on the stage. But there's people that never come on stage. It's like a radio to them. But all they do is listen.
Right. So you're right on both points. It really was like a radio to a lot of people. I had people in time zones 7 to 10 hours away who would message me and tell me that they love listening to this while they're working, and they would be the first people to show up to listen to the replays. And that too was part of learning how to be an effective moderator, which was recognizing the whole stage and not just giving it to, the most outward personalities. It was like if somebody was on stage in a baseball room, they were on stage for a reason. And I wanted to hear them talk. So I basically would kind of like, okay, we've let this person who talks a lot go long enough. And then so I would, just shout out and say hello to the person who was a little more shy, and to encourage them to talk and get them involved in the conversation. And it just made it a better experience for everybody when you did that. In other words, your party analogy, William, is accurate, because a good, party where you invited a bunch of different people, the host, is paying attention to who's in the party and, wants to make sure that everybody feels involved.
I think like the one thing Clubhouse, because interesting that we brought up the radio topic, right? Like that is what you're doing as a content creator here, right? Like you are a good radio host, right? Imagine being Howard Stern for 6 hours a day, right? So I don't know how Clubhouse. I mean, could you not run your own ads?
A lot of people try to run their own ads. Yeah, Michael, I would go so far as to say there was a lot of people who became great moderators, and then there's a lot of moderators who they use the beam to be dominant and show their personality, right? The narcissism and all that. But I would say overall, the people having to learn how to moderate and create that from scratch in a human, compassionate way made all of us better, whether we were ever moderators or not, right? Like it caused a certain psychological recognition of different personalities and different opinions and different perspectives and different abilities to speak up and find your timing, find your little window, the people who go long, the people who have economy of words, as I always try to do, right? And I think that moderation that you somehow stumbled into, that all the good moderators did, actually made you a better person, and it made a better person of everyone who watched you do it and appreciated it.
But I'll go one step further. I think that how we are when you are in a leadership position on this platform really is a manifestation of your experiences in life. So you're really just activating your life experiences, and so I'm grateful for that, but I did a lot of reflection on that, and I really do believe that. I guess I was that way when I was a kid. Because I've experienced both sides of it, as most of us did. You would have your small group of friends, and some would
be more the leader or less leader. And then you were also bullied and you were pushed around and stuff. And some people, they don't learn the lessons from being bullied, like they should, which is like, okay, remember that as you get older and don't let other people bully people around. And so there was all of that. And I just think that's kind of like already in us. It's just that, having the ability to, moderate or be a leader on a stage activates it. But I agree, there's a lot of really good people on this app. But, as you know, there's a lot of people who bring their mania with them, too.
Do you guys know if Clubhouse lets you pay to have your room show up at the top of the list or anything like that?
No,
that was one of the suggestions.
No, but their new game is as you can see, this whole thing with the karma. they're basically trying to incentivize you to speak more and be on the app more, so that you can be like chase the golden ring and get the lowest possible karma score.
I think you gotta do what William was saying and try and trick the algorithm with some drama to put you at the top.
Wait, can somebody please explain how this thing works? I don't understand it at all.
You have to talk about Epstein, Israel. You know what you have to talk about.
Wait, wasn't it you, William, who basically said that the Clubhouse was essentially just created for AI to model voice dialogue in a more fluid, essentially?
Yes, it's emotion detection. But I don't understand. I just saw this karma thing pop up, and I've clicked on a few people, and I've seen some people that I think have a really bad karma, but they're like in the top 1 or 0.1%. I'm like, wait a minute, what? I don't understand how the system's supposed to work at all.
I just know, as you were explaining that theory, I had never really thought about it, to be honest with you. It sounds highly plausible what you were saying, to the point where I was like, let me just Google this real quick. Where somebody in 2021 had written an article saying that it would be the perfect treasure trove of natural human dialogue. There is no other location for companies or people to monitor, unless you're China, of course, which they said, because China can just access all the information. So from a U.S. perspective, yeah, that is a treasure trove of natural voice dialogue, because people here are just having normal conversations. I mean, quote unquote normal, but in the sense that it's live, it's back and forth. You didn't have that. They were already done with all the recordings they wanted to hear. But then on top of that, it's an app, so you can monitor other things, and then you can quantify that back-end data that's not in there, and then implement the new strategy the next day and test that, or the next week and run that. So, yeah, William, there probably was that happening, and there probably was a bunch of strange experiments going on. I mean, come to think of it, wasn't Elon Musk interviewing Robinhood when they had that whole shit show go down? Where did they do the interview? They did it on Clubhouse.
Right. Yeah. A lot of celebrities were on here.
So a lot of weird stuff was going on. Now that I look back at it, there was a lot of promotion of this app when it came out. And then that died all of a sudden.
Yeah, think about this, Tango. They added the ability to know what the people in the audience who never come on stage think, too, when they gave us the emojis.
I wouldn't be surprised. I have my cameras on my phones. They're always blocked. But, I wouldn't be surprised if they incorporated all of that to see that. Interact with how is the user, where is the user looking, how are they interacting, how are they responding?
Okay, I'll take it even one farther. They also put on, they want to have access to your contacts. So they wanted to be able to determine, do you come on here to talk to people you know in the real world? And so they could be able to determine, do you talk to the people that you know in the real world in here in a certain way? Maybe you can say things to them that you wouldn't say to them in the real world, right? Like everything that they did fits into this conspiracy theory that I have, and I'll grant that. But yeah, when did you come on, Tango? What was your birth date, so to speak?
I have no idea. I just know I was on around the time it came out. And then I just pop on.
Were you invite only? Did you get invited on?
I got invited.
Yeah. Okay. Some people will call that season 1, but where they start season 1 and season 2 can vary.
Yeah, I just remember all the drama with thinking, why are they using Clubhouse to have this dialogue? Why is Elon Musk interviewing him on this app?
Well, listen.
He didn't own Twitter yet, you know.
I think like I gotta throw this in there, man. Like, we need to stop believing that one South African genius lands a rocket from space. You know, like, yeah, he's in and around a lot of shit that seems revolutionary, right? Like, if I could, like, I think we have to kind of start to believe that the government lying to us is as silly as your parents lying to you about Santa Claus. Like, at some point, when you become, like, not stupid, you go, oh shit, that you're just fucking lying.
You realize what the game is.
Like,
or your friend at school tells you there's no Santa Claus when you're in second grade or something.
He's now in charge of the satellites that we turn on and off so that Russia can't bomb Ukraine. Like, oh, so now you're just like part of the bombing campaign. And
okay, so if aliens land, how many people would, when they say take us to your leader, would think that they're going to take him to Elon?
I mean,
did you guys ever notice all of the S-tier corporation CEOs, whenever they come and do public interviews, they're always decked out in all black? Did you ever notice that?
I guess that's that whole technocratic shit, right?
Is it?
Men in Black? Is that what you're
people have just started calling him Mecha Hitler? So
no, it's more so. It's basically letting the people in the know that that's just a puppet in place. And it's basically, this person's being handled. That's why he's in all black.
Yeah, like, you might think, like, South Park is, like, not government control. But
it's like, you know how gangs wear different colors, like red and blue? Like, that's the occult gang. That's them flexing that he's handled.
Right.
That's our corporation.
Like, South Park makes fun of Charlie Kirk one week, next week Kirk is dead. Like, you have to believe that the government knows that everyone's watching South Park. Like, you have to, at some point, start accepting that. That, like, something being shown on the TV is known to be seen by millions to billions of people. It has a tactical reason. It's not just some shit that's on the screen.
I feel bad for.
So what is a tactical reason? Hey.
Yeah, I want to know then, why did The Simpsons put the dome in that movie they made? Was that trying to enforce the flat earthers or like make fun of them?
Speaking of flat earthers, one of the funniest rooms ever on Clubhouse was a guy who was in our tribe, open room, said, the earth is round, you dipshits. And what it did is it drew the flat earthers in for nonstop. We had like 4 mods who modded for like something like 30 hours. And the flat earthers were losing their minds just because of the room title. And the conspiracy theories were just so charged. It was, and by the way, this was before replays. I wish this was on replay.
Dude, I still go into their room sometimes just to ask them the questions they can't answer. Because I literally look down and go, okay, ask them this, like what's on the other side, what's the head? It's like I got like 6 or 7 questions they just can't answer, right? And I'm shameful, but you know, I still believe.
You believe the earth is flat, William?
What's that?
You believe the earth is flat?
No, he's a rounder.
No.
We shouldn't even have to say we're a rounder.
undecided. I've not seen anything.
Let us help you.
Oh God, I didn't mean to turn it into that. No,
Hold on. Before y'all gonna jump on my dick for no reason, right? Did y'all took the vaccine?
No, listen, I'm not jumping on you.
Hold on.
No vax here.
No vaxxers? Nobody believes that jet fuel can melt steel beams?
Okay, now you have the second most controversial thing on the app.
Yeah, I just want to know, if you believe one thing that you can't really prove, right?
I can prove it.
Here's what I'll say in one word, Ludwig. Inverse stereographic projection. That's what I'll say.
You can do these word salads more, right?
It's not word salad.
But it's like this time you're going to do technical terminologies and all that. LGBTQ terms more. It doesn't really impress me.
So that's why I said I don't want to have the conversation.
Just because you got a fast car doesn't mean you drive. So when you bring up these terms and shit, it's sort of like beta. It's me we drink a lot of soy milk.
Art of mapping a sphere onto a plane. Then you'd know
what the fuck you're saying right now.
Back and forth, and then it's very.
You sound very feminine. Speak up a little bit. Give me the impression you're born with testosterone.
It's okay, man.
Jeez, Ludwig, man.
Conversation, but
no, it's like when a man is turned up to be like this, and it's like you use it. It just throws me off. It's like gay as fuck. I can't take you serious.
Hey, guess what? We actually went 45 minutes with a decent conversation that was all over the place without anybody saying anything bad about anybody.
I never said anything bad about anybody. It's just like when
we didn't insult anybody.
Was I insulting him?
Wish there was a replay, but anyway.
Wait,
people are going to disagree, but people are going to disagree.
Is that what you said?
Disagreeing is okay.
And then followed up by, did I insult him?
Say that again, with a little bit more bass. You see what I mean? It's like giggling, feminine.
Okay, and to your God first profile,
I would never hire a person just based on their voice. I would be like, no, get the fuck out of my office. I would don't hire you.
The first thing in your profile is God first, and yet you come on stage and insult people.
What does it have to do with God?
Well, come on, man. Think about it.
No, you tell me.
Okay.
He's
I'm
in
sorry.
defense mode. He's
okay, for what it's worth.
Like I'm cornered.
The God I believe in would probably not say, yeah, go out and insult people.
When did I ever insinuate or make the claim that God told me to do that?
Ludwig, why are you mad at me?
Who told you I'm mad at you? Why are you getting that impression?
What?
Why are you getting the impression that I am somehow mad at you?
I got that impression because you
need to stop rubbing that baby
all
over yourself.
I was saying fast words, I was feminine. You couldn't understand what I was saying.
No, but if your voice is feminine, it's like drink some more rocks.
So Ludwig, I just want to say this. I don't know if you were in the audience and you heard, but we were talking about the old days of Clubhouse and some of the good stuff, some of the bad stuff, and whatever. And you reminded me of one of the greatest things we had on Clubhouse. It was always late at night, and a group of us would play Cards Against Humanity. Now, for some reason, none of us ever got booted off of Clubhouse, but when you played Cards Against Humanity, and the more the merrier, it was off the hook, and you could say whatever you wanted because it's Cards Against Humanity. So you could be insulting, and everybody laughed. So it was a nobody's going to take offense-free zone. But then we understood that. But when you come into a stage and people are talking about other stuff, and then all of a sudden you start talking about his femininity and stuff like that, I think we understand that's an insult.
I mean, I'm not really offended. I thought it was kind of funny. It should
Michael?
Be offensive.
How should it be offensive?
Yeah, it should be offensive.
How should it be offensive?
Well, if you talk to a man who considers himself a heterosexual and you're saying he's feminine, most men, would think that's offensive.
Hold on. You said he considers himself.
Well, yeah, because I'm taking into account people who don't consider themselves.
Well, why is that a consideration?
That's for somebody who would be offended, Ludwig. Your phone's right on back. That's a very feminine ringtone. It's like magical bells. That's something else, man. Dude's over here calling people phone and it's got like a magical bell ringing phone. That's wild, man.
Yeah, it's my fault. You just say the words flat earth and all hell breaks loose.
He got very upset.
I
agreed with him, though.
I think he came in the room to be upset.
Yeah, we had no shortage of people who had viewpoints that were going to defend them to the death. And if they would come into a stage and not listen first and then just like be very forward with those viewpoints, those were some of the most entertaining conversations because, and I'm talking about, again, about the rooms where people would let you speak. They wanted you to like work it out and prove your theory or ideology or whatever. And it was some good stuff. But then all of a sudden it just became raging and screaming and yelling, and it's just nuts.
Yeah, Ray does a pretty good job of that. He's a great moderator. I've been in his rooms a couple of times in the past couple of weeks. He gets heated. He's like, wait. You guys, speak. And then be silent. And then the other guy speaks. Right?
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
But here's what I don't understand. Like, what you have, I'm looking at your thing. You have a top 20 karma, and somebody else wrote, like in the real world karma, has a top 0.5. How does this karma thing work? Like, I just don't get what they're trying to do.
Because I think what they did, when I first saw it, and I haven't been on the app a whole lot recently. I check in a couple times a week, but don't always get on stage, right? But when I saw that they introduced this, I think it was like on the day of or the next day. And so I looked around and I checked a whole bunch of people's profile to see, where they were at. If you have been on the app more recently, chances are you're going to have a lower number than 20%. If you're somewhat brand new or you only hang in the audience, you probably won't have a karma score at all. But 20% was the baseline that they gave everybody. So I think they gave me a 20% just to kind of like acknowledge that, yeah, I've been doing stuff here, but again, to try to incentivize me to do more.
So it's about participation, not your emotional stability.
Right. Yeah, because that would be scary if they got to that point where they were like,
well, then that was
really.
Yeah, it would totally prove my earlier point if they were right, and it worked.
Well, let's just break down what they're doing technically, right? So they have a transcript of us talking in real time. We know that because when you see the preview of the room, you can see the transcript. So for them to give you a score, they're looking at each line in an LLM and going, did you contribute something good or not, right? So that's what they're doing every day for every conversation.
I don't think they're evaluating based on their opinion whether it was good or not. I think it's more on, as William said, it's participation, and that would, the top level participation, of course, would be rooms you opened and then spoken. The next level would be stages you were on and spoken. How long did you speak, and how long were you on the app? And then it would be, did you contribute into the chat? And so, the most basic level understanding that I got out of it was that they want you on the app. And so this is a way to, incentivize you if you fall for it.
Yeah, I think they haven't turned on moderation just yet, because the other day I crashed out and then I saw my karma drop. But I know why it dropped. I crashed out. I know exactly what I said. So I'll stick to my theory that they are not yet saying like what you said was good or bad, right? But they're never gonna hire real moderators, so this will just get like worse and worse.
But you saw your level drop after you lost your shit.
Yeah, but that was like so obvious. Like I specifically crashed out because I knew I wanted to.
Okay, then this is just another one of their next level shit. This is a motion detection.
Yeah, it went down because I was almost at. I was gonna reach the top 5%. I was like, I only need like 150 more, but then I was like, the next day it dropped. I was like, okay, I know why it dropped. They're just recording. If they recorded what I said there, then yeah, of course it dropped.
Because I question, because there's a certain person on this app who has 4 letters in his name and it repeats, and he's the most racist piece of shit on this app. And I went to go look at his thinking and it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't like super low, but at the same time, it was like, how the fuck is he less than 5% or whatever, right? Like, it just didn't make sense to me if it was actually emotion based or a real karma system, but maybe they haven't fully implemented it yet.
Like, I told somebody I was gonna slap the shit out of them with crayons, right? And I'm like, okay, like that's what
with crayons? Like, is that like?
Yeah, like I got angry. I was like,
okay, well, why crayons? Is that like you're a child, so I'm gonna hit you with a childlike item?
Like the person brought up crayons, and I was like, I will smack the living shit out of you with crayons.
It just seemed like a random item used as a weapon.
So the next day when my karma dropped, I was like, oh come on, dude, like try to think about what you said. I was like, oh yeah, I was literally gonna beat this guy up with crayons.
What color? Or like the whole box? Was it like a 264 box or whatever's the big box?
I just got so annoyed. Like I was making my point and he came back with like, well, crayons this, and I was like, I'll smack this shit up with crayons. Don't interject.
I think it's engagement based. It's monitoring at the real time how many people respond to what you say, what they say, and then it factors in all of that as well. And then based on whether they deem that a good value or a bad value, whatever that is, that's what the karma is, and it's pushing it towards that way. Because there's no way in hell this Ludwig guy is 0.05% already opening up with the way he opened. There's no way.
I mean, maybe the app is trying to figure out who actually is gay and who isn't.
Yeah. I don't know. You might be right, actually.
Who the fuck knows? Like, what does it even mean? The karma point is it gay as shit?
It means you're the biggest baiter, is what it is. The lower it is, the better you are at baiting social interaction.
It's a master debater score for sure.
Is it?
What else is it?
Is it beta or is it speaking the truth? Like I don't know. Like I just say as things as they are, and like somehow have like a 0.5% score. Makes no sense.
Hey Ludwig, are you the person formerly known as Lou Fax?
Am I the what?
Did you formerly go by the name Lou Fax?
No.
Okay. So I can be rude to you.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course you can be rude to me. But I have like somewhat of a different concept. It's like we can just meet up and then, you sign the waiver, you step into a ring or a cage, and then from there on, I'm not going to do this LGBTQ gay shit in the audio app, cussing and screaming.
Why would you need a cage to take your pants off?
See, because you're gay, right? That's immediately where your mind goes. That proves my point further.
I'm just so confused. Like,
I get
confused for a ring for that.
Because you're that dude that's on the audio app. So all this smack talking you only do on the audio app.
That's not nice.
But in real life.
Yeah, but Ludwig, this is a talker's app. Everybody's a talker.
Yeah, but you gotta back your shit up.
He's talking about backing his shit up. He's gonna take his pants off. He's gonna back it up in there
and claim
that's.
He literally just said,
he wants me to back his shit up.
the cuckold is trying to do something again.
That's terrible, Ludwig.
Terrible.
Look, the clubhouse demographic, right? It's the peanut gallery. It's not everybody. It's like it's people that cannot shut the fuck up. So it's like we have to sort of like learn to.
I mean, I hate to say names, but Norm comes to mind.
Ooh, Norm? El Nostril? Did you say Norm? The Polish guy cosplaying to be Jewish?
Nope, I didn't say that.
That's who you meant, right?
Nope.
I didn't say you said that. Is that who you describe it?
Not at all.
But yeah, what I was saying, Tango, talking about being gay names. Yeah, I don't do this.
That's wild, Ludwig.
Micro aggression on an audio app.
You just want to go right to taking your pants off. You don't. You skip the small talk, huh?
You just make like claims like you got like 2 or 4 hours in your driveway, like the gay shit. That shit.
So Ludwig, tell us what a tough guy you are, since you already talked.
No, I'm not. See,
going into a ring.
That's why you have this misconception.
He already told us he wants to get. Would you say back that shit up? You want to back that shit up?
So he said, Michael, to answer your question, it's like I'm just not that tough guy. But if I'm gonna say like I'm gonna F you up, whatnot, left, right, and center, at least like meet up, sign the waiver. It's gonna be your referee, right?
Okay.
And it's gonna be like the
so
end
that
of the
sounds
referee for you to take your pants
tough
off.
guy stuff.
I'm so confused.
Why does that sound like stupid ass tough guy stuff?
Because you automatically go to meet up, go in the cage, sign a waiver, like, because I'm not going to be responsible for you. That's some bullshit tough guy stuff.
Why would you need all that when you're taking your pants off and then a referee on top of that?
Yo, Ray, you there?
You taking it off? Like,
Ray,
what are you thinking?
Ray, can you make this
So Ludwig, why don't you try having a conversation with us instead of going to
I'm
this
trying, but
place?
like we got somebody that makes like unsolicited fucking gay comments all the time. I'm not gay, you know.
Gotta be honest, you started it.
Nope. I don't mean gay shit, homie.
I didn't hear Tango say gay once. I've heard you say it like 20 times.
Okay, faggot. Is that better? There you go.
Ludwig, that's terrible.
Did your
mother was terrible. Your mother should have swallowed it.
His karma went up. He's pushing 1%.
Like all the vaccines, like something other than what you're doing today, right? Anything. Delete the app. Go see your doctor. Take all the fucking booster and COVID vaccine, gay shit vaccines, whatever the fuck there's that. Take them all at once. Take them as a tequila shot. This what you're doing is lame.
I actually prefer my vaccines as suppositories.
Yeah, sure.
It's easier on the body.
While you're at it, ask for a couple of testosterone shots. You know, anything better than what you're doing or trying to do. I know what you're doing, right? It's always like people like you named themselves Tango with a fucking sunset profile picture. Like, it's weird.
I'm in Miami.
What's wrong with sunsets?
It's a Miami sunset. What's your problem?
This is lame.
Yeah, it's the gay capital of the world.
Icon fools. Look at him like his fingers are going. I heard Ludwig rides dick like it owes it money.
Do you owe it money? That's pretty crazy.
Yo, Ray, where do you find these people, Ray? Ray, you there?
Alright, maybe we go back to the topic, right?
That's a good one. Is piss rail burning already?
I don't know. I think Trump's supposed to talk this morning, right?
I think Trump is somewhat in trouble, man. He has not only like Iran, but also like Russia and China against him.
Yeah.
So
I agree with that. It's like, are we here to fight everyone? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's impossible. Right? Like Ukraine is getting decimated.
There's no war against Russia or China. We're not involved.
Okay.
No, the hostile stance is the same as it's been for a long, long time.
Yeah, but things have changed. That's what you don't seem to get. It's not only Iran.
I do get it. And as you were here earlier, I already said it. There's no chance, no way that China gets themselves involved in this.
China's already involved.
They're not involved.
Then you must be lacking awareness, respectfully.
So tell me, since you have an understanding of it, tell me how China is involved outside of having a loose association with Iran via BRICS.
That's exactly where you make the mistake. You consider that to be a loose association.
It is a loose association.
And that's what you see on television.
No, because know the history of BRICS. The whole thing came about 20 years ago as a communist answer to the U.S., and it was led by Russia. Russia and China got North Korea, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba. They got them all showing up at the same place to have the little alternate world conference. Nothing ever came of it. And then finally China just said, hey, let's make some money off this. But China does not depend in any way on Iran for their economic stability. In fact, if they were to attack the U.S., the only thing you know for sure is that Iran's economy would drop overnight because they hold so many U.S. dollars in reserve. There's no way they're going to do that.
So here's the thing. That's the element that you don't seem to get. I'm not sure if you're in finance, whatever, but if you knew a little bit about like holding U.S. dollars, your dollar has plummeted. Like it might still be like the world's #1 leading currency.
So you're telling me that the China doesn't need the U.S. dollar?
Michael, let me finish. As we speak, there are already transactions being completed for raw barrels of oil versus the Chinese currency. In the last 7 years, you had 40% of all your dollars printed. Right? 40% of all the dollars worldwide have been
We're just getting started with the printer. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. We are just getting started.
Yeah, we're dead ass, bro. Yeah, we know about inflation. Go on.
So if you know anything about like currency collapse and the collapse of societies, it always has been.
No, if you know anything about hard asset appreciation during a hyperinflation, you wouldn't be bugging out.
All right. We're not like I said. Well, hold on. Look, we're smart, right? I'm not saying anyone, no one here is stupid, right? But what I'm saying is nation states are making decisions with the smartest people, right? So, like, if a currency is at threat, you know, the smartest people might be thinking we're gonna go start off an insurrection in Iran, or the smartest people might be thinking like, you know, in ways that we're not thinking. It's not as simple as we like. I'm watching the news right now, right, and to me, this looks like the smartest people have already thought and have already acted, and here we are kind of looking at this going like, oh yeah, I think there's something to do with the currency. It's like, they know, if it's something to do with the currency, they probably knew like 25 was ready for it, or, you know.
Yeah, there's no like stopping the dollar from plummeting, right? Like, and I say plummeting, quote unquote, right? Trump is trying to do everything he can to keep it like the economy propped up before the midterms. The S&P 500 has been testing the same goddamn fucking line of resistance way too continuously. We're going to head into a bear market. That's obviously going to happen, right? Banks across the central banks have been buying gold for quite a while to diversify themselves, and instead of holding traditionally as much American bonds as they did, right? I mean, obviously what's happening is that certain people want to stray away from the dollar. This is America exerting its like geopolitical power, try to reestablish that. Like, don't forget that a couple of days before Operation Midnight Hammer, when like Chinese council was there, like it's all gonna be fucking fine. Here are the lucky numbers and got like destroyed. Right? Venezuela just got like taken over. Anyway, this is all to say, like, we are heading into a bearish economy. I don't think it has to do with Iran. The housing, go look at the prices of houses. Go look at how much they're selling, like the volume of it. Our economy is going to go down. It's not because of this Iran shit, man. Like, what was it, like was it yesterday? Nvidia and all the tech companies reported their earnings, and they were like above what people expected. They were ahead of projection. But you know what happened with the stock? Stock still went down, and that's just because everybody has skepticism about the economy. They think it's turning into a bubble. They have skepticism about the dollar. So I think that this Iran thing has little to do. But Trump is being smart. He did announce this Friday night. I'm sorry, I know I'm going on a tirade. He did announce this at like midnight when the markets was closed, which makes me think the next 2 days he's going to give us something for the market not to plummet, right? Because he needs to keep this shit alive for the midterms. And you go check out what he did to Bitcoin, bro. Just dumped that. He just dumped I think like 1,500. No, like 2,500. Like within an hour or 30 minutes. So yeah, GG's.
And you know mortgage rates down, right?
See, I understand your thinking, Kim, because the USD lost 10% value, which means the entire stock market up here is 10% bigger than it is. It's actually lost another 10% value, which is a problem.
Oh, damn. Oh, there we go. We're like between getting fucked and mega fucked. But I mean, like, look, the crash is coming. Like, sure, mortgage rates are down, but go check out the volume. I think we've broken a record on the amount of terminated mortgages that people are trying to get out of them by saying, like, oh, we did an inspection, right? Like, and it didn't quite add up, right? This is like post, mortgage and everything. The volume in December of 2025 is lower than it's like been in decades. The margin that builders make, right, for houses is getting smaller and smaller, right? Go compare that to see how close that is to 2008, 2014 numbers. Obviously, I'm not saying something like that's going to happen, but when builders of houses are selling it for cheaper than Delulu fucking sellers who think it's still summer of 2022.
Why do you think 2008 happened? Can you explain what happened in 2008? What happened?
People giving out like cheap fucking mortgages and then just like betting on the fact that they were like going to fail, like derivative markets. I don't think it's because of that. I think it's Delulu sellers, man. They look at 2022 prices in the summer and they're like, oh yeah, it's like it's going to keep on going up from now, right? And that's just not going to happen, right? And so you have a bunch of sellers who are like not selling their houses. But now builders, they're not under like Delulu fucking influence. So what they do is like, hey, I need fucking liquidity, right? Like, sure, I might take less of a profit, but I can't have this shit stuck here. So they sell and in a way undercut like similar properties that are decades older, are in similar location, and it's new construction. It's they are the market makers.
It's okay though, it'll present opportunities.
Yeah. I'm not complaining about that. I'm gonna get a house off that market, but this is just to show like I don't think this Iran thing has much to do with like whether the economy is gonna go down or up. Like, go check your S&P 500. Like, go check out the line of resistance it's been fucking testing. I think that by probably like in March we're gonna hit like probably like 44K on Bit, and then I think the S&P should be like really going into a bearish market like probably in like April or like mid-May at the latest. It ain't looking good, bud.
That sounds right.
Why do you say that? We're getting a new Fed chair.
What are you basing that on?
What am I basing that on? Okay, so first, this is like more technical analysis and anything, right?
I mean, you missed the biggest whale in the room. I brought it up earlier. I guess you weren't here though.
Oh yeah, look. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I'm a fucking idiot. I only got into finances this January. Like that's it. Like
it's happening in May.
Oh yeah. The change. But didn't they announce they were going to keep the rates?
Months experience.
Didn't they say like they were going to keep the rates or something like that? I doubt that's going to stay like that. But anyway, he's going to get there in May, right?
All right. So
I think that's going to be awesome.
Missed the biggest whale. Yeah. So basically, the scenario or the potential catalyst is that Warsh would end up being the next nominee, and if he gets in, he already has stated that basically he wants to sell off $2 trillion of mortgage-backed securities and not.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Stop being the last line of purchasing as the buyer of last resort for the market. So that's going to introduce a massive supply shock if that happens after that point. So what you're potentially seeing is the rearrangement of trillions of dollars prior to that move. So something
look,
that
could you speak to me like I'm stupid? When you say supply shock, you mean like there's going to be way more houses than can buy them?
No, I mean all of a sudden, all of these over-leveraged companies are going to get hit with margin calls being like, hey, we need our money. And they're going to be like, oh, shit. All right, well, let me just sell this. And then you times that by, I don't know, 1,000.
Yeah, people keep on.
And then you see liquidations in the market, which is still okay, but it's
yeah, I don't have a house. I'm gonna get one for the cheap.
It could end up being overall just a recessionary market for a couple quarters. Probably it's just as violent as 2008 with new policy change behind it, because every I don't know how old you are, but every time the way the U.S. system is built, it's actually, capitalism is a very, very interesting system because it's more so sector-based than it is company-based. So I know we have these crashes, right? And companies, let's random sector, whatever. And you always have a few big players and smaller players, and the smaller players end up going out during the crashes. But guess what? It presents a consolidation opportunity for the bigger players to maybe acquire new technology that a smaller company had, or this or that, and you extrapolate that concept through every sector, through every crash, and essentially the system of capitalism is designed it functions like a spring, where you can make exponential technological discoveries for your country or for your economy with the drawback of every X amount of years there's an over leveraging with a correction that has to come in and a consolidation, which ultimately ends up being healthier for each of the sectors. And it's usually followed up, or at the same time there'll be either a massive policy change that shocks the public, or it'll be some sort of event or a war of some sort to guise and further reason or justify whatever comes next.
Damn, I never thought of it like that, man.
In mind. It's a phenomenal system. We tend to hate on it, but when you really think about it, the system at its core, it's designed for sectors to thrive, not individual companies.
Also, right now, if you're not accumulating most of the AI real time stuff, you're falling for a bad narrative, because short companies that are pushing that narrative are just accumulating these revolutionary stocks at ridiculous prices. So I think a lot of people are buying into that short narrative, which, if you really think about it, who has such an incentive to short the future like that, other than people that just want to accumulate right now?
Well, the market's built on uncertainty and volatility, right? I mean, like you just said before, somebody was saying, support and resistance. Well, the market makers play off that. They need that move to happen in that 2-day, 3-4 day time frame to make their percentage gain on whatever position they had put out on that, or whatever it was. And the game gets even deeper than that once you get into market makers and then market makers, once they fully know the active volume of any given asset, and you can control it. If you know this trades around 1 million daily, and you have 10 million to actively dispose on that one particular asset, you have wiggle room to move it around, because the average daily amount only accommodates 1 million. So you extrapolate those numbers, you buy much larger numbers. Obviously, they're dealing with trillions and billions, but it's all quantified on those types of levels, and then it becomes more chess-like, because it's institution A, while they're still in the same mafioso, they don't want to give away they would like to hold more of the pirate's booty than the other. So when institution A takes a position, they don't want to disclose or give any heads up to any other institution what their position is. For example, like let's say you wanted to take a short, like you're like, this is looking terrible. I need to hedge my scenario here. Let me take this, and this, right? And you're a large
Jane Street's like, let me make a huge.
But then somebody all of a sudden is like, all right, well, let me publish an article saying how good this company is or how good this product is, and boom, now it's right up against your short. And guess what? Institution B told them to put that out because they want to buy into it, and they knew you took a position and they want an easy profit on your short squeeze. So it's a game that's beyond us, what we're saying, but it's very interesting. But it's multi-layered. Everything ties in. One piece here, one piece there. The finance side, the economy side, the power side. The IP side of property or technology, the geography, the resources.
If I were to address look at what the shallow version is presented to regular people, we know for a fact that superpowers are taking a percentage of AI chip sales. Yet there's a narrative that it's a skeptical sector. You get what I'm saying? You have to. The only people you can say this to, right?
What is a skeptical sector?
As in, it's a bubble, right? So, the only people you can actually push that narrative to are uneducated people. Because anyone that's educated, it's like the United States government is not taking 20% of this shit because it's a bubble, all right? But that is...
Yeah, they're taking it as a security risk. That's one of the main reasons they've nationalized, right? That's
we're
why
talking about AI, right?
We are. And that leads into the economy, because people are not bullish on it. They're thinking recession and things of that sort, when in reality we have a revolutionary product. The only thing that's kind of holding us back is a war. Global war is the thing that's holding us back from essentially the next phase of humanity.
So Tango, how much of the $2 trillion do you think he's going to sell off by what date?
Oh, I have no idea. I didn't really look that in specific. I didn't really look too much into it. I try to grab a little bit of everything.
Do you understand what his goal is? Do you understand why he wants to sell those?
No, I just care about the ramifications of the immediate global macro. I care more so about the chain of events of that action of everybody else and what their responses are on the rest. In theory, it's to maintain housing pricing.
It's one of several tools that he believes in to reduce the balance sheet. He's not going to sell off $2 trillion in one quick swipe.
We're not in good hands. Because I'm going to assume everyone here, well, it's a bad assumption. Let's say you love America, right? I can't say that we have a 15-year solid plan. It seems like this Trump administration is going to run a shotgun campaign, and then someone else is going to pick up in the middle of where they left off, right? And that's it. You know what I mean? It's like, who's going to pick up? It's like when people in a company leave, right? It's like no one's ever going to pick up from where you left, dude. they're gonna have to redo this shit from the beginning. So now it's gonna be a clusterfuck no matter what.
So I don't know if I agree with that, because I really think one of the understated things about this administration, as opposed to his first administration, is a deep bench of very qualified people. Rubio is getting praise from Democrats now, and you're going to have the Florida governor probably join this administration after his term is up. And this guy has done a whole lot down there. And Vance, everybody talks about him being the front runner, but I don't know necessarily that he's going to be that guy. I just think, and you go deeper to the younger people. Josh Hawley of Missouri is a really intelligent dude. There's a lot of really very smart people, and then people who are in cabinet positions who, would stick around for the next administration, like Scott Bessent and everything. I really do think that he's going to have more stability when he leaves office, for sure, than he did after the first term.
Yeah, but the Fed traditionally stays regardless of whether it was switched. Do you think the Democrats are going to remove the Fed chairman when Trump leaves if a Democrat takes over?
Well, that's a big if and when, because I'm not convinced at all that the Democrats.
Let's say he reduces the balance sheet and he avoids what Tango's predicting here, and the economy's not in the toilet. We still have decent GDP growth. We still have wage growth, which we have. Both of those are up right now. CPI is 2.4. Stock markets are soaring. Let's say everything's just where it is now. The only things we're concerned about is unemployment and the price of some consumer goods. Do you think the Democrats are going to change the Fed at that point?
Honestly, I think if the Dems do get power, they will change a whole bunch of stuff, simply because this is my opinion. I think that they've shown a lot of irrationality in the last 10 years. And I think it's like anything but Trump and anything but Trump policies. So I think everything is on the table if the Democrats take over power. And I think the best thing for the Democratic Party is for them to be out of power for at least another 6 years so that they can reform and get back to like being what a lot of people remember it used to be.
So if they get rid of the Fed, are they going to replace him with someone who doesn't have the overall goal of reducing the balance sheet?
It's anybody's guess. I couldn't really have to guess that.
Yeah, that's a very hard spec. Why are you concerned about that one? If I don't mind asking, William. Do you think that's going to happen or something? Or?
No, I think that he's going to balance it out, and everything's going to be just fine. And I think it doesn't matter whether the Democrats take the White House next time or not. I think the Fed will sort everything out. I think that what Powell did under Biden and then into the transition from Trump, even though everybody gives him a lot of flack for not lowering interest rates, look at how the numbers are where they're at. And traditionally, they should not be where they're at based on everything that's happened. He did the quantitative tightening perfectly. And I think the next guy is going to reduce the balance sheet, and he's going to use every tool in his toolbox. I don't think it's going to be extreme. And he's going to pull money out of circulation, and he's going to reduce the balance sheet. And the sovereign wealth is going to see that as a positive sign, and it's going to start dumping money back into our economy.
Sovereign wealth is the thing the security apparatus has been trying to protect us from.
I know where to see with the price of gold, though.
I know it's going to sound a little nutty, but when your economy can be infiltrated and essentially booby trapped, right? Like, for example, what if I buy all the houses, or what if I finance all the mortgages in your country and then pull the rug out from it? See, your economy can be put into shambles. So what we see as a 2008 housing collapse because I don't know, Joe couldn't afford his mortgage is really just like a poorly secured financial system that could be easily co-opted by a foreign nation. All they have to do is lie to you and say, I'm going to give you a home mortgage, right? Like,
No, but these recessions always happen, though. It's a natural cycle in our system.
Do you think it's a natural?
We can avoid
No, it's not a natural cycle. It's clearly caused by Trump. I'm interrupting because I want to correct William. William, you were wrong. Wage growth is down. GDP is down. I put the numbers in the chat.
Yeah, where'd you get these numbers from?
The recessionary cycles. These are normal in our system. These happen every 5-10 years.
Where'd you get these numbers from?
Zero number statistics.
You may think a bank robbery is cyclical. That it may appear that way.
Wait, so 2020, 2008.
Just admit you didn't look at some numbers and you just said random. You just said random shit. You don't have no idea what the numbers.
Those are all 10-year intervals right there. What do you mean? Literally, the last three were 10-year intervals.
The number in 2025 and 2024 was bigger than in 2025, which represents a decline.
One was 12 years. One was 8 years. It's not spot on, but those are the cycles.
Okay, but you admit that Trump's economy is in decline. Great.
You admit there are cycles, yes?
Yeah, but if you think it's because of the cycle...
And you admit those cycles are longer than the presidential term, yes?
Do you think Trump has nothing to do with the collapse of the economy right now? Because you're retarded.
I think the presidents have a huge impact. I think they can exacerbate and expedite the process for sure.
What caused GDP to increase this year? Because GDP is down. Like, your GDP is down, exports are down. Do you know why your GDP is up?
Did you just ask why the GDP or the exporting is down?
GDP is affected by exports. Everything is down in America except the one metric that's causing your GDP to increase. Do you know what that metric?
No, tell me. What's that metric?
It's gold exports. So every other export, everything else is down, but gold exports are up because the price of gold is high because people are hedging against the US dollar. So interestingly, the collapse of the US dollar is causing your GDP to increase because you're selling more gold. It's kind of funny.
And the chart of gold, has that been going up only in the past few years, or has that been going up, I don't know, the past 100 years, and it only made an exponential move in the past, 3 years?
Last 3 years. Like, of course it's been increased, but why even say that?
Wasn't it like 50 years ago? 50 years ago, wasn't it like $50 an ounce?
Doesn't matter. Irrelevant. 50 years ago, irrelevant.
It doesn't matter. Okay. All right. I'm just saying random things for you to think about.
Right, but what I said is factual.
I think you're
every country in the world is hedging.
I think you're giving one person too much credit. I think you're giving Trump way too much credit in terms of thinking how much control he has over the actual entire market with thousands of other millionaires and billionaires, global power players. I think you're giving him way too much credit.
And you're lying about the numbers. Other players affect the U.S. economy, bro. There's only one person that affects the U.S. economy.
No, there's lots of things that affect the U.S. economy.
But Trump... Lots of things. Nothing affects it as much as the president, though, obviously.
Oh, yeah. It'd be nice. It'd be nice to just make your own crypto coin, and then promote it. It'd be nice to make your own social media, actually, and then promote it there. I don't know. It'd be nice to do a bunch of other things. It'd be nice to put your family in certain key positions. I don't know. Oh, wait. Every president does that. My bad. It'd be nice to inside trade like politicians. It'd be nice to like politicians like Nancy Pelosi, but nah, we don't talk about those people. They're all fucked up, man.
No, I get you, but like still not to the level of like Donald Trump. Like if you just look at like the amount of money, right? If you have like the attitude of like, look, steal $1, steal like $100, both of them are thieves. I agree with you.
She's the best investor of all time.
No, I don't think so, right? I don't think she's like.
Her stats say otherwise.
Okay. One thing I did see is that Democrats, man, they outperform Republicans by a lot, man. They outperform them by a lot.
It's just not illegal. Insider trading for politicians, it's not illegal. So
yeah,
we can't even call it insider trading. But if you did it's illegal.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just.
Yo, where do you think the price of Bitcoin is gonna be in like March? I'm thinking 44, man. We were due for a breakout out of this like triangle we've been fucking in. It's 72K, then go real bearish, and then that's what we're really building up for until this whole Iran started putting like ships like close to them and shit. Then we started going like, it's like downtrending.
Iran is only moving those ships because Russia sets up. Please do not think Iran is like playing Risk by itself. Like, if anyone thinks that, I mean, it's like you would have to believe that like they're playing a video game on StarCraft. Or I'm gonna go fucking fight the United States. Like, that's not what they're doing. Russia like got involved with Ukraine. They got to move around all this oil. Right, and they work with Iran, and like this is what you guys have.
Yeah, look, I'm saying, I was just saying how this like would reflect on Bitcoin. I know there's like other implications, right? Like there's a whole like stretch of water, right? That if it gets blocked off, we're gonna be seeing fucking oil at like what, 100 something, right? But no, I was just saying I was preparing for a decent long, and I hit my stop loss because of this news, right? Or just like the mere like speculation is going to happen. When the news hit, it really went down. So I'm trying to think if I'm not even sure, man. I'm not even sure if Bitcoin is going to perform well at like. Worst case scenario for the economy, is it even going to do good? Like, has it ever really been tested? The price is too good to pass up. It's going to be like 40 something. Like, the price is too good to pass up. That like, how long is it going to be like chopping for before like there's some actual improvement?
I don't know. I don't play Bitcoin, but
you don't?
I don't.
Man, so things gonna hit 40, man. I think it's going to hit 40, and I think that price, I think that we're going to see a major influx of ETFs. I think it's going to be, it's too good, man. The risk is there, but at that price, I'm thinking of opening out a long position on hyperliquid, a leveraged position on hyperliquid for it.
I don't know, man. I'm not in crypto, but if you look at Bitcoin's price over the last 18 months, that is about as volatile as you can possibly imagine.
I mean, yeah, but like that's part of the cycle, right? That's part of like the whole cycle of Bitcoin. And to be fair, like, yeah, like once it crosses like the 200 EMA cross, then you know that's you're in for a bearish market historically every single time it's done that. Then once you you close like below the Gaussian line, then you see a 40% like dump really quickly within the like next like week and something, right? That historically has happened. That's happened again, right? And now
so
even like
watching that, and they're all waiting for that same indicator, and the whale psychs everyone out on them.
Yeah, Jane Street. Oh yeah, did I tell you how it got? Yeah, did I tell you how it got fucked over by Jane Street?
No.
Yeah, so they were shorting the market every day at like 10 a.m. Right, there was a dip, and there's these lawsuits that come against Jane Street because they did like a bunch of like dumb shit in India, right, where they would acquire like whatever stock, right, and then they would short it, right? They would dump it. At the same time, the fucking derivatives, they would just place an option to counter that, and they'd be so profitable, right? They just kept on doing that again and again. It really came out because one of their employees went to like a competing hedge fund, and they're like, oh yeah, he's telling them our strategy, and it came out like in some small lawsuit. They launched a lawsuit against his employee, and now people become aware that they do this. They suspected they were doing this with Bitcoin. Data news broke out. They didn't do that. Huge rally upwards. Of course, I was in a short position, and and that was like 3K gone in like 15 minutes. That was fucking fun. So yeah.
Well, the Bitcoin thing is, like, I interviewed for some company, like, and they actually offered to pay the full salary in Bitcoin, right? And I was like,
what year was this?
Probably like late 2020s, pre-COVID, right? And I was like, wow, that's kind of interesting. But like, can you imagine that shit? Like, imagine thing was like 40% of its value. Like, I don't know what the fuck they convince people with that shit, but it's like,
if it was in the beginning of 2020, right? You'd have been like massively profitable.
Yeah,
right?
I know, but it's like, it's not just about flipping for a profit. It's like,
It's
how the fuck is that a
volatility.
store of
Like,
value?
Yeah,
If
people can't deal with that, with the volatility. Like, if you get paid $100 from work, you don't want to get paid, and then all of a sudden 2 weeks later it's worth $50 because
right.
That's what the market deems it now. And you're like, fuck that.
So the confidence loss is what we're witnessing here, right? So now when people say, "Oh, it's definitely going to come back," it's like, says who? Like, no one wants to see that shit. Like, why don't I just put it in Google? Like, you think people are that stupid? Right? That's what's going to happen. And like, I don't think it's going to recover the way people think it is.
I think they were probably going to be back over 70 in like 7 to 8 months, I think.
Well, here's the other thing too is, one, you always need to remember that Bitcoin itself is CIA US backed. 2, people just found out that it is also Jeffrey Epstein backed. 3, I think people are digesting that very fact that maybe some people didn't even think of option 1 and 2 at all. Maybe some people just saw option 2 and they're digesting it. Institutions are probably like, oh fuck, this isn't good. We should probably get out of this for some PR right now, because probably some of our competitors are probably thinking the same thing, to just dump right now. They might expose wallet addresses. It might expose us being paid for some back-end dirty business. Let's just get out right now. I don't know. There could have been a lot of shady business that we're not really aware of. We don't really think about, because, we're not like that. But when you're in the nature of shady business,
I mean, Bitcoin basically operates on a cartel, right? So basically, let's say I want to sell red balloons, right? And I want to sell red balloons at $10. Anybody that shows up with red balloons at $1, I buy it up. Okay, so for me to kind of push the false narrative that Bitcoin will hold its value, I have to be so liquid that I can control that price in the market forever. So the reason Bitcoin kind of looks like a stable currency is because very large institutions, similar to what they do with gold, is that they're able to kind of prop it up and say, no, it's going to always stay at this price. To a certain point, and these institutions are big enough to keep this fraud going.
No, it gets better, because now they've institutionalized it. They want it to go up. You know why? Because now they can short it. And not only can they short it, they can take out leveraged contracts now that every institution is trading now.
And the shitheads made 401k ETFs, so regular American people, your money's going straight to Bitcoin whether you like it or not. It's such a...
So they like the they like the volatility. They want it to go. They want it to look like zigzag, up down, up down, up down. Doesn't matter what the move is, as long as they're controlling the move.
Yeah, they're like project managers that are so happy that the project is like extended and extended. Like every delay is wonderful.
Yeah, and every now and then, they're also like, hey, you company, funding company, we like you. Invest in this at 60. Invest at 90. Put more in at like 110. Oh, Michael Saylor, you're gonna keep buying? Yeah. Oh, now you're in the negative because it's below this. Oh, we might buy you now because you might go back. Ooh. you're sitting on a lot of. What's your stock at now? Ooh, we could just buy your company, and you have all that Bitcoin now. Ooh, you fucked up.
This shit is hellish.
I don't think people realize how, like, when you realize how deep this game goes in terms of, like, the psychology, the level of chess moves, the strategic outlining of, like, this economic consumption of devouring competitors through intricate layers of deceit guised as policies, and it's just so deep. I find it fascinating.
Well, I'll give you like a hot take conspiracy that who's the guy from FTX, right? Bankman-Fried. I'm confident that he's a psyop, not a psyop, but our security. Yeah, basically they expose them to kind of show people that are involved in the crypto stuff that like these coins are scams and they run it like this. So it was a huge educational, like, you know, he's being interviewed on CNBC from fucking jail and shit. Like, hey everyone, PSA time, sit down. The coin is not worth anything. It's sold at a certain value. If a run ever happened on the bank, it would collapse. You guys have to know this. So I actually believe that our deep state operates like this. Because look at who Bankman-Fried was. Like a mastermind criminal? No, it was an education lesson. So we can all learn what this is.
So there is two ways to look at it too, because there are people out there in those types of fields, like when it comes to programming and stuff like that, or crypto or finance or whatever, there are people in there with just a genuine interest for the subject. And then there are the companies like InQtel, which is, you know, the CIA investment arm. And there are other different investment, you know, angel investors, quote unquote. And these are the ones that are looking to exploit the technologies and patent it and gain control of it. So sometimes, yeah, the person may or may not be aware. Other times, it's the name of the game is it's like they look at them as prey, literally. They're literally like, all right, what's the next business game plan? What next company are we acquiring? What are we selling? Boom, done. We got this. We sell it to this company. We got this technology from here, from this software engineer. He's creating this. Boom, we sell it to Google. Done. Or they could literally be hired just to patent block, like literally just to buy something, just to shelve it.
Who was the gentleman that said that Bitcoin's controlled by a cartel? That was a very astute observation.
So I didn't say it's controlled by a cartel, but it has to operate like a cartel. So the economics of it, because it has no real value, like diamonds and stuff like that. Like
that's everything in life, though.
Well, some things have real value. Like oil can run out. That's
a lie. Oil can never run out.
Human energy can run out. So
I'll tell you what. A scientist was paid to tell you that in a 1940s forum that we're going to run out of oil. You know how many times I've heard that we're going to run out of oil? I was told it was like in the 1990s we're going to run out of oil. Then like 2010 we're going to run out of oil. Then like by 2020 we're going to. Guess what? We keep finding oil. It just never runs out apparently. But you know what it is good for when you. You know what's good though when you tell them you're going to run out? You know what that means? It creates scarcity.
Oil insecurity.
Well, it creates scarcity, and now if it's a finite resource, so that means that
I don't think that's it, bro. I think you're telling me that. Well, what's next? The diamonds? They're like not rare, and what? They're not a woman's best friend.
They're not.
Fuck out of here, bro.
It's very disappointing. Apparently, gold's a finite resource too. Didn't we just find the biggest deposit in Zimbabwe like 2 years ago? It's larger than.
Basically, we're gonna probably get to a point where me and you or anybody on the street's gonna go like, I don't believe that your money is worth anything, right? Now, that'll be like a real debate. Like, if I were to look you in the eye and say, I don't care that your computer solved this hash, right? I don't care, right? That is where the wars will start. That's where the civil war is gonna happen. I really don't care that you think your wallet computed a hack. I don't care what you think the value of this money is, and I think that is the risk that we're headed towards.
I think that people said that about when we got the dollar off the gold, right? Okay, I don't believe in the speculation of XYZ or whatever this is. Right? I don't understand this new thing. It's not something solid backing it up. But I think that in the future things will be organized, right? I think that those systems will have certain value. I think that there's a big uphill fight about it. But the fact that they're making their way to ETFs, the fact that BlackRock has their foot in so many of them, right? Even small ones, I bought this project that started the whole goal was to do a stable coin for Abu Dhabi, right? An Abu Dhabi back coin, which they did, right? BlackRock was also in that. I think that at the very least, right, the big players are taking this into consideration and they are preparing for a scenario where that could be a possibility, right? And when you prepare for that, right, and you feel a bit comfortable, the chances of it being adopted quicker increase, right? Because what they're really worried about is whatever this new technology is, are they going to be able to have some control over it? Otherwise, they want no part of it. But if they can have a better control than they have now, right, where there's less government in it and they manipulate it, they'll be more than happy to adopt it, right? He would adapt it in a flash. I don't know. I think that only time will tell, but I don't think Bitcoin's going anywhere soon.
Sorry, again. That just sounds like hope, brother. You gotta have fundamentals underneath your hope, and hope. It's not enough, man. Sorry. And somebody earlier today was talking about the expansion and contraction of the economy, and how that happens. There's a couple of things that I think
you gotta have conviction.
No. You gotta have analysis. I think about the money supply, liquidity, and I think about interest rates, right? And we know that the Fed controls it, right? We know the Fed can loosen, expand, or tighten, contract, right? And so there's this thing called the quantity theory of money, quantity theory of money, which talks about, and then you gotta watch this documentary. It's called Money Masters. If you watch the Money Masters documentary, you get it. It's 3 hours long, but it's entertaining. Then there's another one. It's called The Princes of the Yen. Talks about the Japanese ascension after World War II and how they, went into hyper appreciation of their assets and how they went into a 10-year recession. Seems a little engineered. Yeah, man, this is all intentional. You let the economy expand, and you tighten it. Everyone starts collapsing. Also, there's another guy you can look into. His name is Hyman Minsky. He wrote the Financial Instability Hypothesis. And basically, what he says is the more stability you have, or the more prosperity you have, the more unstable your economy becomes over time. And there's 3 stages, which is the first one is the hedge stage, which is all projects that are financed. They get paid back their interest and they can pay back their principal, right? Those are the good loans that are first given after a recession. Think 08, 09, 10, 11. The best loans are going to get paid finance, right? The best projects. Then over time, those loans are gone. There's no more loans or projects that can pay back interest and principal. Then the next stage is speculative finance, which is they can't pay back their principal, but they can pay back their interest rate. And so what these rely upon are being able to refinance. So the business will stay the same. You know, the project will operate. It'll always throw off cash, but not enough cash to draw down the principal, but enough cash to pay off interest rate. And so they'll always be able to refinance, right? Because, you know, at least you can pay back interest, and that's good enough, right? And then there's the third stage of finance, which is the Ponzi stage, which is you can't pay back interest, you can't pay back principal, but if you rely upon appreciation, then that will be your route to exit, right? Because when you get a loan, at some point you have to exit in order to pay back your lender and to make a profit. So these are the projects that say, give me $100 million. No, I'll never throw off any revenue to pay off the principal. No revenue to pay the interest. And you're gonna have to give me the interest payment, all right, to make it look good for your constituents. But it's gonna increase in value over the course of 5 to 10 years, whatever, 5-year loan period. And then I'll be able to sell it. I'll make a profit, and I'll pay you back. That's the Ponzi.
Are you saying Bitcoin is a Ponzi?
Not just Bitcoin that relies on, you know, money go up, but a lot of other, like Jamie Dimon, we all know him, one of the biggest, if not the biggest financial institution in the world. I don't know if you remember when there's this thing, it's called shadow banking. It's been a concept for, you know, since 2008. You can look it up. And so basically, they are opaque financial arms that are very influential. They're supposed to be capitalized to the tune of like $2 trillion right now. And they made a bad bet in a couple of areas. And Jamie Dimon said, when this, I think it was True Colors or something, like when they collapsed, he said, you know how it is when there's one cockroach, there's others, right? You can look up the quote. He used the word cockroach. So he was alluding to trouble in the private credit environment. And there were like 3 big bankruptcies or 2 or 3 big bankruptcies that happened like in a short period of time. And then recently, he said, about a couple of days ago, it's looking like pre-financial crisis environment because there's a lot of people doing dumb things, right? And so he's again alluding to trouble in the financial markets. And I take this to be a signal. Somebody else, I think, mentioned it, where they basically tell you what's happening. They educate you on the situation to like kind of absolve themselves of, I guess, I don't know. Some people call it karmic retribution.
100% karmic retribution.
Yeah.
It's a rule they live by.
How do you confirm that? I know we speculate about it, but how do you get some more concrete, no pun intended, evidence? Like, that's what I'm curious about. I'm not saying you're wrong, because I believe it to some degree. I'm not fully convinced yet, but it does make sense if these are like esotericists, people who are into like esoteric Eastern, I don't know. That's my spiel.
The one thing I'll say,
the people are agreeing with their own will, their own free will. They've come to the agreement, and so you've never wronged the people against their will because you told them what was going on or what you were going to do or what was happening, and you told them, and they did it themselves. They said, I want to do this. That's what it's about.
Oh, yeah. Plain sight. Well, somebody else to say something?
Yeah. I don't want to derail the convo, but like, so I'll just leave it here. Just to leave it here. But like, if you say like Bitcoin's a Ponzi, right? And we kind of follow the financial instruments and say like, if Bitcoin were to ever get called, right, this whole thing would collapse. I think trying to get to the bottom of that question can get you to the origin of where Bitcoin came from. Because as Bitcoin collapses and you see things trying to keep it alive, that's where you can figure out who cares about this or who would have cared enough about it to have made this, right? So like, I can see a nation state saying, we can never let Bitcoin go to zero because that is a tunnel system that we will finance until the end of the world, right? So it's like, I wonder if a state like that would even risk showing its hand.
If that's the case, it doesn't matter what the price is of the asset.
Right,
it doesn't matter if it's $100,000 or $5. They don't care. They're still going to buy X amount of units and transfer X amount of however much they have to transfer.
And that's the bullish case for the world is so messed up that Bitcoin must exist as a entity because superpowers are fighting.
Well, you don't need Bitcoin as a funnel, right? You think of it like this.
Do you need duffel bags of gold?
No, you can do anything.
I'm joking.
No, well, the thing is, you can use anything, any company, because you control all the apparatus of enthusiasm, right? All you need to do is like post enough glowing stories with the Wonder Kid CEO and the cutting edge technology, and you've got yourself a fucking unicorn, right? $1 billion company. That play is easily duplicatable, such that you don't have to kill yourself propping up Bitcoin. There will be another opportunity, right? Because again, when we go through the collapse, that's when they're clearing the board, they're cashing out, they're liquidating all assets, and they're collecting. That's clearing the board. And when the recovery occurs, after all the pain, 1, 2, 3 years, however long it might take, people are gonna resume a hopeful posture. And that's when you sell them anything. You can sell anybody anything when they've gotten out of a doldrum and they're looking for hope. They're looking for, to feel good again.
Yeah, in psychological interrogation, this is just called exhaustion. Like, you exhaust the person to such a degree that they'll do whatever you want.
Yo, Concrete, I kept on looking into the thing because I forget who was that woman in journalism. It was like, no, like nothing's wrong with the housing market. Everything's absolutely fine.
Jessica.
Yes. No, bro, it's definitely not Concrete.
Yeah, I looked it up. I looked at there's this thing called Calculated Risk. They're a blog, and they were just talking about all the different cities that have depreciated in terms of prices, and there was one that hit like 22%. There was a
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What city is that, dude?
Bro, if you look on the list,
they fucking sprinkle fentanyl on the streets, bro.
If you look at the list, a lot of the blown economies or housing markets are in Florida. Texas, Florida.
Oh yeah.
And I think North Carolina. I'm gonna find the link and I'm gonna post it real quick.
Yeah, there was a lot of a big correction down here in Florida recently.
Well, we gotta go to Chili's and tell Gustavo we're about to buy a size house for pennies on the dollar, man.
But to be fair, the correction down here, like, that shit has to happen, man. The pricing is kind of out of control down here. Like, a lot of these units shouldn't have appreciated 100% in like 2, 3, 4 years tops. Like, that's kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, I saw like this new 2020 was worth $666,000, and then in 22 they're like, oh, it's worth like $1.78 million. And then it just sold and it was put on market for like 1.9, and just sold for like, and then like the same, they were like, cookie cutter housing basically, right? Up to like deluxe variety. Same exact one, like next to it, like 1.2, right? Just sold. Oh,
Okay, but do you
I'm
understand?
betting on it. I want to move to Knoxville.
But do you understand why?
The other thing too that
No, I think it's just
We have a housing shortage by 75% of where we should be. It's supply and demand. There's not enough housing.
there's not enough buyers, right? That's an even bigger problem for people who are selling, right? If you're selling and you know who's buying, right?
It's not about, you can't quantify the number of buyers. Some people aren't even looking anymore who would buy if they could. It's a whole bunch of reasons, but the biggest issue is we don't have enough houses. That's why they keep going up. It's not a bubble. It's not anything else. It's because we don't have enough of them.
Do you know why?
We're not building. Yes, regulations, construction, labor.
No, yeah, but I think, like, I'm gonna tell you, the National Association of Home Builders, they do a developer survey, which is, here's a bunch of developers. Hey guys, what are your costs looking like? And they break them down by line item. Do you want to know how much what percentage goes to the government of a $400,000 house?
It's like 100,000 or something like that, and it varies state by state. Yeah,
exactly.
Some of them you have to pay like 100 or 200,000 before you even put 1 2x4 on the property.
Bro, the government is fucking us everywhere we look, bro. Because developers are gonna develop, but the government is slowing down permitting, increasing fees. When you go to get do a subdivision, you got you can only imagine, right? And then the only people who want to fucking do it are who? The Wall Street fucking hedge funds when they're building communities just to rent out. You son of a bitch.
I was just about to say the struggles that you just mentioned that are in place. That's by design to keep it only to the big players or any of the players that are sufficient enough to even play that particular game. And there's a lot of things like that where they just over-regulate it to only just keep it a certain.
Yeah, but when are the people gonna revolt, bro?
Nobody's revolting, bro. Gen Z is, I think, the first generation that's dumber than the previous generation. They've done a successful job at dumbing down the U.S. population to the point where this generation is officially dumber than the previous. Like, that's fucking crazy. I used to think that movie Idiocracy was a joke.
No, it's real, but he's trying to say that baby boomers are Gen X is not dumber than baby boomers, and millennials aren't dumber than Gen X.
What? All of you are dumber than those. Should point that out.
It keeps going down. Is my point.
Yeah.
I can't believe people thought Gen Z were like smart. Like, wow, they're so smart.
I mean, they have all the tools in the world to learn anything now.
It's because like Gen X and millennials, right? They have fucking problems resetting their phone. They think that this Gen Z understands how powerful. And I'm Gen Z, by the way, right? The first generation, the first year of Gen Z, none of the bug fixes, but none of the nerfs. And the issue with that is that's not really being smart. That's just you're a kid, you want to get your thing, so you better figure that whole fucking meme that was if you got any gains, right? That just comes from searching for dopamine, right? And I think that intelligence is a bit more than just searching for dopamine. And I think that's what Gen Z is good at. But also Gen Z has no fucking hope.
Let me shit on millennials.
No, there's a few different things that shape the character nature. For one, the whole game design, little things that you guys don't even realize, the types of games that you guys played as kids, right?
That's FC's fault.
Well, for example, the games we played had no saves. We could. A lot of our games involved more you either get it done now or it's game over. That's it. There's no time.
Okay. Well, let's just pause. You don't think we're trash. Ours are way harder, more complicated. The reaction times of ours are way more difficult.
Hand coordination is something completely different versus task focus. Being able to redo something tells the person or in the brain that, hey, I can just fuck up. I don't have to try as hard. I can just do it over again. And you don't realize it, but that's what happens. That's what it's essentially instilling. It's saying it's okay. There's a safety net down here. When we play, like, nah, if we die, that's it. The game's over. You have to start from level 1. Doesn't matter what the fuck's going on. So a lot of that. Sure. On top of that,
Bro, we
didn't have social media. We didn't have social media growing up, right? We didn't have everything that you did is on the internet. Everything that you fucking said from 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, anything that you said is there for people to like. We didn't have that shit.
Yeah, y'all depended on like media, right? Like y'all the same movies, right? Though that was like your entertainment. Movies.
I'm just positioning why I feel bad for you guys. Hold on. And then you guys get hit with, like, on top of that social media, you guys get hit with Instagram and all these things, and to the point where the most, like, we watched YouTube videos like they were hours long. You guys watch 1-minute clips on Instagram.
Basically, you guys are annihilated. And
so, like, what I'm saying is you guys are so short-term focused. So, like, it with everything that you guys have been, like, the ultimate marketing product. Like, we were the ultimate food experiment of the 90s because we had all the shit. You guys are the ultimate experiment for, like, technological aristocrats.
We failed you, basically.
Or they can push it.
We failed you as older brothers and sisters.
Yeah, because, like, I just thought, we were like, fuck all this shit. And then we thought it would just make everybody smarter and shit. And then now we're just like, what the fuck?
See, like, I was going to say about, like, the millennial generation, like, I don't think we had a Hemingway. I don't think we had great minds come out of our generation.
Yeah, it was Kurt Cobain, dude.
No, dude, we were too busy getting hit with the fucking Y2K, the world's going to end in 2000, and then we got hit with the dot-com bubble. Then we got hit with 9/11 after that. Then 5 years later, we got hit with 2008 financial crisis. By the time we got out, we were fucking fried. We were like, this world's fucked. Then we got hit with 2012. Then we got hit by 2012. You know, like, we were so traumatized by like 4 or 5, 6 different events by that point. We were only just 20 years old at that point.
Okay, but the Y2K generation.
Let's just wait till like Gen Z's like brain fully develops, right? Most of them, their brains haven't fully developed. Like we're only 3 years in.
No, wait till
only 3 years into.
Outshines Gen Z. You just wait.
Yeah,
one day you'll be sitting here telling some alpha you don't understand.
Yeah, the Gen Alpha is going to be talking like Americans did in like the early 1920s with like that transatlantic. You're like,
oh yeah,
I hope so. You're like, what is going on?
I'm 97, man. That shit's gonna follow me for the rest of my life. When I put like 1997, remember when I was a kid and I was like, it must be so weird being born. You're fucking oblivious, right? That was me. That like people were born like 18, like 40 something, right, and died in 1920. I was like, so weird. But like the tens place went fucking down in their life. Like, what was that like? Right? And then I'm like, oh shit. I was like, well, my gosh, shit, that's me. Well,
all I know is every year that goes by, it just feels like time is moving quicker. That's all I can say.
Yeah, the aliens are speeding up the timeline, bro.
Yeah. I just want to say the coolest generation was Gen X. I don't know what the fuck millennials are. The millennials were like the first generation to piss off the previous generation so much that they didn't even consider leaving assets. They're like, you know, fuck it, we'll just put this in retirement and go around the world.
We have to have assets, but
No, I'm saying like, I know, like, you know, baby boomers were Joe's dad. I don't know what Joe did, but like, it used to be like, we must protect the future for our children. We must protect the future for our children. And then somewhere along the lines, right, I don't know what the fuck Joe did, but Joe let them down so bad. They were like, fuck y'all, fuck the future generation. Everything's easy for y'all. And became like, you know, these villains. But like, every villain has an origin story. And I think it was giving birth to you. Yeah, ever since then, the connection between the next generation has been like, yeah, fuck you, you're shit, you're trash. And I think that's just trauma that y'all are passing on.
No, listen, brother. Their parents said, fuck you. Their parents said, fuck you.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think that happened to the baby boomers. They had it, everything was set up for them. Everything was nice. They got everything handed to them, man.
Look, you're trying to look back like you think you understand.
Their parents didn't say fuck you. They set them up with great education. They set them up with everything. You know what that is? That's like making policy that cares about the next generation. No, there was love for the baby boomers.
That's
all the
what
baby
the
boomers
country was
expecting.
for a time. It had nothing to do with the generation. The baby boomers were ostracized by their parents, as your parents did to you, as my parents did to me, and as I've done to my child. It just keeps going down and down and down.
Nah, I think we'll start it honestly. I blame millennials, bro.
Up and up and up.
I blame millennials, man. It's definitely your own fault. But
no,
I've never seen
not millennials.
It's definitely millennials, man. Come on, like you know what? You could totally see this, right? Because like Gen X parents are like not that way with their like their kids, right? Because like Gen X wasn't brought up by baby boomers. So yeah, you can totally see that there's like a big difference, right? Because Gen X were like Gen X, like well, not all of Gen X, right? I've obviously there's some overlap, but Gen X still got love for their parents. Like really fucking chill. Like they make like decent human beings. But like later statement. I'm talking about.
Why are millennials so fucked up? Isn't it that millennials are fucked up because Gen X parents were fucked up?
No, listen. Like the millennials we're talking about are like basically like my parents were Gen X. You get it? Like my parents were Gen X. And so like if you're like lucky enough to have a Gen X parent, right? And not like, mad cow disease millennials as a parent. Like your odds of life increase like much better.
Baby boomers? Who were the parents of millennials? Baby boomers or Gen X?
No, it would be obviously there's gonna be an overlap, right? Just like there's an overlap for me, right? Like you're gonna be parents of my generation, but you're not like my parents, right? It's gonna be like Gen X. Right, it's going to be like an overlap, right? That's pretty obvious.
You know what Gen X is?
I'm saying that both of you sound like we got raised by baby, not by Gen X, right? Like you all are like, when is Gen X again?
We're probably closer to Gen Y. It's 1960 to 1980.
Generations, and you don't even know what Gen X are.
Yeah, we're probably closer to Gen Y.
Millennials are.
I mean, there might be
Gen Y is like Jim Jones. It's kind of in the middle.
Oh.
Well, the thing is, every generation after the boomers, right? They built their life based on what was marketed. So, like, a lot of our lives after Gen X was like, what is this shit that you see on TV, and then you go kind of aspire to that. I think every generation before that didn't live life like that. Like, you kind of wanted to be like something more organic, right? Like you're inspired to be something in reality. But if you kind of look at this kind of Western Gen X and after, right? It's like everyone's life was not based on reality. It's based on some like, I want to be this marketed shit.
Everybody in the world is laughing at us. They're like, what the fuck?
Gen X was like the last generation to get like a real experience, right? Like a genuine, like with the ideal human experience, right? They could wear leather jackets, have long hair, like ride around in a fucking muscle car, right? Like blast, like actual good rock music, not the fucking depressing fucking My Chemical Romance shit that came afterwards. It's just like induce people to cut their wrists, right? Like actual like shit that people would drop acid to, right? That was dope, right? Like music that made you drop acid, not a band that was there just to like just congregate people to sell acid, right? Like there's a difference, right? And yeah, that's why, like, if you're lucky enough, like me, to get raised by Gen X parents, man, shit's nice, man. But if, like, I see people who are getting raised by millennials, man, I feel bad for them. Low T from the jump, or, like, a vision of the future. You're already fighting some, like, social political battle before they understand what it is. Yeah, I feel bad for them, man. I don't get it. And, like, all that does is just makes them feel like, when your parents push something on you that you don't care about, and they do it so much that like you become immune to it for like the rest of your life, like you don't care about it. Yeah, that's why I think that's what's happening. Gen Z is just like, okay, that's why we have Hitler memes again.
Yeah,
millennial parents were cooked.
I don't know how they'll. I think they're gonna go through like a whole. That's why I think like Civil War in America is really.
In this millennials' fault, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I think like Civil War is possible because it's like if Gen Z is this fried, like they're gonna overreact in some form. Like it may not be now, but you're gonna see like in their 30s and 40s, like they're gonna explode because it's not a regular upbringing.
Yeah, look, man, it could be, but also like this generation like really cares about like physical life, the way that you look. Not cool with like the millennial guts, destroying a small beard to pretend you have a chin line. You know, like there's a lot of like body shaming that's back in style now. That's pretty cool. Like
I think you're overgeneralizing and you're missing the fact that every generation grows up.
We're speaking about generation.
Every generation, they grow up, they self-correct. It's happened before. It will happen again. Gen Z will be fine. Millennials will
we
be
have
fine.
teens taking steroids, sir. It's an epidemic. What are you talking about? We have teens taking steroids. It's an epidemic. You know, this generation definitely cares more about it than millennials, right? I'm not saying that y'all didn't have some Arnold Schwarzenegger days, right?
It'd be fine. Who said that?
I said it, and I'll stand by it.
Okay.
Gen Z will find their way.
It's giving that you have no understanding of how ruined the English dialect is from that generation.
All the millennials pretended like, oh, we're Jim Carrey, right? Like, let me just break it to millennials like really nicely. None of y'all make good impressions of Jim Carrey, bro.
That you guys now deem extremely offensive. That's all we used.
Okay, cool.
Words very often that you guys now deem extremely offensive.
Listen, our plethora of like
one starts with R and one starts with F. And
there is the R word is back, man. The R word is back, man. I don't know what retard made like bad shit, but it's bad, right? Like we broke through all that millennial bullshit of like be sensitive, right? When they got like money, they're like, no, we want a cafe that puts like, I don't know, lion's mane mushroom.
We grew up watching shows that if you guys saw them, they would immediately be canceled. Dave Chappelle's show would not be on. The Tom Green show, some of the other things that we saw.
Who's responsible? Who's responsible for being like, oh no, we don't want that to go on air? Who's responsible for that? You look at the shows.
Rumors.
It just shows how quick things can change in literally 20 years. That what we grew up on in the mid-90s, early 2000s would literally be banned on TV now.
Yeah, but like, look, millennials are more of a monolith than Gen Z. It's kind of like there's no variety really with millennials because like the things you'll derive your humor out of are like very limited, right? It depends on movies or like major like bands, right? That's the way that you'll be communicating humor because humor depends on there being a like understanding of a subject to make light of it, right? Or to make a reference. And so y'all are really subjected to like the low-hanging fruit of what was like really popular at the time. So a lot of the movie references you'll make, right? You're not even choosing like good like movies that are like niche, right? But like movies that everybody saw because otherwise the joke.
You'll never understand scary.
Yeah. And here's the best part: we get a daily download of a shit ton of heavily edited memes, right? That go and evolve and change, and yeah, that's what we both were, right? We have an availability of making jokes that are much more on point. They're a lot more humored. They expand across way more political spectrums.
Do you think millennials and Gen Z and baby boomers aren't seeing memes? Do you think somehow they're just frozen time?
No. I completely agree. Gen Z, both of y'all see memes, but only one of those three generations picks it up as their vocabulary. Right? Only one of them picks it up as daily vocabulary. The other one has like a backlog of like cartoons and like moments that happened that the nation stood together. Right? That's it. Like that's cool and everything.
But that's just like the limit of the media. It's not even your own fault. I feel bad for y'all, right? Like you didn't have access to that media.
Town or something. I think you're very heavily influenced by a small percentage of population.
Further context into this.
No, look, this is why millennials act like they're Jim Carrey. Come on, like, why would y'all act? Why would the humor of millennials, right? So many of them be around the way Jim Carrey talks. Do you know how specific that is? Do you see like a Gen? Do you see a?
You're talking.
Oh my. Okay, so.
Louis C.K. That's what they call
Bro,
it.
the last 4 or 5 years of the millennials pretend like they're Jim Carrey. Who? Just go look up millennial cringe. It's like a very, very clear and demorphed thing that millennials do. Where they pretend to, yes, they pretend to be.
Instagram algorithm is just feeding you some weird shit because I don't think.
Dude, you can, and you know why? You can see it in the movies, right? The movies that millennials watch, like they think that like infantilization. Okay, right. Like somebody acting like infantilizing themselves is like, oh, I'm gonna get my starfish. That's funny, right? And like people think that's like that's cool. It's just cringe to us. We're like, what the fuck? That's an adult, bro. And that type of humor started off fine, right? Which is great for a short format. But like, they're like, thank you, buddy. We'll take it from here. We're not gonna like pretend to be babies, right? They're like, like I'm going today. And it's like, why are you acting like a retard? Like, why? You're like an adult. You're filming yourself.
He's not.
Can you get off the fucking internet, please? Like, really think the memes are here.
Let me just back.
And then, like, the height of your memes is like some penguin whose half the body's walking backwards, and the other one looking this other way, and a baby with a fist. That's nice, but that meme dominated for like 2 years. This meme wouldn't make it, right? At that level, for more than like 4 days on the gram, my dude. This is how fast and evolving.
Generations.
This is how fast and evolving our memes are.
Look, can I get a millennial confirmation here? Does anybody else see these memes he's talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about with this.
Yes. Okay. I'll remind you of the memes that like millennials had, right? So millennials had control of the ground. There were a couple of memes, and they're so copy and paste, right? And they lack such variety that you'll remember them. There's a velociraptor with a claw up to his mouth. There's a penguin, right? So space is facing one way and body is facing the other way. There's a baby that's making a fist like, yeah, right? It was like,
I hate that one.
A straight line instead of a frown or a smile, right? And that's it. What's another one? Oh yeah, SpongeBob meme with a rainbow. Right?
Yeah. No.
The best meme you had was like.
Sure, you have a point.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me give you your roses.
Those are terrible.
Look. No, I know what he's saying. Like, how could a generation that grew up with the screen in front of us deny the fact that we're utterly affected by the shit that we watched growing up? Like, yeah, he's right. They're probably as corny as the 8 hours of this bullshit that they watched growing up. Like, and they don't even fucking know it.
I'm confused.
Okay, listen. I'm saying that you find us cringe because of the media and jokes that the jokes that we make. They depend on the media, right? That we consume, right? That's going to be our memes and whatever, right? And our memes evolve way faster than y'all, right?
No, it didn't evolve way faster than us because we're the same clothes we wore from the 90s again.
I'm saying our memes.
You're back to where we were.
Okay, so that's slowly. I'm saying our memes are way more.
Just wait. Memes are going to be back full circle. You're going to be listening to Nirvana. You're going to be listening to.
They are. I mean, yeah, but you're right. That's fine. Like millennial.
You're going to be listening to lots more set. Just wait. You're going to be looking at old MTV, real MTV, what peak MTV actually was.
You mean when they play music videos?
When they actually played music.
No, we're not. All that's gonna happen. All that's going to happen, right? No one's gonna watch
our UFO pants and Jenko jeans. Nobody was wearing those for 30 years.
This is just looting what y'all did. This is not experiencing it or like caring about it. No one's gonna watch a full programming of MTV. We're just gonna watch the highlights, right? Like, have you ever watched a full episode of Soul Train?
We did watch like a full
Yes.
That's crazy, bro.
Early 2000s,
Because if you're a
all the
straight
girls were
guy,
wearing bell bottoms.
you know to watch Soul Train, the full thing, if you're straight.
Okay.
Back then,
I did not know
there was
that,
no
Lord.
porn back then. You had to watch Soul Train.
Oh, that's crazy, bro. You all jacked out to like women with just the ankle. That's crazy, bro.
Sunday
Like
mornings
you didn't
on-
wait for the
yeah,
static to
Sunday
turn into the
mornings.
blue screen on your TV.
The squiggly lines.
Yo. I'm the
He doesn't
first
even-
gen. I'm the first gen of Gen Z. So I do have some of these memories, right? But I will deny them, right? Because I never did the Ace Ventura thing. I never did the like infantilization thing.
Wait.
That always scared me.
Ace Ventura, first of all, Pet Detective is a fucking amazing movie.
Yeah. You look. Sure, both of them are great. I think that's sure. Look. I'll try to like pretend like a grown man acting like a retard, right? Right? It's like great, right? Cool. It's all about his faces. It's funny to go. That's funny, right? Maybe you'll never got exposed to public crash outs, and that's like the closest you'll saw. That's like, that's not tragic if I actually got personally that, right?
Of your generation.
All right.
Who are you comparing?
All right,
to?
I'm the Beast. Okay,
Mr. Beast.
Look, listen. Listen, like, you have to hear me out.
George Carlin or
Dude, Kai Cenat is like what Nietzsche warned against. Like, no, Kai Cenat's like the worst thing ever. Like, somebody pretends, like, who doesn't even enjoy the culture that he's trying to, like, participate or experience, but only to get status. Like, there's a whole, like, thing about that.
For your generation. That's what it is.
Yeah. But listen, hear me out. I just want to say this. Sure, Jim Carrey was like a great actor, right? Like, he did, much like Yoko Ono was like great for her, like, music thing. Apparently, there's a whole genre of music, and she's a leader for anyone.
Don't ever disrespect Jim Carrey.
Yeah,
and don't bring up Yoko Ono in the same
for some reason, millennials think, right, that the way of honoring Jim Carrey is by like doing a Jim Carrey, and all that it does, right, is that it impregnates the minds of people who have not, like, doing faces. Like, have you not seen like okay, look, I swear to God, man, if you look up millennial. See, so like we have the internet, right? And it's documented. Okay, you'll left a hefty footprint of y'all doing the high things. You'll know when Jim Carrey
here. This whole Jim Carrey.
Okay. Do you know the Ace Ventura
that speaks for your generation? You can't name one person that matches the level of popularity of Jim Carrey.
Sure. Maybe some genre. Sure, maybe some genres are dominated by some generations and maybe come off all. Maybe that's what the meetings are. I would argue that could be yeah, like the comedy could be like dominated by millennials. It could be that their generation, right, in the media formats that they present.
OnlyFans?
No.
Dude, it just started, man. Number one. It just fucking started, right? Like
the arrogance of their generation.
We only have like 3 years of Gen Z reaching full like brain like maturity.
See, Gen Z is not fucking enough, though. So why are you getting mad?
What are you talking? Gen Z is hilarious, bro.
It's stacked against Gen Z right now. Like,
listen. Hitler memes are bad. There's fucking like fascist memes. There's memes of every single variety. The reason they're not funny to y'all is because y'all are not invested in y'all. Can
I say something?
You're a late buyer.
Dude, you presented memes to me like you opened up a briefcase of golden chandeliers or something. Like
yes.
That is what you're offering. I thought you'd offer like research.
Oh no. There's a couple of things. That's not like people like brush off me.
Wow, I didn't like data or something. What the hell is this? Like, what is this Jim Carrey thing?
Okay, listen.
Us
If you don't know the
millennials usually like data.
Okay, look. If you don't know the Jim Carrey thing, then you're blessed. But for some reason, something that millennials think it's funny to do to this day on TikTok and on Instagram, right? Pull their forehead, duck down a little bit, like point their eyes towards their eyebrows and go, I'm going to go get. And it's fucking weird, bro. And it's a millennial thing, bro.
My millennial, you're making me love my generation.
Wait, can anybody confirm this?
He's confirming it for you, dude. dude. Like, I'm dead ass, man. And so, like, what the comedy y'all make on social media is like cringe, right? Versus like the memes that are made by Gen Z. It's like, here's the reason why y'all don't find it funny. Y'all came too late to the party. If you try to understand memes now, the memes now are so dense with like references to other memes that have evolved, right? For like the last like 7 years, right? Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Y'all provided some like basis of like putting text on a JPEG, right? And it evolved. Like, that's very nice, man. Like, I'm very happy for you. Like,
you do understand they used to have comics and news.
I want to know what your problem with Jim Carrey is.
The problem right now.
My problem is not with Jim Carrey. My problem is like the way that y'all represent it.
Let me say something. Look. Here's the problem. It's not your fault, dude. It's that our generation, we were so delinquent that all we left you are memes to like make more sophisticated. Like, you really don't have shit else. Like, yeah, we found you, and I.
What do you mean? What do you mean shit else?
We don't even get anything.
Okay. So look.
Thank you for giving you guys shitty memes.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like, you gave us shit and we made it into, like, lemonade, man. Like that's an achievement, right?
Music, we gave you so much cool shit.
You guys turn around and complain
about how to use the internet. Like,
yeah. Listen, y'all took rock, which was fucking beautiful, and y'all made it to a fucking weird, I'll put my wrist to this possibly shit, okay? The best thing that y'all ever did was, like, fucking depress your generation enough to, like, black eyeliner and lipstick, which you know what? Props to you. That's an achievement, right? I think that's like the best thing. And Bill Gates, maybe. Okay, that's about it, bro. That's about it. Did Rob? Nah, man, none of that. Whoa, oh my God, Audioslave is such a better band than like what they were in like in the 70s. No, bro, get the fuck out of here, bro. Let me tell you something. Audioslave, right, isn't fucking Jesus Christ's second coming. It's mid at best, right? And there's no song that's like better than like, I don't know, like Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine. I don't know what y'all did with rock. I really don't. But it's like, it's trash. It's trash. Like,
what's it giving?
And yet people said the same thing about Guns N' Roses.
Oh my God, I'm gonna hear my black flag. I feel a little bit depressed today. Time to hear my Linkin Park. Yeah, see, that's me doing an impression of a millennial dating, like a millennial on TikTok.
What do you have? What do you have that you believe in?
You don't ever make fun of John Podesta's Linkin Park band.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Y'all fucked it up so bad. We're just fucking it up even more. Y'all off the sauce.
You're right about that.
And at this point,
you went even worse.
Okay, yeah. You know what? I'll take that. But here's something that we're better at. Like,
what do you got?
Y'all kind of had it. No, that's still millennial. Y'all kind of had to do like whatever was popular around you. That's like what you could get good at, right? So it's like pretty much it.
Yeah.
So like if your friends, if your buddies didn't like race cars, good luck, bro. You ain't racing cars. Like if your buddies didn't like do this or that, like you ain't doing that. Like I can get into fucking anything, man. I can get into anything.
Yeah, well, that's technology. So like our generation.
Yes, and
you know, and so we had the internet growing up. You know that, right?
No, you didn't. You had some.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We had the
your generation barely.
We had the
Oh my God. If your internet came in a CD, don't fucking talk to me, okay? But look, this is what I'm saying. We actually have the internet. Like
Live Leak when Live Leak was actually.
We can FaceTime other people.
We had Tomato.com. We could watch somebody.
Live Leak is still there,
and eat our
still watch it.
I don't think you realize the internet.
Yeah.
You didn't even get to enjoy the real YouTube algorithm when you were actually looking at conspiracies. Because if it was like, if you like this one, then you're gonna like this experience. But they got rid of all of that.
Are you trying to promote to me how like YouTube beta algorithm? No, I'm trying to put the algorithm
the fact that
It always gave you panda videos. Come on, bro. It always gave you panda videos.
We had the raw, unadulterated experience of it, and you guys are getting a pretty little packaged version of it.
Yeah, like that's something that's like decent, right? Like I don't want fucking cow shit when I eat like cowtail, right? I don't want fucking like fur on my fucking steak, right? That's completely fine. But if we want to do something, right? If we find interest, because I don't know, like we like that shit as a kid, and that shit's still on our mind, and we want to get good at it, right? We can find a community for fucking anything. I got into fucking racing in Louisiana, a place that's completely flat, right? And I like racing down mountains. I got into autocross. Like I got into that shit. See what they do that shit as a millennial? Fuck no, dude. How the fuck? No. Also another thing.
had internet.
Oh my, no. Okay. Yes, you'll have the internet.
It didn't look as nice, but people
Yes.
internet. Why do you hate millennials so much? Like, did a millennial rape you as a child or something?
Okay, so let me explain to you. Okay, having the internet
Like
doesn't
there were
mean that you have.
websites. They just didn't look nice. It just looked like literally like a Microsoft Word page. You're just like, all right.
Okay, so let's say that I'm looking up something for my car, right? I'm going to go and have a plethora of resources open to me, including the shit that y'all got available to you.
Yeah, and you don't understand going down to your own car shop and learning from a guy who knew about cars.
Yeah, we have that.
Come on.
Yeah,
The real deal, straight from a human.
Yeah, chill out.
You're fuck you're talking about.
Oh my god. You're not putting in a turbo, buddy. You're not taking it to a dyno, and you're not doing the fucking Paul Walker shit in your GSX, right? That's not how it works, right? That's completely fine. Look, I'm saying, yes, you'll have the internet, but that doesn't immediately spawn out communities that wait for people to get on the internet and do those, right? Sure, there's early pioneers, but we have the refined version of it.
And you somehow think that they don't still have that. It's the real life experience that you don't have. We're
talking over real life experiences.
I still have all the shit millennials have. I still have all the shit you have. I'll still have all the shit when I die that I'll.
Yeah, but you're sitting after they're cooked, bro. Like,
you know what I have that you don't? Wisdom and experience before
slower reaction speed.
Be able to discern between arrogant pricks who think because they grew up with everything at their fingertips but can't make shit sense out of it.
Oh, look at the baby boomer. I told you, just passed on trauma. See, that's like a direct line for baby boomer. You see that? No, I said that's a direct line for baby boomers. My original claim was y'all are just passing along trauma from baby boomers. We were like, hey, y'all can't do shit because everything was given to y'all.
No, I'm not passing on anything. I just explained to you that the generations that came before you know stuff you don't know. We still have access to everything.
Hopefully, you'll have been around for longer.
And
sure you'll do.
Right. And we have the experience.
Yeah, but you have the brain to pick it up. The deal have to bring to pick it up. Like, okay, let's say that a new tool presents itself, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's say AI, right?
You don't have, which is wisdom. You might have the knowledge and data to fingertips.
Wisdom doesn't really help baby boomers not get scammed, right? Yeah, but wisdom doesn't really help baby boomers not get scammed by fucking Terry, who ran into the AT&T phone, right?
They're like two completely different.
Yeah, and I'm guessing the claim's going to be both. People are going to have wisdom, right? Because on time and experiences, and the baby boomers are going to have more. Here's my question: How many years? How many years do you think it's going to take for you to be out of the loop? In other words, how many years? Right? Let's say AI keeps on advancing. Like, have you set up OpenPod yet? You know what OpenPod is?
Sure. Have you set it up yet?
Yeah. Like, you have to set it up. Like, you have to make a server for it. So you can have access to his own computer. Yes. What do you mean by one? Like, I already have like a Mac Mini that's living in. So, right, so it can do things. Okay, well, it has like way more availability.
What do you do? Congratulations.
Sure. So what I do with it is that I have run through all my finances. So at any point, I can make a request to know down to the penny where all my stuff is.
But why would
you? I think? Okay. Can you start a fire with 2 pieces of sticks? Oh, you can't. You would die. You would die in X scenario. You would die in X scenario. Sorry, sir. I'm sorry to tell you would die in X scenario. Is this what we're doing? Yeah. So tell me what.
And just ask the AI on the browser why
little books. We write little notes.
do that.
Yeah. Well, I'm just giving you an example. Right?
Can you tell when AI
I
is
know,
lying
but I'm
to you
asking a
because
fair
you
question.
knew life before there was AI
Because
and computers?
you were asking before about they don't know how to, baby boomers get scammed. So I was just wondering just now. It sounds like if you're just using Claude for the finance thing, I'm just asking, well, why wouldn't you just use AI in a browser? Because now it kind of sounds like you're getting scammed.
Why?
I'm just curious.
Why would I use AI in a browser? Okay, I'll give you
Yeah, for the same exact thing that you were just asking.
Because I can't talk to it, right? In the same way where I can't pull up a bunch of stuff up. Because ChatGPT is not. Because ChatGPT is not.
They don't know how to shut up and not keep talking on and on and on. Personal experience.
I just want to
learn how to make your point very quickly. You're an advanced user. You spent the time to do it. I guarantee you, my friends who are twice your age, who are doing machine learning, building fucking robots, real shit, going down in pipelines and scraping for rust to see if the water's leaking in. Those guys know how to fucking program. But if you were to write a program, you'd have to go into AI, and then you'd have to run it and see if the AI.
Sure, compare the best. Compare
where somebody who's been doing it before the AI could write the code knows whether the code the AI.
Okay, all right. So let me just.
Life before it was handed to them.
Sure, I want to cherry pick the best players from every generation and just compare them to the general. Sure, that's the point. But anyway, look, the reason why is because ChatGPT is not good at databases. It's not good. It's not good at databases. And you can also tell OpenCloud, like, hey, look, I want you to go open up X account, do this. We'll take research of like the market. You can even have it call fucking offices and take like information, put it for you in a database. Like it's fucking crazy what it can do.
Browser though.
Why can't you have? Wait. Why can't you have ChatGPT call people and then like do tasks for you while you're not like telling it to do so, doing it in the background, compile databases for you?
But you just said you're not calling anybody though. So
who says I'm not?
You just said what you were doing with it. What do you mean?
No, I mean I'm using it for like quite like a bunch of things, right?
Well, any of us can do that. What the fuck does it matter?
Yes, I'm asking you. I'm giving you.
You're stupid to know how to discipline. Because you don't understand that with age comes wisdom.
Yeah, that's some bullshit they tell you because your joints are hurting, okay?
But listen, in your joint life experience, I can do it better than you can.
Yeah, and the value of life experience is going down. It used to mean a lot. So if you go back like 100 years, life experience was a big. Okay, sure. I'll give you an example. I'll prove it to you. I will prove it to you. I am the first Gen and Gen Z, so I'll prove to you how life experience value has gone down. Sure, I do know more than somebody who's 13 years old.
He's gonna prove it.
Yes. So
study. What was a sample?
So listen, calm down. Okay, listen. You go back 100 years, right? Take somebody 45 and think about what they can transmit to somebody who's calm down, bro. Calm down, man. Somebody who's like 17, right? Obviously, what they tell them is going to be an amount of information that's going to be greater than what he has readily available, right? Because it's going to be new information that he can put into place, right? And so the value of what he knows and the things that he knows, right? Because he can't go, he might not have access to somebody that's in the group like that person was, right? He can't just go Google it, or he just doesn't know like a friend of a friend, right? Because he's like limited by transportation, so his community is smaller. That's going to have greater value, right? But as transportation gets better and circles get like more ample, there's more people to talk to, right? And so there's more information that is received. So the individual experience of a person's value goes down, right? Just like for y'all, right? Baby boomers couldn't lie to you about shit, right? Because you could look it up, right? So the value of that experience went down, right? And so for us, right? And so for the amount of wisdom, okay, so like let's say that I wanted to learn about finances in like say the 80s.
Incan, I think
What would I
you
need
and
to?
I
What would I need to?
know
Yeah, but that was
what
in the
you're saying
80s.
is a lie.
Yeah,
Yes.
Go look up everything you can look up right now.
The question, and I know is very simple.
What it means. You don't.
Yes. But if I wanted to learn what it meant, it would cost me a lot less.
No,
I would have to read it.
Because
yes,
you
it would.
have to go figure out what it means. Where I instantly look at it and know what it means.
Sir, you're just describing something that you learned. We're describing.
I'm saying any topic, any single topic. You started with finance and thought because you started in January, you somehow understand financing.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I said I'm stupid. I said I'm stupid.
Houses. Like people who understand and have understood it long before you were fucking alive, understand the same.
Yeah, being closer to death is not a flex, my dude. Being closer to death is not a flex.
Hey, Incan, I just want to
understand it.
Incan, I want to
get
millennials
here on this bad, and I used to think, oh, it's getting worse. But you're just actually proving the millennials are right. You are a hopeless generation.
Incan, just the generational bullshit though.
You know, I'm just rage baiting. I'm just rage baiting, bro. I'm just rage baiting. I'm just rage baiting the shit out of
the people in the room are sick of your fucking prejudice bullshit.
No, dude, I love
I want to ask the conversation.
Yeah, I think that everybody knows I'm saying it tongue in cheek. I'm fully aware of Juvenovia, right? Where you think that the other generation is going to shit. I know that I'm going to have the same attitude.
I just want to say one thing here. People who were adults, before the internet, had to do.
You're not special, bro.
Will you shut up and listen? People who were adults before the internet had to, and they accepted it. It's just the way it was. They had to seek information to a variety of different sources. So appreciate what you have, and people who are older appreciate what we have too. But what William is saying is true, because when you had to use different tools, multiple different tools to get information, as opposed to the stereotype that older people don't understand technology, I disagree. I worked for Apple, and what I found is older people actually had a much broader view on technology and were able to create things that advance technology in ways that most people don't understand. It's because
the older you get, the more understand technology.
Their brains were wired to think in different ways and not just the technology that's right in front of you.
And listen, I'm not saying anything controversial. All that I'm saying is that generations that are exposed from a very early age to the newer technology will probably be able to adapt to the next wave of technology, right? That happens for every generation, right? The reason why baby boomers are stuck, right, and getting scammed, because they don't understand the concept of how to identify a message that looks suspicious, right? It's not that easy for them.
Choice. It's not.
No, it's not a choice. It depends on a lot of things, man. Okay, so baby boomers are just choosing to get scammed. My bad. They're all just they're over there like, scam me, Raj. Yes, I want to send you all my social security money. I will buy $2,700 gift cards from Target. Yes, I will. If they're choosing to get scammed, they're going to ATMs and emptying out their bank accounts.
You're buying into your generational superiority. That's kind of stupid.
That's not. Those are stats, buddy. Okay,
no, they're made up stats. You can't prove that shit.
No. Okay. Let's do something real quick. Let's see who's the most susceptible.
Sure.
What generation? Because this guy's claiming this guy's claiming like baby boomers have a broad view on technology. So obviously they would be able to broadly see through a scam, right? So it'd be really weird if they're the ones getting scammed.
Just breathe for a second.
Dude, it's 1 against 5, man. It's 1v5 right now.
Slow down.
Because all of you are millennials. Don't y'all have like CTM 50 plus to take right now?
Its place.
So I'm just going to give you one little anecdote here. And this is my own personal anecdote. I've been
it's 9:30. Just take your aspirin and I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
Okay, whatever. I've been a career technologist, and I have 36 years of intense work in it and work before that as well. And when I say career technologist, I wasn't just working on a computer. I was in development before most people were in development. And so I'm talking about, year one of the internet, developing digital data analysis systems and all that stuff. So you can figure out that I'm a baby boomer. But my point in all this is I worked for many other baby boomers, and I've worked for Apple. I worked for Apple when the iPhone, iPad, all that stuff was introduced. And my own personal anecdotal experience is the baby boomers were far more adept at creating new innovative technologies than the younger people who had limited exposure to how they resourced information. And I think that absolutely there is a correlation to that, because if you had to use your brain to find information from a lot of different sources back then, you were more open-minded to what might be, what could be, based on what you've experienced. So the stereotype that baby boomers and older generations are just doomed to be obsolete as new technologies come around is not the truth. That's why I say it's an actual choice. As long as you keep your mind active, you are just as able to keep up with everything at 60, 70 years old as if you were 20. Just because somebody played Game Boy or Nintendo does not mean that is a lifelong trait that's going to follow them to their 50s and 60s.
And I gotta get this in. But basically, from what I hear from you is what I hear from my younger self, and that is I had a lot of authority issues, and I didn't get along with my parents, and this dynamic really followed me throughout my career, and really kind of affected how I saw maybe an older person or somebody telling me what to do. I immediately went to well, fuck this guy, I do this shit by myself. I got here on my own, that chip on my shoulder shit, and so that dynamic could really limit you.
Aaron, I agree with what you're saying, and I understand where you're coming from, and I have no problem with that. The vast majority of my time, I've actually trained, mentored, had staff that was younger people, and it was my mission to bring people along. But where I draw the line is when people start criticizing people of my generation, like I'm hearing here on stage, because then it's okay, now you're just living off of a stereotype. So the point is, I'm all in favor of stereotyping. You will never hear me try to take somebody's confidence away. That is not how I'm wired. That's not what I do. I actually try to bring people up, lift them up, teach them skills, whatever. But what I'm saying is this stereotyping of older generation that they can't learn, so why bother? And we're seeing it in the workforce right now.
Wait. Let me ask you a question. Let me just ask you a quick question. Maybe you just gave it at the wrong time. Did you not hear the back and forth of your generation sucks? No, your generation sucks. It was done they were doing. Did you not hear that? Or do you think I don't think that?
If there was a friendly conversation and you just ranted viciously against
you said we were cooked. Sir, you said we were fried.
I said that.
Okay, well, he was the first one. He was the first one to say that. I didn't take it super personal. I don't know what's wrong with me saying you're even more cooked and expired, right? I don't know what's all of a sudden
Let me try and explain to you. Michael just.
I'm just saying some narrow connections over there aren't working as good as they used to.
Okay, I got it.
I've been waiting to go ahead, bro.
Let me speak for a minute, bro. Michael just gave you some truth, and I'm going to share some more truth with you. People like me in my generation would sit next to somebody like Michael and have appreciation for the elder who knew more than I did, and would say, Michael, what is this? Hey, Michael, what is that? And we learned from them. And then we took whatever we were doing in the moment and put our own spin on it, which is the same thing that you could do. And here's the thing, is you have the benefit of the boomers, Gen Jones, Gen X, and millennials, who all have a slightly different way of looking at the same thing. It doesn't mean because you look at it from a different angle, your way
is better than Michael's. It's very different because Michael had to do it organically and with his hands and by scratch. He didn't have little cheat codes that I got that then I passed down to
You didn't get cheat codes. What are you talking
passed
about?
down to you. And instead of being so arrogant, if you would just understand that you have all of the wisdom at your fingertips through people and all the knowledge through the technology, but you put all your effort into the knowledge and say, fuck the wisdom, I know better because I grew up with all the knowledge. When what you don't understand is the problem with your generation is the same problem with the millennials when they were your age, and the same problem with me when I was your age, and the same problem with Michael when he was his age. It just keeps.
So why are you trying to stop the canon event, sir? If this is just part of
I'm trying to help you out.
Okay, well,
Really angry. But I'm done. I should get some sleep. Michael, it's super cool hanging out with you.
You too, William.
You're gonna get some sleep, yeah, bro. You all need to sleep, bro. Like your own neurons are already cooked. But thank you, man. So look,
Dude, you came to the room all happy and upbeat, and then you started ripping on. What's going on?
Okay, look, listen, Michael. I'm dead ass, Michael. Before you go, let me say this, Mike. Or William, my bad. But before you leave, William, I'm fucking trolling, William. I don't think the Joel neurons are cooked. I do think that when you're talking about like generations, you're obviously generalizing. And to think that you're not speaking of generalizations is just like what did millennials say? You're being a retard.
I don't
right?
think you
Because
should make
obviously,
a mistake about millennials. We are probably the rawest generation. I mean, so when we talk like this, we are the generation right before we crossed over into.
Yeah, Linkin Park only sounds hard to y'all. Sorry, man.
No, we had things like we had inappropriate stuff like Jack.
You see what's a part of it? Yeah, I'm sorry, man. You can only be for touch screen for so long.
Tasted music. They still didn't have a chip on their shoulder.
I'm just saying, Incan. All I'm saying is our generation was like, if you really look at it, like that was the 90s was the time where the U.S. was like, fuck it, we're just the youth wants this. They want radical coolness, and they just unloaded all this MK Ultra, fucking Jeffrey Epstein like psychological campaigns. And,
you were saying the over like professional victims.
Well, you guys are professional victims. You have to remember, Reddit was created and funded by Epstein. QAnon was funded.
Who did the LGBTQ movement? Who really took that off? It wasn't fucking Gen Zers. It was millennials.
But when you really
who's pushing back against that? Gen Z.
Listen, you gotta let somebody finish speaking. When you really think about it, like you're the final. Like we were the initial cooking phase. You guys are like the final product of all of that. And that's what I was trying to say to you before is like, if you only realize like, and as you get older, you're going to realize how fucking narcissistic and how everything is just focused on basically commoditizing you and you're just a fucking product to a company. Once you start really getting to that point in your life, you're like, fuck this bullshit. But you're not there yet.
Which will happen when some of the kings after you.
Dude, I'm trolling, man. Oh, okay, listen.
No, you're definitely not trolling. You're definitely harboring.
Look, we had a like 4-day conversation about this on Chilson, where it started lighthearted, and the same day got like that. Like I've been through this conversation. There's a room full of millennials. I think with like 3 Gen Zs, and they'll like to shit in numbers, right? So pulling some shit back, and I didn't even say much, right? Just pointed out couple of things that knowledge does lose value, right? Like quote unquote, like somebody's like wisdom does lose value, right? Learning from somebody's wisdom does lose value in generation 1. Like the advice that Joel will give me, like in general, will have more value than the advice that I'll give like Gen Alpha. That'll be because Gen Alpha will have more things, they'll have more kick on tap, right? And so what I'm offering them, right, might be less valuable because they could probably access that same opinion, maybe even word for word, right, if they wanted to, right? And it all depends on where to search. That used to be a skill, but now that can be done by a search engine. Or screw that. We don't even use search engines anymore. You can ask limited language
models,
right?
It has to be a skill, though, Incan. See, that's the problem with your generation. You're not understanding. Who do you think owns the AI models? Wait until they introduce targeted advertising to the AI models. Wait until you ask, oh, what should I do for this stomach ache? And it's only recommending prescription drugs. You're not realizing where it's really going. You think it's going to give you the answers you're looking for.
I don't. I think that it's already getting monopolized by certain countries as well.
That it's your answers are going to be predicated on the highest bidder for that advertisement. And so right now it seems like, oh yeah, maybe it'll get, but it's the same thing that always repeats is what we're trying to tell you. It's the game of finding out whether or not it was true. And it was always looking at multiple resources. How many times has the news told you something straight up as fact and it wasn't fact? You know, so like it doesn't matter if you have access. It doesn't matter if you can click on a website and get to it in 1 second if it's not true. It doesn't matter if it's on Instagram 100 times on your video feed telling you over and over that this is the truth, even though it's really not true. I think your generation is in more danger with that kind of stuff because for some reason you guys are putting so much faith just immediately into the AI or just immediately on first video seen without double checking or triple checking or maybe being like, wait, let me see if this is actually true. Let me look into who actually did that. Everything is always being taken at face value now without more research, without more data. And that's dangerous.
And some of us know the data. We already know it. It's in our head already. We don't have to go find the data.
Yeah, like, well, can you tell me like what data you're referring to?
For what?
I think like you